hello for attempt number 2. I'm an idiot. I did the countdown. I got halfway through introductions, and they're like, you're not live yet. And I'm like, oh my God, I forgot to hit the live button. So hello, everyone. I'm an idiot, and I forgot to hit go live before we started. So we're doing this again. But it is time for another episode of Top 5. Happy Tuesday. We are counting down Xbox 360 games. This is going to be a blast. I've been very much looking forward to this episode. For anyone who is not aware, I'm not sure how you could be part of the gaming sphere and not know this, but on Monday is the very last day of the Xbox 360 storefront being online. So I decided to make that the inspiration for tonight's top 5. We are ranking our favorite Xbox 360 games. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Jason, what's up?
Not much, man. Just take 2. Got the little clapper going. So, I mean, we're just going to make this one the best. So, yeah.
So, well, all right, excellent. Let's go ahead and bring in our awesome panel for tonight. We did have one more planned, but he had to drop out a couple days ago. So shout out to JT Epsilon. Bummer he can't make it. So if we ever do a part 2 on Xbox 360 games with another panel, we'll be sure to get you on. So, dude, 1286, my co-host in Achievement Hunting Crime. What's up, dude?
Howdy. Ready to rate some Xbox 360 games and maybe make people mad.
Hey, that's my job.
Deja vu?
Luckily, we didn't have to go through the same thing. Too much of it.
Yeah, that's Jason's job to come up with hot takes, but we shall see. This is going to be fun. I can't wait to hear yours. And next,
actually, I just realized that most of my games are multi-plats.
Oh yeah, well that doesn't matter as long as the game. Well, I guess I didn't even think about it till maybe an hour
I just thought about it now.
I probably should have specified it because I was originally thinking as long as it was on the 360, that counts. So if that's what you went with, that's fine. But I was like, I probably should have done excluding ports from other consoles. But if you got one on there,
thing is,
it's your list.
I think all the games on my list that they were day one 360 games. So
okay, cool.
It's just maybe they were released on other platforms.
That's perfectly fine. I got some,
especially some of them, especially a couple of them later on,
so.
with all the remasters they do recently.
True. Mm-hmm. All right. Next up, we got my good buddy Carl of RNG. What's up, Mr. Psychonaut?
Nothing much, guys. I don't think we're live on YouTube yet.
No, I made sure to click at this button.
So as we're repeating all this stuff, hi everyone. Hope you're having a great Tuesday night, and thank you for having me on. Looking forward to talking about some top 5 stuff.
Yes, and last but not least, we got the chaos that is Melee James. What is up, James? Reading Alan Wake.
What? I'm busy reading my fake book here.
I was gonna say, did Alan Wake actually have a real book to go with it?
Yes, it's so real. You open it up, and then it's there. That's the whole book, and then it's a whole bunch of fake pages.
Okay.
So it's a tough read. I highly recommend it.
It's the perfect book for LeBron James.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yes.
His reading skills way better than mine. But hi, everyone. Oh my God, I'm excited. The 360 it was one of my favorite systems of all time until Don Matrick and the NXC absolutely ruined it with avatars and getting rid of my beloved blades. But before having about 5 red rings, I did love the system. It was absolutely incredible. It was peak gaming for me. It came out in the peak era of gaming. So I can't wait. I love this system. And unlike dude, I decided to take on a challenge, and I made all of mine exclusives. They had to be exclusive. They have to have this little, where is it?
Only for
I'll
Xbox.
show it. Yeah, it's in French over here. It has to have the only on. Oh, this one's got the American. It's the American version. So you guys didn't.
So you got the clean copy, not the dirty copy.
No,
wait. Was Dead Rising a 360 exclusive?
Yeah.
On release, yes.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a timed exclusive.
There you go. But most of mine are in this weird French version where they say only on Xbox, but at the bottom they're like, hey, blah, 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 and then they're all Frenchy and everything.
You'll have to translate for us.
I don't know any languages, not even English, but I can't wait. Let's do it. So mine, all exclusive. I gave mine the handicap here, so judge me all you want. I can't wait.
James, I would say that the avatars were actually kind of cool for the first year, because they also added achievement type things where you can where if you do something in game, you got a reward for the avatar.
Avatar.
Like
reward.
I know Halo Reach did that.
Yep.
I hate
not all the games.
I all I did was I bought the Carmine, kill Carmine thing for Gears of War.
You would.
Yeah, I wanted to kill that son of a jerk.
So for anyone who doesn't exactly know what he's talking about, for Gears 3, right?
I think it was Gears 3. Yeah.
Mhm.
They put up a save Carmine and a kill Carmine. It was a T-shirt for your avatar, right?
Yes. Yes.
And whatever one sold more, that's what was going to happen to the Carmine brother in the next Gears of War. And I think if I remember correctly, he survived in Gears 3.
He survived. What's
He did.
wrong
He
with
was
you
the most
people?
badass Carmine, at least.
I obviously I wanted to keep tradition up and running and kill him. Of course, it's Carmine. He's supposed to die. I voted kill, and that's the only time I ever spent money on those jerk avatars.
I never spent a single cent, but I got a couple of those awards.
I spent like $4, or well, I think $5, because you couldn't buy it in $4 increments, even though the amount that I needed was $4 for the Boba Fett's outfit for my avatar, and I still have it equipped to this day. I never even upgraded to the new avatar because I would have lost my Boba Fett skin.
Yeah. Did you guys ever see with the proposed way he died in Gears 3? If he was going to die?
I
think
remember.
so.
Wasn't it like a toaster falling in his bathtub?
Yes, it was a toaster falling in a bathtub.
That's funny.
And the world voted to not have that. What the? I don't know.
Well, I don't
Well-
think they knew that ahead of time. That came
Well,
out
we
later.
at least still saw it. That's the best part. We still got to see what would happen.
That is true.
So, well, let's go ahead. I saw that the chat was popping a little bit before we even started. James got us started off saying if Connectimals and Connect Adventures aren't on here, we riot. So,
Yes.
Well, it's up to you.
if it's yeah, it's up to you. You're on the panel and you're saying if it's not on here, we riot.
Maybe I've got a big stack here, so maybe Connectables and Connect Adventures and other lovely Connect games. Truly, the peak of the 360 was a Connect, right? So yeah,
Yes.
that's got to be the top 5.
Fraction Filters here. What's up, Filters? Only 360 game. Only good 360 game is Mass Effect. I have spoken. So
Ooh.
it is
Is
a
it
good
Mass
one.
Effect
It's
1 or
not
the entire
only
series?
one, but yeah.
Is that only Mass Effect 1 or the entire series?
That is a good question. I'll have to specify. But we have
Because
someone-
Mass Effect 1 was a Xbox exclusive for a little bit.
It was.
Yes, it was.
Until EA bought it and made it multi-platform. That was
Yeah.
in between Mass Effects 1 and 2. So,
And it never came out on it didn't come out on PS3 until they released the trilogy pack.
Okay. And we got someone over on Twitch saying, beautiful. Oh, I clicked too many times. Beautiful Yoho. Hello. Saying, hey, nerds. What's up, beautiful Yoho? Welcome.
Well, that's me.
I was
that's
wondering if he
you?
was going to tell him.
I've never seen that before.
No, that's his. That's his cousin over in Saudi Arabia.
No, that's an actual picture of me.
Oh.
I'm not even joking. That's what I really look like. But my coworker went to Dubai, and he brought me that as a gift. So I wore it to Easter for last year.
Okay.
You can see him in the front row of Crown Jewel if you ever watch that.
Filter
pay-per-view.
saying Boomer Neo. Yes, I boomered it. And we got Flame Mage. What's up, Flame Mage? Good to see you tonight, buddy.
What's up?
So, all right. Well, before we get into our top 5s, I do have a couple of questions, and hopefully they don't spoil anything. You don't have to spoil anything if you don't want. But first off, and I just thought of this one a minute ago when James mentioned it. Let's go around and tell everybody, list off how many times you got the Red Ring of Death and any interesting 360 stories that you might have that may not be specific to a game, or maybe a game that's not on your list, as to not spoil anything. So I'll go ahead and start off. I had 3 red rings. And then by the time my third one was about to red ring, the 360S model was out, and I upgraded to that one, and that one still works fine to this day. And I've told this story a couple times, but I was planning on getting the 360 on launch. I was super excited for it. I bought the original Perfect Dark on N64. Right there was one of my favorite games of all time for a very long time. So I was extremely excited for Perfect Dark Zero, which is why I put myself as Joanna Dark on the thumbnail of this stream. I bought Perfect Dark like day one, even though I didn't have a 360, and it was in very short supply. So I was basically calling around every GameStop, Best Buy, everything that carried a 360 for every day for a while until I finally found one. And it launched in November of 2005, and in the early February, I could go check and see what day my first achievement was. I'm pretty sure that's the day I got my 360. But I found a GameStop that said, "Yep, we got some 360s." I was like, "All right, hold it. I'll be right there in like 15 minutes," because it wasn't very far. And I walked in and I'm like, hey, I just called like 15 minutes ago. I said, put it on hold. I'll be right there. And the dude goes, sorry, man, we just sold the last one. And like
Painful.
I just lost all hope. I was like, no. And then the dude behind the counter was like, dude, you should see the look on your face. I'm just kidding you. I got another one back here. And I was like, yes, I hate you and I love you at the same time. So touche for you got me good. So that's one of the stories I like to tell about the 360. So if anyone else has a fun 360 story, I'd love to hear it.
Well, yeah, no, the red ring plagued us all. I said 5. I don't remember if it was 5. It was a horrible blur. I should actually go to therapy for how much the 360 traumatized me. It was truly my first abusive relationship was with the 360. And I remember the towel trick. Did anyone do the towel trick for that to get it working?
I heard all about it, but never did it myself.
I did it.
Yeah. I did that, but I thought, man, how did the towel, the better, faster is going to go. So I put a towel in the microwave for about 5 minutes, and then next thing I knew it, there was a fire in the microwave.
Oh my god!
Oh.
You could have sued Xbox for that. You could have gotten away with that lawsuit.
Yeah, right.
It reminds me of that one of those prank tweets I saw going around a while ago. It had like a crumpled up ball of aluminum foil and said if you put this in the microwave for 5 minutes and it turned into a perfect sphere, and like people were like burning out their microwaves and starting fires. They're like, it didn't work. It's like, oh my god, you people are so
Oh god.
Yep.
But yeah, I just love this system so much. I was like the 360 kid. Like it was weird because at the time everyone had a 360. I didn't really know anyone that had a PS3. Maybe one person had a PS3. It was quite strange. But yeah, I loved it, championed it. I'm trying to dance around any games that may come up on my list. But yeah, the NXC was devastating to me. I loved Xbox. I thought it was perfect, even though it was costing me an arm and a leg to keep repairing these red rings. And I remember when the NXC came out, I was just so devastated. I hated these Miis. I thought we were downgrading ourselves to Nintendo territory, but I thought the Miis looked better. And so I remember being totally devastated, but I pre-ordered the 360. And I think I've told this story, but I walked into an EB Games and they had a demo booth for the 360 before it came out, and they had Call of Duty 2 running it. And I played Call of Duty 2 and I was so blown away. It felt next gen that I was just like, I need to get on this. And so I didn't get it at launch because I was in a queue for pre-orders. I was in like the first, I think I was like 120, I want to say, within 120 people. And I got it around February, and I was just in love. Perfect Dark was also my first game along with Call of Duty. Those were the two launch titles I got. And I was so obsessed with Call of Duty 2. The last Call of Duty I was ever obsessed with really was that one. Absolutely loved it. And I was a simp so much. I bought all the face plates. I bought the little headsets, multiple headsets. I was championing that thing to the point where people that knew me in that era now learn that I'll play Nintendo and play on Steam, and they will act like I've betrayed myself. They will be like, but you were the Xbox guy. What? And I'm like, well, look what they did. It's no longer Xbox. So, but there was a time there, I would say around between 2001, 2002, all the way up to the NXT in 2008. I was such a fanboy. It was disgusting. I hated myself. But yeah, love it.
One other question I just thought of, if you happen to know what the first achievement or game you got an achievement in was.
Ooh.
Because I just looked up mine, and mine was in February 10th, 2006. I got an achievement in Project
That only helps
Gotham
if
Racing
you're
3.
connected with your 360 from the beginning, though.
Yeah, if you're offline, it's not going to have a timestamp on it, but if you're online, you can check your profile. But yeah, my first one was in Project Gotham Racing 3 on February 10th, 2006. So if you happen to know, just curious.
It would have been one of those two games. I'm not sure which. It would have either been Call of Duty 2, Perfect Dark Zero, or Hexen. So one of those three.
Hexen.
Not Hexen.
Oh yeah, sorry, Hexic. Yeah.
Very different games.
Yes. Yeah. One is a cutesy wootsy puzzle game, and the other one is Hexic. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, so it would have been one of those three for sure. Probably.
That's something you could say. You have Hexic.
Yes.
Because everyone had Hexic.
Everyone had.
Not everyone had Uno. But
was that game made backwards
Hexic.
compatible?
I believe so. I'm gonna check it out. But while we do that, if we want to Go.
Well, while you do that, I can talk about my stuff.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, I had one Red Ring of Death, but it was an Elite Xbox, so one of the black ones.
It is backwards compatible.
Okay, so like I said, I did get the Red Ring of Death on my first Elite, which I actually spent that summer umpiring for a little league to get that that Xbox, and after that I never umpired again. But I had the Xbox and I had it for a couple years. The second Xbox we ended up. I mean, this is me in high school, so I ended up getting it JTagged, and because I'm in high school, I didn't have that many forms of income. So the idea of just being able to burn a disc and then playing it was awesome. It did eventually get it did get console banned, but luckily I already had another Xbox by then, and I pretty much have all the games I burned from back then anyways now. So
someone told me about doing that on the original Xbox, but I never ended up doing that.
My original Xbox is now hacked. I have no qualms about that one. There's no online connectivity officially anymore for that one, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yes, that's go ahead, dude.
The one thing that we did with the JTAG console was like a couple of days before ODST came out. Even though I already had it pre-ordered, me and some friends went ahead and burned a disc for ODST, and we played Firefight for a couple of days early.
Nice.
That was fun.
Oh, actually,
and I'm pretty sure one of my first achievements was Gears of War 1 because that was the first game I got.
Okay. That just reminded me of something, but I'm going to save it for when I bring up honorable mentions.
It's one of those easier ones you get from the beginning. So
yeah, so I said I had 2 red rings, and then I had 2 banned because doing the same thing that you did, dude. And then I have my Slim now, and then obviously I have that destroyed microwave as well. So those were my my 360.
Does the microwave still work?
Oh no, I destroyed that thing.
Oh, okay. You destroyed it. Oh, okay. With the towel.
Oh, yeah. Don't put a white fluffy towel in a microwave for longer than, or just don't do it in general. How about we'll just say that? Where's the wisdom?
Towel trick works on the Xbox, not on microwaves. Got it.
Yeah, yes. I think it was supposed to be the oven, not the microwave.
You know what? I was like, you know what? Microwave's quick. I'm just gonna throw it in the microwave. 5 minutes. It's hot. Wrap it. Let's go. Don't do it for that long.
That's too funny.
What about you, Carl?
I only had 1 red ring, but that was mostly because of my fault. We had it in an entertainment center, and I closed the front door of it, and of course that's a microwave in itself at that point. Besides that, no, I haven't had too many issues. I've owned probably just 3 Xbox 360s in my life, and 2 of them were the slim models. I was actually pretty lucky with mine.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I have collector's edition consoles, so I still have my original Halo Reach, and I also recently picked up a Halo 4 model, too, of the old slim ones, because those are pretty cool.
Cool.
I've been thinking about picking one up because there's one at my local store for a while now. But I do have the Modern Warfare 3 one for the slim.
I have like the Modern Warfare 2 one because I picked that up on a whim to just to have, because it was $40 at a half price Books by Me.
Nice. Oh, and James, you mentioned a few minutes ago, but it just clicked in my head. Something that I talked about on Melee Town Square on the last one that often gets forgot on the 360 was faceplates. You said that you had some faceplates. Just curious what everyone's favorite faceplate was. I had a Mass Effect 1, a Gears of War 1, and a Halo 3 one, and I think Halo 3 is the one that I had on my Xbox for the longest.
I don't think I ever used a faceplate.
I bought a stupid amount of faceplates. I bought.
Hey, some people collect them now. Hopefully, you got a couple of them.
I think I still have them all. They might be in storage, but if you remember, they didn't have any licensed ones at the start of the line, so
just generic.
I bought my favorite one though, which was that one that was blue with the green waves going through it. So I used that one until the Halo one came out. And that was really the one I mostly stuck with, but I bought so many of them. I also bought the Gears of War one. I remember that. But the only contender that I would swap between the Halo one with was I had a Decepticon one, which was really, really cool because it was a transformer in of itself. It was a pain. It was an absolute pain, but it made the power symbol on the 360 look like the Decepticon symbol, which was super cool. So it didn't just have normal power symbol. So it looked great. And then it actually was 20 faceplates in one, because it was double-sided and you'd have to pull it apart very carefully without snapping it, and it was awful. And you could put in a thin piece of paper to be the actual visual.
Oh, so it's
that you
basically
wanted.
just like a clear thing you take a slide in and out, almost like in a game case.
Yeah, but it was so finicky and so tedious that I occasionally put in Starscream and Soundwave, but at one point I said, screw it. It's Megatron. I'm just sticking to Megatron. But if you guys look it up, there's an Autobot version as well, but I'm Team Decepticon. So the Decepticon faceplate is super cool. Oh, of course. All hail Megatron.
Yeah, I never had any of the faceplates, but I know that they had a few.
Oh,
I think there's an entire website dedicated to all of them. How many there are? I have to look it up.
I know that for Death Smiles, they had a collector's edition that came with a faceplate.
Oh, that's so cool. I never got a collector's edition with a faceplate. That would have been awesome. But yeah, I know me and Nerdy Neo have the same Halo faceplate, which is weirdly ambiguous if it's Halo 2 or 3, because it came out before 3. So it's like, what is this art?
In all these years, I thought it was Halo 3, and then on Town Square, you're like, no, it's Halo 2, and
But even that, I don't know
where it is.
He's holding the SMG.
I pulled up an image because I don't know where it is or if I even still have it. But I saw I had the SMGs, and I was like, oh, it is Halo 2, because it looks more of the Halo 2 armor than the Halo 3 armor.
Yeah, but it's great. It's still like, I never got another Halo faceplate. That's the one I use, and
I just looked it up. There is apparently 992 commercial faceplates.
Wow, I did not know there were that many.
Yeah,
wow.
It's insane.
All right, and Kay is saying, curious that everyone thinks the Mega Bloks replica 360. I think I know what you're referring to, but
this
I'm
thing
not
is
really sure.
It's very weird. It's literally it's effectively Lego. Like Mega Bloks is like alternative Lego.
It's like the dollar store Lego.
Yeah, but this thing, if you guys look it up, is insane. The Mega Bloks replica 360, because here's the problem with it. It looks like a 360, and then the box looks like a 360 box. And so you could even say it's like false advertising, because if someone walks into a store and they see that, it looks like they're buying a 360. I don't even know. It might be more expensive than buying a 360.
It's actually really cool to see. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's crazy how like you have to squint to be like, oh, that's not just a 360. It's also more durable than the 360, which is crazy. So, because if it red rings, you just put it back together. But yeah, it is super cool.
Okay. And Filter saying the only reason he picked up a 360 himself because he worked at Radio Shack, and it was everyone's system of choice. He tried to socialize with them and then got a freaking red ring of death.
Everyone laugh at him. He's old. He worked at a Radio Shack.
Radio Shack.
I used to shop at Radio Shack. I understand.
Yeah, with my mom when I was 5.
So. All right. Well, with that, we will go ahead and get started into our number 5. So I think, Jason, it's you usually kick us off, right?
Yeah, usually I do, because then we save my terrible number 4 pick for last. But actually, this one's not that bad. So spoiler on that one. But yeah.
Oh, we lost your audio.
Oh no, Illinois got him.
Illinois. Everyone in Illinois doesn't want Jason to talk about the 360. They're all like, we love the PS3. Gosh darn it.
His mic just red ringed.
His mic red ringed.
Oh, First, no. Ohio got DJ Access. Now Illinois got Jason. Who else is going to be taken next?
Well, Canada's just going to arrest me. Let's be.
Well, I know he was about to go live.
How about now?
He not?
Hi.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now.
Right.
I read you.
That's second time this has happened to me. All right. Anyway, my number 5, we talked about this game quite a bit on some other episodes that we did. But my number 5 was I love the Xbox Arcade when that was a thing. I wish it was still a thing, but I mean, yeah, let's just leave it at that. But my number 5 is going to be Shadow Complex. That was my first like, oh, sweet, we have arcade games on there. Because again, I love arcade, but I just love like the bite-sized games that were supposed to be smaller ones, but when you actually got to do it, it were just excuses to say like, oh, these are kind of like our indie titles, and you can play like these really, really good games for not even the same price as, the bigger titles, and still have a lot of fun with them. But yeah, I know we mentioned Shadow Complex on like the Metroidvanias and everything like that, but I believe out of just games that were only on the 360 and just at the time 360 only, Shadow Complex is my favorite one, and it made my number 5.
Nice. So I do love this game as well. It was on my list on Metroidvanias. Did everyone here played it?
No,
I have not.
I
played
have
that one.
not.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
check
Jason
to
and I are
see
the
if
only
it's
ones
on
who
Steam
have.
right now. I'm super curious.
It is a great 2D Metroidvania, and when I often talk about Metroidvanias, obviously that's kind of like my thing. But one of the things that bugs me is how so many of them are like pixel art. This it was, and this one is not. This one looks like
2.5D.
it is 2.5D. There are characters in the background, but the graphics are really good. And I consider this game basically like the renaissance of bringing Metroidvanias back into basically like the zeitgeist, and it kind of reinvigorated the genre, because there were very few on 360, and since then we've gotten a lot of them, and I'm very happy for that.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a test, like when we do all our 5s, like how you just said, like that was like the reintroduction and the revitalizing of a franchise. I think there's going to be a lot of games that we say on this top 5 that the 360 did, and that's what I took out of the 360 as its lifetime is a lot of the games that you loved back then. They were made better, and there was a bigger future for them because of this system. So.
Mm. It does look really good. I'm wondering because I remember the Xbox Live Arcade. It used to. I think it stopped having this, but it used to have an achievement limit and also like a size limit. Anyone remember that? It used to be like you had to be a certain size. But this game does look really good. It is out on Steam, and there's a remastered version. So I wonder if that's just the remastered version. But yeah, do you guys know if Shadow Complex came out like pre or post that limit? I know that limit was there on launch, and we got a lot of bite-sized games, but this one looks like it would absolutely be pushing that limit or exceeding it.
I know it had the limit for the achievements because it had like 15 or something like that.
Okay. So when our Xbox Live Arcade first launched, every arcade game had 12 achievements, no more,
12,
no less,
12.
and they were always worth 200 gamer score. I believe the size limit at the time was 250 megabytes. I've got Shadow Complex, the original arcade release, pulled up right now. It's 836 megabytes because they did change those parameters as the internet became more ubiquitous, allowing larger file sizes and allowing more achievements and stuff.
And it is backwards compatible.
Yes, it's backwards compatible because there are also arcade games with 400 gamer score, 600. There's even a couple arcade games that have a full 1000. Not many though. But yeah,
Minecraft.
just like was that an arcade game?
It was for. I think it was when it originally released.
I think so too. Yeah, it's been forever.
Yeah.
It was like if it got on the 360, it was an arcade game, but I think near the end of the lifespan, like arcade as a term was kind of dropped because the original idea of it was like these are the fun little bite-sized games you can get, like Uno and stuff. And so, yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
It basically got rebranded as ID at Xbox, and now it's not even that. They've changed it again. I don't even know what the term is for it now, but
right, yeah. But I remember like on the 360, it was always it launched with 20 gigabytes max. That was the hard drive size, was 20 gigabytes.
Yes.
And it was
some of them didn't even come with hard drives.
That's insane.
Some of them only came with a memory card. Like the Xbox arcade version came with like a 256 megabyte card. So you had to have all your games and save files on there.
You know what's crazy? I think my Slim still has my original hard drive from my Elite. Nice. It's because the internals for the hard drive was still the same. It was just the enclosure to plug it into the console was different.
With the S model, you couldn't swap out your hard drives anymore, but they got much bigger hard drive. I think the S has a 250 gigabyte hard drive.
I mean, whenever it came to the Elite, it was a 120 gigabyte, and for most people's 360s libraries, that was fine.
Yeah, because back then you didn't have to install every game.
Right.
Games were running off.
And also most things they were installing were like maybe a couple of gigs at most.
Yeah, it was either DLC for a game or your save files or, these smaller arcade games.
It's not 400 gigabytes for Call of Duty nowadays.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So, All right. Well, that was not much of a hot take, so kind of breaking your streak there.
Well, number 4 is usually, but again, my hot take will come later.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Anyone else want to go next?
I guess I can go next since I'm right next to Jason.
All right.
I'm gonna go with Batman: Arkham Asylum.
Ooh, good one.
Good one.
Yeah, technically revitalized Batman games.
Yep.
And it's interesting. Interestingly a 3D Metroidvania if you really look at it.
Yep. And it's that game. It either has the most or is tied with the game that has more stacks on Xbox than any other game. There are 6 achievement lists for Arkham Asylum.
Because you have the original release, the Games for Windows Live release, you have the Game of the Year release, you have the Xbox One release, and I think there's maybe like a Windows
version,
release.
And then there's also a Windows version of the Game of the Year edition.
Yeah.
I've completed 3 of them, and I still have one more.
I've completed 2 of them, one on Xbox, one on PlayStation. So.
Oh, and you've done other platforms.
Yeah, so.
That's still insane.
I find it funny that it's on your top 5 Xbox games. It's one of my favorite games of all time. But I remember being so jealous because PlayStation users got exclusive DLC to Arkham
Oh yeah,
Asylum.
you can play as Joker.
Yeah, it got Joker challenge maps, and I was so mad.
Really? I don't think I ever knew that.
It was one of those cases as well where the PlayStation got this exclusive DLC or exclusive content, and I'm obviously a big Batman fan. Obviously, I want to play as the Joker, and Xbox got nothing in return. And this was very much in the era where I was a big 360 fanboy, and so I was mad. I was seething so much, and I was like, PlayStation.
If you look at this version, it actually has a GameStop thing where you got the Scarecrow Dem Bones challenge map.
Oh, interesting. So you got a GameStop exclusive for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I was living that PlayStation 1 in that day.
Nope, I don't have the thing for it though.
Yeah, also there's also that big debate between Arkham Asylum and Arkham City sometimes between the Batman fans.
So, with how much I love this game, I haven't played City yet because
what?
I'm actually intimidated by it being a city, and you know how I feel about open worlds.
Oh, it's really not that bad.
City is my favorite, but all the Arkham games are great. Well, all the like full retail ones. I don't.
It's just more like I think it's going to be its open world, and open world games always last way too long for me.
Arkham Knight, you could say lasts way too long. Arkham Knight, I think took me like 90 hours, but Arkham City is no. Arkham City.
No, City's a great size map. You should just play it. It's a lot better than Arkham Asylum, in my opinion.
And it's not like
Asylum is over City. They're both great, but I think even though Asylum is actually like the Metroidvania one, I like City better. But they are both great games. I just played City again this year after all of the terrible Suicide Squad. I'm like, I'm gonna go and play a good Batman game because I've been forever since I played City.
Well, we've only had one Suicide Squad game, so there's only one good Suicide Squad.
It's still getting support though. Suicide Squad bros, we're getting Mrs. Freeze.
We did it, guys. We got it for free on Amazon. We're good to go.
I actually just realized that there's only one of these games that's even on my honorable mentions list that I haven't gotten all the achievements for.
Oh wow.
Oh wow!
I've got where's my list? I have on my top 5. I have all the achievements in all of them, but the one that I'll get to in a minute. But there's one that I had to cut off my list, and that one I did not quite have all of them. But I'll get to that in a moment. But so did you say you haven't even played City yet?
Yeah, I haven't played City yet. Like I said, it's because I think it's going to be an open world game, and
it's not too bad.
It's not.
It's open
especially with how much time you
favorite.
spent on Dynasty Warriors. You can spend some time on Arkham City.
The thing is, though, at least with Dynasty Warriors, it's like you can play as one character for a little bit, then go to another game. It's not like an open world game where you kind of constantly have to remember what you were doing.
It's a city, so it's the plot of the game.
It's a small city.
They segregated the bad part of Gotham to shove all the criminals in it, and so
just like really, Chicago.
It's Chicago. It's Batman Chicago City.
It literally is Chicago.
Hey, Neo, remember, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was in one city.
Yeah, but
no, this is
you're talking about Assassin's Creed, a bad.
Yeah, you're talking about also not on a 360. Also, you got to think a little bit smaller.
Brotherhood is
No,
on 360.
Brotherhood was 360 as well.
I thought Brotherhood.
Mine
Oh
is
wait, I'm getting
relevant.
it confused with the French one. My bad.
Unity, that was the first one on the next.
That's the one I
next
mixed
gen.
up. Sorry.
That was a couple. That was quite a few down the line.
Well,
But yeah,
I'm gonna
Filter's saying, yeah, City isn't too imposing like a lot of open world games, much more focused map and whatnot for Arkham City. So yeah,
it's like 1.5 like times bigger. It's not at all bad. I highly recommend it. It's peak.
it's definitely not imposing. Like I would say it's pseudo open world. I
Yeah.
almost argue that it's small enough to be considered a Metroidvania as well, but I see why it's not.
It's also one
I
of my favorite
concur.
collector's editions too. I ever bought too, because the game case was a art book, and it came with a little Batman statue, which I still have to this day.
I actually have Arkham City's collector's edition for PS3.
Okay,
So
Arkham
like I said,
Asylum.
I kind of just buy games when I collect them. So
you gotta do.
and
City.
then
It's
they
a
just
great
sit on my
game.
shelf
Yeah.
waiting.
Same, same.
Arkham Asylum is one of the worst collector's editions I ever got. Actually, I was so disappointed. I love the game to death, but
It's
it
because
had
you
this.
couldn't throw the battering.
Well, one, you couldn't throw it, but I got over that quick. But two,
Why
I
is
actually
that?
thought it was damaged. I thought it was a damaged batarang, because that's the big thing is you get this big batarang, and I open it up and it's all scratched to hell, and it's plastic, and so it looks like scratched up plastic, like your cat got a hold of it. And I was like, what? And I went on the internet and everyone was complaining, and it turned out it was battle damaged. And I'm like, they went through the extra
It's
effort
not a
to
bug; it's a
scratch it.
feature.
Yeah, they went through the effort to scratch it up to make it look worse. And I was just like, are you kidding me? So every single version looks like it's broken. It's the weirdest choice ever. So maybe the worst collector's edition I've ever bought.
I also have that one,
Nice.
but I have the 360 version.
The
my-
yes.
Yeah, my hot take was I was not a fan of the Arkham games for a really long time. I didn't like the combat, and it's because like I'm this
And
giant.
you play Assassin's
hulking
Creed.
Batman. Well, you're just an Assassin's Creed. This is you're freaking Batman, and I was like, why does it take so long to beat one thug up until I got a?
Because he has to work so hard not to kill him. He's just like, that's his kryptonite. So he's just like, I have to pull all my punches.
So
Exactly.
it took me a while, but I came around on it, and I love the games now. But I did not like the Batman, the Arkham games at first, because like, why do I have to hit this one thug so many freaking times to knock him out? I'm freaking Batman. So, and Christian Frades is here saying his personal favorite 360 game is Halo Reach. Good, that's a good one. I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see that one on someone's list tonight. So, and a new face that I've not seen before, Sam. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. How's your guys'
Mimzik
night been so
Uticue.
far? It is good. We are ranking our favorite 360 games, and we are just getting started on our number 5s. Let's see. We got Jason. We got Dude so far. So, James, what about you? You want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Why not? So mine, I started off reading it because it's a tough read. I had to do my research. My number 5 is Alan Wake. Absolutely love this game. One of my favorite horror games of all time. And it's hard being in my position because I'm a big horror fan when it comes to movies. And I have never been a horror fan when it comes to video games. Never. And it's because I don't like the mechanics that tend to come with horror games. So horror games tend to be made as survival games. I hate survival mechanics, and so a lot of the time it feels like you need to be a survival game to be a horror game. So that's where some of the fear comes from. And I just don't get along well with Japanese games. They frighten and confuse me in not all the wrong ways. So most of the horror games come out of Japan, and then comes along Alan Wake, and this is the
Maybe we should play Galgun first.
Galgun. Oh, I'm already afraid of women. That's too terrifying. But I got this collector's edition, and I don't know what sold me on this game, but I did get the collector's edition. I can't remember why.
I know what sold you.
I have the collector's edition too.
But I don't remember what made me get the collector's edition over the standard edition.
Collector's edition. Okay.
I love this game so much. The atmosphere is unmatched. The writing is unmatched, and it plays like a third-person shooter. Not a survival game, doesn't have tank controls or anything like Resident Evil. It plays like a proper, really great, really satisfying third-person shooter, but still manages to be scary and frightening. And I didn't know
it's never got a sequel.
Oh, shameful. Yes.
The sequel isn't that bad. It's actually pretty good.
I still have to play it. Thank you again, Insidious Bliss. I have not forgotten. But yes, it is so good. I didn't know at the time that it was a blatant ripoff, and they don't even hide it. Of
This
Twin
is
Peaks.
where. Yep, that's why I was gonna say.
I love it.
It's the Twin Peaks, the game.
I didn't know. I didn't watch Twin Peaks at the time. I played Alan Wake first, and then later on, I was
okay.
like, as I'm watching Twin Peaks, I'm like, oh, this is pointless. But it's still great. It's still great. They literally like went to the locations of Twin Peaks when I was doing my research to like reshoot the scenes and get inspiration. So it's super blatant. But yeah, it pulls a lot from Twin Peaks, a lot from David Lynch, a lot from Stephen King. They outright say Stephen King's name throughout the game. Great, weird storytelling. If you like strange games and strange feelings and creepy towns that you want to live in, but you'd be terrified to live in, cannot recommend Alan Wake enough. It is just a beautiful game. Beautiful music as well. Excellent soundtrack, which I think they take from the David Lynch inspirations. Is a great use of music and just wonderful characters. Definitely a game you can get lost in. So that is my number 5. And it is with my personal handicap because I'm dumb. It does have the only on Xbox thing right there, the American version. And I think it was exclusive for about 2 years, I want to say. And then it went over to PC and it got a PC port.
Yeah, it never got a PS3 port, but it got a
No.
PS4 and I think it got a PS4 and an Xbox One port.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a special game. Also, like it technically didn't do well, so we never thought we would get a sequel, and now we have. But at what cost? I'll find out. But yes, love this game so much.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't really think about what you guys were gonna put on your list, but if I had actually thought about it, I probably would have guessed that was gonna be on your list somewhere. Even though I've never played it myself because it's not really my genre, but yeah,
That's fair.
No one's gonna be surprised by not my number 1. But we've got Nagardnall in the chat saying, "Hail nerds, what's up, Nagardnall? Good to see you tonight, buddy." And
Yo.
Sam is saying, "I never tried Dead Island before, and I got it ordered. Can't wait to try it." So cool. I never did that one either, but I know. Oh, Dead Island! I was
great
thinking
market,
Dead Rising.
Yeah.
I played like 5 minutes of it when I'm playing through some games on the Xbox One because I'm testing to see what games can get to a playable state from just the disc. And from what I could tell, it could be fun.
It had great marketing.
I was
remember
just
that?
gonna say it had a great trailer.
Yeah, and a lot of people were actually let down because it's a totally fine game. Dead Island's a fine, functional game. But yeah, the marketing
Jason disagrees.
oversold it.
Jason's like this ass.
Oh, okay. It's the marketing made it seem like it was going to be game of the year, and it was not. So yeah,
I know a lot of people were
yeah.
let down after it had great marketing.
It had a good opening, I'll say that much, with the "Who do you voodoo, bitch?"
Can't go wrong with that.
All right, let's go, Carl, and then I'll finish off our number 5s.
All right, so my number 5. I don't know if this popped up on my background, but I limited
did
my.
see something real quickly.
Yes, I was testing to see if this would be a good idea to show us off, but I made a challenge for myself too. It had to be a game I played before I had money, and it had to be a game only one in a series because I could just load this up with, obviously all Mass Effect and Halo and just call it a day, but I had to limit myself there.
I did the same. Good pick.
Yep. I didn't have to do it on this one, but yeah, I typically will limit myself to one game per franchise on a top 5 list.
Yeah, I do that always myself because then it'd just be Halo and stuff like that.
Exactly. It's Halo, the list every time.
So this one, I think I told the story before, but I'll say it again. Walked into a random GameStop. I still kind of do I look by the cover art and read the back and go with it, even when I retro shop. So this one here was one of that for sure. It was good old Catherine for the Xbox 360.
I need to play that one.
Yeah, I never played
One of the best collector's editions.
My roommate.
Oh yeah, it does have panties.
had it.
Exactly.
Yes.
Isn't the panties though in the remastered one, not the original?
I have. Oh wait, no. The original collector's edition, which I have, has a pillow.
It was a pizza box. It was a pizza box with a pillow.
Yeah, pillowcase, not a body pillow. I mean, if you're a small
And
person,
boxers. It wasn't panties. It was boxers. It was white boxers.
I do remember that.
Gotcha.
I remember hearing about that.
Yes. Oh well, Jason's
Jason's
disappeared,
gonna
so he
go
might
get
have
his
it.
Catherine boxers.
He's just gonna come back into boxers and little
Where
sheep
the
head.
boxers? Where the boxers?
Show off them legs, Jason.
We need the gams.
Show them gams, you himbo.
Bliss, if you're out there and you do a Bear Force 1, we'll make James show off the boxers.
No, I don't.
But
But shorts.
basically, Catherine was one of the first games I played where I got to experience like a very bizarre and wacky story from a video game. Obviously, Catherine, if for the elevator pitch, you play as a guy named Vincent, and you're basically a struggling 30-something-year-old man with a girlfriend saying it's time to commit, and you have to fight basically your demons and in a puzzle form game. So the whole concept of the game is you have to pull out blocks and climb to the top of this little puzzle thing as fast as you can, as well as do other side stories trying to save other people from dying. And, you find out what the reason behind this is a vengeful god is trying to kill you.
Well, you forgot a very important part of it is that you have a girlfriend, but you're interested in this other girl, and they're both named Catherine, one with a C and one with a K.
Yeah, that's also the other gimmick, too. This is on this cover, it's your actual girlfriend, Catherine, over here. On the PS3 cover, it was the other Catherine.
With the K?
Yes.
Okay.
Carl, I'm gonna need who's your pick? Which Catherine? C Catherine or K Catherine?
I went with the home girl because I liked her design more.
Yeah, I gotta say, K Catherine a little annoying, and she's supposed to be more appealing. But yeah, I'm more into the Cougars, so C Catherine is definitely the winner for me.
Yes, and if you haven't played this, they did release a updated one called Catherine Full Body Edition for the Switch, and I believe it was also on the Vita and the PS4. So if you're looking to play this on modern consoles, I do think it's also on Steam now, but I don't know if it had the updated version or if there's a classic.
I can't remember if it was an Xbox One version or not.
No, but it is backwards compatible.
Okay.
So yeah, this is a very trippy game, a very acid trippy game. I would say that much. You're going to be playing this and you're going to just be like, what the hell is going on with this story? Because it's all over the place. And let's just say if you have problems in your life, you might be able to sympathize a lot with good old Vincent.
It's Atlas. You can expect some out there stuff.
Atlas is the GOAT, and the Atlas tax is still a very real thing for us collectors.
Yeah, what's funny on Steam is that it's only got the classic version. It doesn't have the full body edition.
Yeah, that's even weirder. See, I knew it had a classic one. I didn't realize that they didn't get the full body on Steam.
Very strange, yeah.
You know what's crazy? My game's the only one so far that hasn't been backwards compatible, but then again, it has a remaster anyways. So they want you
that's
to
true.
Rebuy it.
All right. Oh, and jumping back a tiny bit, there was something I meant to ask James before we moved on. There was an arcade game for Alan Wake that bridged the gap between 1 and 2, was there not?
Yes.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting story. I haven't beaten it yet because everyone unanimously bashes it. It's called American Nightmare, but it wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
wasn't actually made to like bridge the gap or anything. It was made as like a last ditch effort to get Microsoft to make them approve Alan Wake 2 because Sam Lake and Remedy. They were very much not done with Alan Wake. They wanted this to continue. Minor spoiler, Alan Wake ends on a pretty rough cliffhanger. So they were like, please let us make a sequel, Microsoft. And they were like, no, it wasn't successful enough. And so they were like, okay, what if we skim down Alan Wake, make it a 360 arcade title, and make it more actiony? And everyone hates it. I've played a little of it. It seems okay, but from what I hear, it's super repetitive, and it was not successful. So it was literally like everything they tried to do with it was a failure.
It was just okay. That's the best way to say it.
Yeah.
You don't have to like it. You don't have to hate it too much. It's just very mediocre and forgettable.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, I think that there was like this stopgap with an arcade game, but I don't know anything about it, whether it was well received or poorly received. So that was what I was wondering. So thank you. So All right, and got a couple more here. And before I move on and finish off for number 5, Forkin around is here. What's up, Forkin? Good to see you, buddy. And he's asking how much older is Melee K, James? Oh, James is 87, as he says here. But how much older?
Because I'm into
is
the
K?
Cougars. So yeah, what is the Cougar gap? So if I'm 87, that means that K is probably 126.
That's a big Cougar gap.
Yeah, she's a young Yoda.
And Sam, I don't know which game he was referring to, but says game looks fun. I'll have to get it. I'm assuming that was Catherine. And we got another new face I have not seen before, Isaiah Suchi. Hello and welcome, Mr. Team Fortress fan. So,
nope.
James is a big fan of Team Fortress. So
yeah, how's it feel, Isaiah? We won. TF2 is back, baby.
Hey, Team Fortress 2 is on Xbox.
Yeah, part of the Orange Box.
That's true.
So it's
a time capsule nowadays.
They fixed TF2.
TF2 is fixed. They're updating it again. There's a new comic coming out. They're releasing new updates. They're killing the bots with no survivors. It's great.
Awesome.
It's great,
that
man.
is so good to hear.
Yeah, it's been wild.
Oh, Sam, I actually would like to address that one too.
Oh, I was just gonna say, let me get this one first. Sam says, "I want to start collecting 360 games. I'll for sure add this to my collection. I'm only starting to collect though. You got to start.
It's actually
somewhere.
a bad time now because the digital store is about to close.
Get on it quick because the 360 store is
everything's
going
to start going up.
Everything has already had a large price spike. Just sorry to cut you off, dude, but
yeah,
there are a lot of games that are still only exclusive to the Xbox 360. Some of them are rarer games. I can give you a small list of what to avoid. Anything with Atlas on it has been seeing a big price spike. But I would say if you want to start collecting for Xbox 360 games, I would say go look on the backwards compatibility for the Xbox One and start there. A lot of those are cheap. If you kind of want some cheap ones to get into, Crackdowns, both Crackdowns, the original Dead Space trilogy, those are the easy ones, and of course all the original Halo 360 ones, such as ODST, Halo 3, Reach. Those are probably like your best start.
So,
definitely.
Yeah, dude, and well, I'm sure pretty much probably everyone except for me because I don't really have much of a collection. But yeah, pretty much everyone on this panel except for me is a great resource to go to for.
I think my Xbox 360 collection is my biggest, and I have like 900 games in that collection.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Physically, that's not even the digital. That's not even counting the digitals.
Yeah.
So yeah, and he's saying I want to do physical games. So yeah, you can probably reach out to any of these guys, and they'd be sure happy to answer questions.
I would say, Sam, I don't know where you live. Look up your local hobby stores. Try to find those. A lot of 360 games still are cheap, and a lot of them usually do buy two get one free sales. So if you want to try to just go there, pick out a few games. A lot of the 360 games usually are $10 and under, but a lot of the more expensive ones that don't have a digital library right now or were delisted a long time ago are super expensive right now. Like I was just checking in on one of them, and it went from $70 to almost $150 right now.
Which one is
that? Operation Darkness.
Do I have that one?
Sounds familiar.
That one's for Kay if she's watching. Look up Operation Darkness.
Oh, that's why I don't know it. It's one of her games.
If you wanted to, I believe I did load my Discord link into the stream description, and everyone here except for James is in my Discord. Shame on you.
I have the attention span of a goldfish. I only pay attention to my Discord.
I've only had it for a few weeks now. It's still brand new, but if you wanted to connect with any of us, you should be able to connect with us there. And
I do not have Operation whatever it is
among gamers.
Operation Darkness.
Yeah, I don't have it. At least when I'm sorting it by price.
The cover art goes so freaking hard. I want it just based on the cover. I don't even care if it's a JRPG or whatever. It looks great. I want that on a shirt. Oh my god.
So, all right. Well, I will go ahead and finish us off with our number 5s. And oh my god.
Yes, finish us off.
Finish us off.
That's
with
why
our
I'm
number
here.
5s. So the top 5 episodes I had to do the most homework for was number 1 was the soundtracks, and number 2 was video game conference announcements. This episode was easily the most difficult one to pick for because my number 1 was not a question about it because it's my favorite game of all time. You guys already know what that is, but I'm not going to say it yet. But for the other 4, I had 5 games I had to squeeze into those 4 slots. And I love all of these games equal. It was literally Sophie's choice trying to figure out which child I like the least out of these. I was literally racking my brain for like a week, and I didn't even finally commit to something until about 2 hours ago. I was like, I have to pick something, because I was like, do I go with whatever one I played the most hours with? Do I go by which one, if you said, hey, which one of these do you want to play? If I was to start playing one of these tonight, which one would you want to play the most? I'm like, none of those were a good metric. I literally don't have a good metric for it. I just had to cut. The one that I cut, which is in my honorable mentions, which I'll get to, is probably just because of the complexity of the setting it up to play. So I love that one just as much as the rest of them, but probably that was like the one thing I was like, if I'm going to have to pick something for why that one doesn't make it, I'll talk more about that when we get to honorable mentions. So it was very, very difficult to narrow my 2, 3, 4, and 5 down to 4 from 5 options. But I went with Skyrim for my number 5. I love the Elder Scrolls games. Skyrim's probably my favorite, and I often talk about Skyrim on 360. The 360 version is my favorite because it's the only version that has Kinect integration. I don't even have a Kinect anymore, but the Kinect integration with the 360 version of Skyrim is literally the best use of the Kinect ever.
Why didn't the Xbox One version bring that?
That is what I always wondered. It blows my freaking mind because they had an Xbox One version of Skyrim. Xbox One's launched with a mandatory Kinect, and they did not bring forward the Kinect controls into Skyrim. You can only play it with the Kinect controls on 360, and it is a game changer because you can do literally everything except for like the map stuff through voice commands. So you barely ever need to pause the game, and it is phenomenal. I love that game. It is just such a great RPG. Like I often talk about, like my introduction to RPGs was Oblivion, because before Oblivion, I thought all RPGs were turn-based JRPGs, which I'm not a fan of. Then someone introduced me to Oblivion, and I'm like, there are different type of RPGs, ones that I love. And so I was super excited for Skyrim. 11/11/11. I'll never forget that. I know I got it on launch day. I don't remember if I did a midnight launch. I'll have to go and look at my achievements because my timestamps will tell me that. But that is just such a great game. I have not played it. I put hundreds of hours into Skyrim, and I've played probably the Xbox One version. I probably played for about 40 hours, but I still have a lot to do. But I haven't played it like on every console known to man. It is one of the most ported games behind probably like Doom. But it's just a great game. I love that game, and I cannot ever say
Nothing can beat
praises.
Doom getting ported. I think that's got over 1,000 ports at this point.
That would
I don't
not
know.
surprise me.
Can
But
you
I always
call
have to
yourself
sing
a
the
gamer
praises of the
if you-
Kinect integration on the 360 version of Skyrim.
Can you call yourself a gamer if you haven't fallen for Todd's sweet little lies and bought in Skyrim 11 times on every single platform that it's come out on?
Yeah, where's DJ Todd Howard?
Yeah, exactly. It's funny is I've bought in Skyrim, I think multiple times, and I've never played it because it terrifies me because it's such a big game. Similar to what Dude was saying about Arkham City. That's how I feel about Skyrim. and
Arkham
I'm
City's tiny.
I think
Yeah.
the one reason why I don't mind Bethesda's open world games compared to others is because the way it structured itself. Like whenever you go to a dungeon, it actually feels like an actual dungeon. Unlike a lot of other open world games where it just feels like a linear path. I would say Bethesda's dungeons are actually fun, and it breaks up the open world, in my opinion, in a way that it actually makes it so that you're not just using the open world to just get from place to place.
Listen, you've played Skyrim, but have you played Ultimate Skyrim?
I've never heard
Okay,
of Ultimate Skyrim.
is that the latest Skyrim? Because I'm actually interested in the latest Skyrim because they added fishing, and the fishing looks real fun.
No, it's the one where you turn on all the mods and just see what kind of chaos happens.
Oh, okay. I know the Macho Man mod. That's my
It's-
favorite mod.
Oh
It's-
yeah!
It's
Macho Man
basically the
Dragon
video
mod,
game
yeah.
equivalent of going down the soda fountain and filling it with every soda.
I
Yeah,
prefer the Thomas
basically.
Tank Engine as a dragon.
I'm not gonna lie, Donkey's video when he did Ultimate Skyrim changed my life forever, and I love Skyrim even more after that video.
I've heard about that.
I
but
have
don't
all of
watch
the
it
achievements
myself.
for Skyrim and the Xbox 360 version, the Xbox One version, the original PC release, and the PS3. There's still 2 more versions I can get achievements for,
Oh, nice.
and that's
I'm
the
trying-
PS4 and the Legendary Edition on PC.
I'm trying to do that as well. I got the platinum trophy for the PS4, and I'm only missing one achievement for the Xbox One.
Okay.
The
Nice.
PS3 version is definitely the worst one because
Oh yeah,
Oh,
they
I've
just
heard about
don't know
that.
how to develop. They did not know how to develop for the
everything
console,
on the PS3 usually was,
unless it was built for the PS3.
and even then, that's suspect.
I would say the Uncharted game, even though I haven't played the Uncharted games, from what I can tell, they were perfect on PS3.
Maybe, but every other PlayStation 3 exclusive I played, I'm like, I want to smash this controller.
That sounds like more of it's a problem for the controller than the console itself.
Yes, because the controller is bad.
So Sam is saying he also loves Skyrim. All right. And Fork Round says, here's someone mentioned Skyrim. Oblivion Fanatic enters the chat.
I was gonna say, I always feel it's interesting with Elder Scrolls because I find that people have like their one Elder Scrolls and they stick to it. So mine is Oblivion, and I know Kay's is Morrowind. Neo, is yours Skyrim? Is that the peak Elder Scrolls for you?
I've only played Oblivion and Skyrim, but and they're both great games. I do love them both, but if I had to pick which one I like more, it is Skyrim.
I played Skyrim more because of the achievements, but because Oblivion only had one achievement list, and Morrowind's never had an achievement list.
Only had one achievement list, but it had Patrick Stewart. So it's like, what do you do?
For a few minutes.
Well, whenever OG Xbox
Spoilers.
gets support on retro achievements, I'm pretty sure Morrowind will be one of the first games on there.
Definitely. So, and then Sam is asking, do you guys like Bully?
Yes, I
heard it's
love
an underrated Rockstar game.
I love it. I do it on Twitter. I do it in Discord.
Of course, James.
But yeah, what are we talking about?
The game Bully from
Oh,
Rockstar.
the game. Oh, my bad. Yeah, no, it's great.
I've heard it's good. Oh,
It's great.
yep. And there's K. Morrowind Supremacy.
There we go.
Yes,
And-
the end walls will inhabit the earth.
And Sam is asking Carl about your anime, which isn't actually an anime.
Starts with the C.
That's not an anime character.
Yeah, he took the Psychonauts character.
Oh, it's Catherine. It's Catherine.
Oh,
Oh.
the game.
Yeah,
Catherine.
it's
Yeah.
Catherine. Sam, it's called Catherine.
I thought it was asking about your little avatar, but
It is an anime-esque game. There's some anime cutscenes.
For his avatar, just look up hand banana, and then you'll figure out. What
Tonight, you.
I have a feeling you don't want to do that.
There's only 2 Rockstar games I've actually finished, and both of those were Midnight Club games.
I
Up in the
I wish
club.
they bring that series back. Midnight Club Dub Edition, baby. That
Midnight Club 3
best.
was the best racing game ever. There's no game that's
good.
ever
I
matched
played
it.
the demo of one of those Midnight Club games, and I thought it was fun.
It's
I liked
good.
it. More
I even
than
played it on the
any of
PSP,
GTA
so I
games.
had the really long load times.
Oof.
So, all right. Well, that will bring us into our number 4s.
I'll start off 4.
All right, go for it.
So my number 4 has already been said, so that's why I said I'll start it off.
All right,
Good old Alan Wake.
Alan Wake, nice.
Alan Waka.
That's the Canadian version I got. Yes, Alan Waka.
So Alan Wake was one of those fun games that I tried out on a go because I was a big Remedy fan with the good old Max Payne series. And when I saw they made a new game called Alan Wake, I kind of liked that, dark, spooky vibe to it and everything else like that. So rented this on GameFly, came in on GameFly back in the day, and I was hooked from that. What's there to say? It's a writer named Alan Wake going into this middle of nowhere town in Pacific Northwest to get away from his writer's block, and then you find out about this big curse going on there. As James said before, it was one of those weird games where it wasn't really about like your guy's an action hero or something. He's just some normal dude, basically a regular New Yorker who doesn't really know how to do things, and your weapon was a flashlight, and that was very interesting, new, and refreshing at the time. One thing I will say, though, is Remedy doesn't know what America really is like because everything feels like Sweden or Finland. Sorry, they're from Finland.
It's part of the charm.
It's part of the charm, indeed. One of my favorite memories was the achievement for you put the lime in the coconut.
Put the lime in the coke. Yes, that part.
Yes,
So-
and
It's
if you
so long
played
since
it
I played
twice,
that game, I don't remember that one.
yes, if you played it twice on the jukebox, they gave you an achievement because you hit it again. So that was a fun little Easter egg. I just like the story a lot. The DLC for this game was actually pretty cool too.
Yeah.
If you haven't played the DLC, I suggest that you do because it really helps. And you know, I don't really think that we had too many games around this time that tried to do something like new and interesting with their characters. So Alan Wake, like I said, he's just a horror writer. He's just basically like not really your average Joe, but he's just like more of just like a regular guy, and he's just thrusted into a situation. And it's not like he becomes like this super crazy, awesome superhero. He's just going through life, and most of the game is just ducking around, putting some Duracell batteries into your flashlight, and random product placement of I think a Kia Soul or something too. That was also one of the
and the
things.
batteries are Energizer. I remember that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah,
Those type of
it like
product placements are fine.
it sticks out, but it's like I'm cool with it because it's weirdly logical in a non-logical game. So
Well, it's supposed to be in our world, so it makes sense.
yeah, is it?
It's not
Is it in our
ham-fisted
world?
like
Yeah.
Death Stranding.
Oh, we do not talk about Death Stranding on the show, sir.
Oh, sorry. The game that shall not be named.
Well, there goes my number one pick.
Damn.
That wasn't a 360 game anyways.
Oh,
All right.
But yeah, what can I say about Alan Wake is that my dogs are singing the song of their people, so I'll put my mic on mute.
yeah, and of course I will second him as I already did. Alan Wake Supremacy. First game is so good with great characters, great music, great atmosphere, great writing, and great gameplay. In my opinion, there's only one other game that compares in the horror genre, and that's Fear. And so Alan Wake and Fear are my two favorite horror games of all time because they're the only two
So I
horror
guess
games
you're going
that
next.
no, well that ain't on my
you-
list because it's not in my handicap. But
Oh, okay. I was gonna
yeah.
say, yeah, you leading into your number 4.
yeah, no, Fear was a PC game first, and then it went to the 360. But
Oh,
Yes.
I did not realize that.
Mhm.
Yeah. But what can I say? I like the Twin Peaks aspect of it. I do like the trippy writing of Remedy. I am a Remedy fanboy. I will say that. So every opinion I have on Remedy, take with a grain of salt because it will be slanted.
Is Alan Wake your favorite Remedy game as well?
Actually, no. Control is my favorite Remedy game.
That's my favorite as well.
still got to play Control.
That's
It
a
looks
great
so
game.
good.
And
I'm
also
looking forward
the
to playing it again.
Alan Wake DLC is also another big thing that I liked about it too. Only game I also got the platinum trophy and all the achievements for it too.
Nice. So, all right. And James, you have a fellow Canadian in chat.
Oh my
Sam
God,
is-
Oh, hey
Canada.
there, you hoser. How you doing?
I'm so sorry. I'm
No,
so
you gotta
of course. I
You
have
gotta
to
say it
sorry.
Canadian like, James. I'm
Oh, he
so
did.
sorry.
Oh, I
Yeah.
heard it.
There you go.
You guys say sorry. Yeah, you look like a bag of milk. That's what your body looks like, you hoser.
Sam, you and me, let's take this country back. All I want to do is put John Candy on the $5 bill, so we can do it, right? He deserves it.
And we got Nerd Takes us here saying, hey, everyone. What's up, Jay? Good to see you, buddy.
Nerd
Oh, and Fractured saying Max Payne is the best thing Sam Lake ever did.
Yeah, you know what? Most people, when they lose their wife, all they do is cry. What does Max Payne do? He jumps in slow motion and shoots people. He's the best.
Well, let's see here. Oh, no, never mind. I was thinking something else. So, all right. Oh, shoot. Yeah, anyone want to jump on number 4?
Do James.
Okay.
Do it.
All
Okay.
right, yeah, let's go into. Sure.
We can keep going in circles or whatever. I'm cool with that. Okay, talking about shooting people. Now let me talk about a game where we can clean up the streets and shoot
Oh
people.
God.
This
I already know.
is the game. The hey, we got a good game with our beta. This is Crackdown, and yes,
Ooh.
I did.
not-
I just bought this game only because it came with the Halo 3 beta.
That's why I bought it too.
Nice.
Hold on, James. Shout out to Neo, you bastard, for Crackdown.
Anytime Crackdown comes up, it's like Neo, that bastard.
Why? I don't even know
I
this
didn't have it
lore.
online, so I didn't really care about the demo.
Oh.
Neo, you tell him that since you like
Oh,
to take.
it was. Was it when I was on your channel or you were on mine? This was like probably like 2 months ago. No, I think it was when I came on RNG. a couple months ago, and we started talking about Crackdown, and then like it got the bug in Carl's ear, and so he started playing Crackdown. Like every episode after that, he brought it up, and he kept going. And Neo, that bastard, got me playing Crackdown again.
And I
Good.
beat
It's a
it.
great
I
game.
beat it this year because of you.
Excellent.
Did you get the full 1,000 gamer score?
No, because I was like, I got to do other things with my life.
I did not expect to see that on your list, James, but that is a fun game.
Really?
I love the Crackdown
Well,
franchise.
check this puppy out here. There it is. My congratulations. I got my Halo 3 beta. This is the original thing right there that I got. But yes, I did just buy this for the beta, and that was the running joke, is that, hey, we got a good game with our beta. And it was awesome killing time in this. I was literally killing time playing Crackdown while I was queuing up for the Halo 3 beta, going back and forth. But if you don't know, Crackdown is a open world GTA-esque game, but you are the police. You are in the police force, a super police officer, almost like RoboCop here. And you are cracking down on the criminal scum. And what makes the game so good is it's open world, and you can take down any of the criminal gangs, all the stereotypical criminal gangs. You got Mexicans, you got Italians, you got Russians, you got Asians. You're going to kill them all. And they all have different levels of difficulty. I think the Asians are the hardest, if I remember.
Yes, they
You're
are.
supposed to start off with the Mexican gangs.
That's right. The Mexicans are the easiest.
Because there's
God, I
3
love this
islands,
game.
and the one island, because it's basically 4 islands. The center island is your giant police headquarters. One island is the Mexican, where Mexican
The
territory.
Vatos.
Yeah.
Then there's the second island by difficulty is the Russian gang, and
That's
then
right.
the last island is the Chinese. I believe it was Chinese.
I think
The Phi
so.
Dan's charismatic Wang.
Yeah, this guy right here. He
Yeah.
looks pretty Chinese.
But yeah,
But-
that game. I'm so glad that game turned out to be a lot of fun, because I only bought it for the beta too, and I'm like, this is a fun
It is.
game.
It is, and it's so good, and it's like super police state, which is just great. And what's wonderful about it is that it's got like a cool RPG, action RPG level up system, but you don't like just level up and then put things in those slots. You level up all of your categories by literally doing things. So if you want to get buff, you have to beat the hell out of people. If you want to become an expert marksman, you got to shoot them. If you want to become the best driver in the world, ironically, you have to run people over.
Sounds like Oblivion.
There's other ways to get that skill up, but that is one of them.
Oh, that's how I did it. But my favorite thing about this game, my absolute favorite thing, it's such a good game, is the agility orbs. If you
I
want
knew
to
you were
jump,
going to say that.
I love it. If you want to jump super high in the sky, like reading Rainbow, what you do is the world is littered with these agility orbs, and they are so addictive. This is crack in a video game. And in the
Yep.
title.
And the sound effect is so.
Oh yes, I have literally I have been sick to death, not able to do anything, and what I will do is I will wipe my save on Crackdown, and I'll just be like,
orbs.
just like getting agility orbs. 'Cause that's all
Orbs.
I can do. That's all I can do. So I love this game so much. I highly recommend it. If you're into open world GTS games, you have to play it. It's very unique, very fresh. I love Crackdown 1.
You mean GTA or GTS?
GTA
GTA-esque.
esque.
I'll
But-
take Crackdown over GTA any day.
Most of them, yeah, absolutely. It is so
Way more
fun and
fun.
addictive. The story ends in a super cool twist, and that announcer is like iconic. That is like
Oh,
one of
yes.
the
voices-
narrator. I forget,
Yeah. Go get him and all that. And I love
New
how you
agency
level up.
intel, agent.
I don't know which agent you played as, but I was the goth kid, and I thought it was
Same.
so hilarious. Oh, you're a goth kid.
I
So
was,
you-
yeah.
So you start off bald because you don't have to play this guy here on the cover. There's like a bunch of agents you can play.
Yeah,
so
like Sam is saying, the Crackdown main character looks like Will Smith. He's using steroids. Yeah,
it's true. Imagine
you
the
gotta-
slaps on this guy.
you can pick out of a bunch of different agents.
But yeah, it's so funny how they level up because their facial features level up as well. So you start off bald as a goth kid, but your raccoon eyes get thicker as you level up, and you grow a mohawk, a goth mohawk. And by the time you're maxed out, it's brilliant. Just talking about it right now, I want to play it. Everyone should
Yes.
go play Crackdown. It's
All the
amazing.
piercings too are on your face as well.
You get more piercings. You get stronger if you pierce your face. Who knew? So yeah, just such a good open world, exciting, fun, tight arcade game that I recommend to everybody.
And entirely playable in co-op. I think Crackdown 1 was 2-player co-op, but I think
Yes.
Crackdowns 2 and 3 were 4-player co-op.
Hmm.
Yeah, we need to have a Crackdown game night. I'm still holding out, Neo.
Yes.
You keep doing this.
Let's do it. I will, as I said on State of the Nerd, my time for more streaming time is coming very soon. But I'll talk more about that at the end of the stream. But yes, we'll figure out a time. We'll do it.
Even though I've never played any of the Crackdown games, I remember when Marvel was trying to ship around its properties for individual games.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought the Crackdown devs would have been great for a Hulk game.
Yes. I mean, hey, I love Incredible Hulk Ultimate Destruction, but that is a top 5 Xbox contender, not a.
Could you imagine
Yes.
a Hulk game with Crackdown's building mechanics?
Yeah, they're building
Teardown
mechanics. Just the agility orbs are just so addictive in this game. Like, just give me more open world games with the agility orb and the level up system. So I don't even know what this specific team is doing anymore. Who made this? Renderware?
Rufian, I believe.
Real Time World?
Tragic name.
Oh, wait, no. Rufian, I think, took over for Crackdown 2. Real Time Worlds, I think, was Crackdown 1.
Real Time Worlds. They're probably not even alive.
I don't think they
anymore.
exist
No.
anymore.
One thing I would like to say about Crackdown 1 and 2 is usually they're free on the Xbox store.
That's right.
And
you
on top,
get them for free. Yeah.
and on top of that too, they're great podcast games. If you're looking to just turn your brain off and listen to your friends stream or something like that.
You don't have to pay attention to the game much.
Yeah, exactly. I usually put those type of games on to listen to. A lot of these guys stream actually.
You can listen to this stream right now while you start punching small Mexicans in the face, and by the time the stream is over, you will be punching Russians and or Asians in the face. It is a great time.
And possibly have a mohawk.
Yeah.
And a mohawk.
Or be the best Samoan you can be.
Yep, there was a Samoan guy. One thing that was in Crackdown 1 that I think they removed in the previous one or the later ones is that not only do your character gets bigger and buffer as they level up their skills, but the agency vehicles, as you level up your driving skill, also transform, and that was awesome. But I think they got rid of it.
It's such a sleek transformation. It's so satisfying because you launch into that agency car and it literally like a transformer. Yeah, and it goes down. It's butter. There's so much in this game that's like butter and just satisfying. And that's what's missing nowadays is satisfying gameplay. Like you level up your physique and you punch someone in the street. It's so satisfying.
Wait, whenever you play a game, you want gameplay? I thought you'd want cinematics.
Oh, that's true. You know what? And there's like one cinematic in this game.
Yeah.
It's like the opening and that's it.
And then I think at the end when you beat the boss, the final.
Oh, and when you go to the new area and the announcer's like, Dia Muertos, the new Mexican gang that must be stopped.
Yeah, there's an intro for each island, and then there's like once you beat the boss of each island. So there's not much. It's just go and wreak havoc, and yeah, it's a great fun time.
So good.
Oh, and then there was a free DLC that they added, which was Keys to the City, which basically was debug mode, where you could just spawn everything you wanted and just go nuts. Yeah. That was a lot of fun too.
And there was also DLC for more agents as well, which were great. I love the masked guy. I mainly played the goth guy, but the stormtroopery one was also super fun.
So, Nerd Takes is saying I never actually played Crackdown. Well, we will.
Do it.
Do Crackdown night. You're definitely invited if you have it, because that was a fun game.
Get cracking and crack down on some Crackdown here. It's a great time.
And don't forget to call Neo a bastard.
Yeah.
It's obligatory. The game won't launch if you don't do that.
You have
to go
to.
hand in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So all right. Let's see here.
Let's just keep going in a circle.
All right.
I'll go next.
That brings it to Dude for your number 4.
I'll go ahead and go with Call of Duty Black Ops. And I have the hardened edition.
He's got the big Black Ops edition.
Yeah. Well, there is a bigger one, but
Black Ops.
that one comes with a helicopter. But actually, what's funny is I played this one on PS3, but I love this Call of Duty because I played Call of Duty religiously until after this game came out. Because this was like the peak of Call of Duty for me, and I'm just taking it apart so you can see what's inside. But I jokingly say that this game came out the same year as Mass Effect 3, and it has 4 endings.
Oh yeah, you did mention that recently.
No.
It's got more endings than Mass Effect 3.
Yeah. Got some collectible coins in here.
Nice.
And
this was Treyarch, this one?
yes, this is
Yeah.
Treyarch.
Okay. I never
got
played
the
this
Steelbook.
one.
This is the best one, and like I said, it has those multiple endings. You don't know how the story is going to go because it has like set in the future. Well,
Mhm.
it actually has like some in the past, but most of it's in the future. But they did it well in this game, and it's just a really good story because you don't know what the main villain wants until the very end, and or how he's going to do it, and it takes the technology aspect of the futuristic warfare in a really interesting way. But like, and also introduced another a couple things in the campaign that's never been done as well, where each mission has 10 little side objectives that you have to complete to fully complete the campaign. When it comes to the achievements, of course, one of them is like collecting all the intel, but which is like all your collectibles. But they also added another portion for the campaign where it feels like an RTS, but whenever you can actually choose to just be in the RTS mode, or you can actually go into the first person mode of that character and just play the game like a Call of Duty game instead of just being RTS. It was really fun, and it was also all the missions in that were side objectives. You didn't have to complete them to complete the campaign, but you had to complete them to get the best ending. And but of course, that's not even counting the multiplayer. I love that multiplayer. I played that game so much that I ended up getting all of the guns golden before the first DLC even dropped, and that means completing all the challenges for every gun.
That's insane.
Yeah, and I did it in hardcore mode as well. So you
I would
get
expect
a couple
nothing
hits, get a couple hits, and you're dead.
Also, just recently, I know Activision fixed the servers for the Black Ops 2 multiplayer as well.
Yeah, I think the only thing they didn't fix was probably like the ranked mode, but the if you end up getting in a game with a hacker, they end up unlocking all the base game achievements. And even true achievements is like, yeah, we're not gonna ban people if that happens to them because you have to actually go. Yeah, you actually have to. This one is the only this Call of Duty actually does have some online multiplayer achievements, and outside of that ranked mode, the other ones are not that bad. Like the worst one is getting the first prestige, which is just getting the max level and then deranking back to level 0 again. But it only asks you to do it once, unlike World at War, where it asked you to do it 10 times. And that game was way slower to level up because it had way less challenges to complete. But and then of course there's I only played Transit because by the time I finished getting all the guns golden, I was just ready to be done with Call of Duty. And then of course Ghost came out, and I'm like, and everyone was like, this was trash. So I didn't even pick up Ghosts. And Black Ops 2 was the last Call of Duty I played when it was the hot piece of meat.
Do you have
But again,
to play Black Ops 1 to get the story of Black Ops 2?
you don't have to, but you can but you'll miss some of the references because a couple of the characters are from Black Ops 1.
Okay.
But you don't have to play World at War to get Black Ops 2.
Okay.
But there are some things you would like to have in Black Ops 1 if you want to from World at War. So you kind of would want to play from World at War Black Ops than Black Ops 2.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't big on Call of Duty, so I think the last one I played was Modern Warfare 2, the original one.
Yeah,
Well,
Black Ops was the original one that I played. I missed out on 2. I've been meaning to go back and do it.
Do it.
So,
It's a
how about
It's a great full package.
oh,
Heyo.
full package? It's like, dude, you play Arkham City, and Carl, you play Black Ops 2 or 1, whichever one it was.
I played every Call of Duty until Black Ops 2. I stopped at Black Ops 1. That
Well, there was Modern
Call of
Warfare
Duty.
3 in between Black Ops 1 and 2.
I guess Modern Warfare 3 was the last one I played then. But those were the last ones I played. I can't remember. I think I started playing TCG around that time.
Ah.
And thing is, though, at least for this era, remember it was tied. Call of Duty was more tied to Xbox during this era because they had the deal with Microsoft where they would release the DLC a month early on Xbox. or something like that. I can't remember the timing on it,
Mhm.
but that era it was more Xbox than anything else.
All right, dude. I think you sold Sam. He says I'm gonna have to get World at War, Black Ops 1, and Black Ops 2 for my collection so I can get the whole story. I
Luckily,
did not
there
know
is
the World at War was connected.
it
Yeah.
is a little bit, but Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 is in a dual pack, so you can get those at the same time if you can find it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look out on a Steam sale for these because I'm sure they'll drop. It's crazy. They're like $80 Canadian. Like
Still?
full
What?
price. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Holy
don't. They never
crap.
go on sale,
They never go on sale.
especially
That's
the DLC.
ridiculous.
Black
Oh,
Ops.
jeez.
Yeah,
Buy them
Black
physically at this point, man.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
talking Canadian dollars, but Black Ops
Still.
2 is $80 Canadian.
And
so
this
probably
is backwards
ridiculous.
compatible, so just get the physical and play it on your Xbox Series X.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up how much it goes on sale, or else I'll go on.
Yeah, physical's probably cheaper. It's ridiculous.
Black
It
Ops.
depends. Your retro shops will probably have it for way cheaper than a GameStop.
Yeah, I think it might be like $20.
Even wow, that's crazy. Its lowest recorded price on Steam is still $21 Canadian. That is crazy. It's never gone below
Wow.
67% off. So it hasn't even gotten to 75, even though it's from 2012.
Well, this
That's
was this was
crazy.
the moment that Activision realized they couldn't keep making good Call of Duties because they made the best one here.
Oh wow.
And it's
Wow.
like Ghost was like, okay, all these people are going back to Black Ops 2. We can't keep making games that are as good as Black Ops 2. So just start making them mid.
What's
But bro,
crazy
they
is,
had a full mocap dog.
for Ghost, right? I
Yes.
like Ghost. I don't love it. I like it. I got it for free though.
I did
and
enjoy Ghost for what it was, but I played it like years later.
Yeah,
I think a decade later.
I got it for free in a promotion where Best Buy was trying to up their used games, so you could trade in any game and get Assassin's Creed, Black Flag, Call of Duty Coast, and some sports games. So I got Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty for free, and it was my first time playing a Call of Duty since Modern Warfare because I wasn't a big fan of it, and I was like, I like it. I mainly played the multiplayer. I didn't even beat the campaign. But I remember being really angry anytime another player would kill my dog. And it was just, I was screaming and I'd be like, I'm going to hunt you down. You killed my dog I spawned in for the 50th time.
Actually, I would say that Ghost has one of the better stealth missions in Call of Duty and tank mission because it actually feels like you're in a tank in that mission because you even go like 60 miles per hour in the desert. That's how tanks are normal today. They're not like it's not like they're just gonna tread quietly across a desert. They're gonna steamroll across it.
James, my name is Melee James. You killed my dog. Prepare to die.
Back in my day, Call of Duty used to put footage of the Holocaust in their games.
True. True.
I still say that Call of Duty should try and do a Master Chief collection.
COD collection.
Yep.
And
They would
unlike
sell.
unlike Halo, they all have a similar engine.
They could
So it wouldn't be much
maybe
easier
split
to
it
put 'em
into
all-
like the Treyarch collection and maybe do the.
What I would do is I would split it between
That's a good
World-
idea.
I would split it in 3 sections, but put it all in the same game. Just release it like a year apart from each other. But you do like the World War II collection, which is all of the World War II games.
Okay.
And this entire collection will go up to Ghosts because after Ghosts it starts getting to be a different engine and all that. But you would do the World War II collection, which would be all the original games in World at War. Then you'd have the Modern Warfare collection, which would be Modern Warfare 1, 2, 3, and Ghosts. And then you'd have the Black Ops, which would be Black Ops 1 and 2.
We just need a remake of Big Red 1.
I mean, that would be part of the World War II collection.
We could have the Big Black Red 1 collection. How about that? There's so many double entendres you can do with that combination. So I'm in for that.
My grandpa died on Italy just to be made fun of in a joke of this day.
Dude, you sold me on Black Ops 2. I've been long a I guess nihilist or something, or apathetic rather, to Call of Duty. But if you say it's the peak, I'm curious. I'm gonna try it. Hopefully it drops below $20 on Steam because that's where I would probably.
Like I
wanna
said,
play
just pick it up physically. It's the best way to do it.
Yeah, I could for sure. But,
I know you have an Xbox Series X, so
I know. I like shooting people with my mouse and keyboard when I get a chance, but I'll go. I can go both ways. But
Heyo.
true.
All right. And we got Amon Ra coming in saying, what's up? He's a dyslexic cow now.
The dyslexic cow.
No, he's a cow. He's a cow looking in the mirror.
Ah, that's what it is. What's up, Amon Ra? Good to see you. And I did go in and I turned off the Nightbot caps lock hall monitor, so you can now.
You want me to test it?
Yes, you can now yell without getting scolded by the bot.
Yes.
So
there we go.
All right. I guess that would bring it to Jason for number 4.
Yeah. My number 4. Again, I was never a big first-person shooter fan. Only one that I really played a lot of was Battlefield 2 on PC. But my number 4 is going to continue this COD train, I guess we're going on. But this was the reason why we had multiple 360s in the house, is because obviously we wanted to play online. My brother's a really good first-person shooter, and I just wanted to tag along kind of thing. So we had 2 consoles, but mine is Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare. So the first one.
The first Modern Warfare.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
That's
thought
the
this
one-
was supposed to be controversial, Jason. You're
Yeah,
letting me
your number
down.
4 is
No,
supposed
no,
to
no.
be the controversy.
It is. Wait, this is the first time it's not on number 4. So yeah.
Oh,
I was
okay,
looking at
so it's
that.
another one.
It's another one. It's another one. But again,
If you had gotten
we'll get
started
there
with
soon.
Call of Duty and Black Ops 1, you wouldn't have had to have 2 consoles. Because they actually did
Yeah.
split screen online there.
Yeah, I mean, my brother probably would not have liked that, because again, like we were all like computer shooter fans. Like I said, Battlefield 2 is our of choice, and then my brother's been pretty much just hardcore like all the other types of shooters, just so like he has to have his own screen. So we just had
Gotcha.
multiple consoles kind of thing. So but yeah, so the first one would be the one that I know that I played a lot of, especially with friends. You know, nothing special that can be said about it, except for I just remember having the most time on that game, and I just pretty much stopped playing PC shooters because it's like, oh cool, I have Xbox Live, I'm just gonna jump on this with all my friends and then learn how to use a controller instead of a keyboard and mouse to do everything. So story was,
so you went the other direction. You went PC to console.
I went PC to console, yeah, and then finding my way going back very rarely these days, but yeah, finding my way going backwards now. But yeah, story was fine. I don't remember much of it except for beating it again, but again, it was just the multiplayer. And like this is the time frame where like if it doesn't have a multiplayer, I don't have much time to sink myself into many hours of single player story games. So it's like I got to jump on for an hour or 2, play with a bunch of friends, get off, and then continue doing what I was doing with sports and all that kind of stuff. So this was my number 4. Looking back on it, Modern Warfare 2 from the 360 was the last Call of Duty that I played. So yeah, so this is the time frame where I was like, oh cool, I'm playing first person shooters, and now I really don't touch them.
I know you hated those one-man armies with the noob tubes.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
I got a couple of nukes in Modern Warfare 2, but I never used that strategy.
Yep.
Say?
This is the game that tore the 360 fandom amongst all my peers apart. So I was a big Halo 3 simp, and when Call of Duty Modern Warfare came out, it kind of tore everybody and was like, we're all playing Call of Duty now. And I was like, no, I'm sticking to Halo. And so everyone was no longer friends, and no one was all partying up together because some people stayed over on Halo, some people went to Call of Duty. I played this game, but yeah, I was almost a detractor of it because it was so different from Halo. But I was fine with that. I was fine with it being different from Halo. It's, in my opinion, radically different than Halo in terms of its mechanics. I just hated when Halo tried to be more like it in the future iterations. And so I was like, why? You could be different, both of you. And
that was the nice thing about it back then too, because then you had your Call of Duty, you had this, and you're like, oh cool, I'm just gonna go super jump and do crazy other things in Halo instead of having the same mechanics and all that stuff. You had the real shooter on the COD side, and then you had your space shooter over there, and then
I kind of consider Halo to be an arena shooter and Call of Duty to be a arcade shooter.
Yeah.
Okay. Very different. It has sprint. You die super quick. It feels like, if you look in a direction, that's whoever you see first will die. But yeah, I do have a lot of memories with this game and trying to swap up tactics and everything. I had to take a break for a while because there was a point where it was like everyone had rocket launchers and everybody had Martyrdom, and I called this game Bomberman. Yeah.
I was giving you crap about that the other night.
Oh no.
Martyrdom.
I called this game like Bomberman because it was just like constant explosions everywhere, and it was like spawn dead, spawn dead, spawn dead, spawn dead, and it was just like, what? Give me a second to think here. But yeah, it was crazy. Of course, I would be remiss not to mention the infamous lobbies. This was probably the most referenced lobby of the 360 was Call of Duty Modern Warfare, and that's where a lot of memories.
He's using a riot shield.
Oh god,
That's Modern Warfare 2, not Modern Warfare 1.
Oh god, I
both had very infamous lobbies.
I never played Modern Warfare 2. But I did play Modern Warfare 1, and I have personal lobby memories as a participant and as a viewer that I cannot repeat on this channel. But it was the best of times. I really miss the 360 pre-NXC lobby experience, and this did come out in that time period because the NXC changed things so that if you grouped up with people, it would automatically put you in a private call, and I hated that. And the second NXC came out, everyone was silent. Whereas before, it like encouraged everyone to be in this big open forum, and it was that you would have the funniest stories, and there'd be so many memories you'd be forging with complete strangers, and you'd make these friends for like 10 minutes, and then they'd be gone, and then you're just left with the memory. I have so many memories from Modern Warfare of the 360 era of just like all these people where I'm like, oh, I wonder what they're doing now. You know, I was hanging out with them for 10 minutes. They were hilarious and funny, and then they're gone because, you know, rejoin a different match. So that's what I really remember about Modern Warfare in a positive way is the horrible lobbies. It just fill me with so much joy.
Only horrible if you're a part of the Twitter, Roddy.
This was before Twitter, so they don't count.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very willing participant.
They were amazing
in the fun.
But then again, so were the Halo lobbies.
I miss the old lobbies where you used to call each other slurs, and then you said, "Good game."
Not having
afterwards.
these lobbies anymore has just made me not care about multiplayer games anymore.
Yeah,
because it just feels like you're playing against bots.
No, now you just do it in a Discord chat with all the random people you know.
I was playing the Master Chief Collection a few days ago, and there was some randos that were publicly talking in the lobby, and I was like, oh, I'm home. And again, I can't repeat the things they were slinging at each other, but it was like, oh God, this brought me back. And what's funny is they bonded. They started off hating each other, and they were talking trash, and then after a few minutes, they're just like, yo, bro, what else do you play? And they made friends, and I was like, oh, that's how it used to be. That's how it used to be. It was so good.
I just remember talking trash during Call of Duty Black Ops 1, where I was just kicking this one lobby's completely back and forth across all the maps. Like I was getting like 20 and 2 as my kill death ratios, and they started saying it was just because of the loadouts I had. So I eventually said, okay, you guys make the loadout for me, and I ended up doing. I didn't do as good, but I still kicked their butts, and they stopped. I think a couple of them left after that one. I think they gave me the Uzi with the IR sight and like a bunch of stuff that makes it completely inaccurate.
The worst stuff.
Yeah.
And you still won.
What's funny is I ended up saying I actually kind of like this, and I end up using the mini Uzi with the IR scope because it's so huge on it. It's like bigger than the actual gun. And so I end up using it in hardcore search and destroy just to have fun, because if I end up getting the last kill in search and destroy, it just looks so stupid.
Yeah, with that final kill cam. Oh, that's great. Yeah, so all right. Got another new face show up in chat. Ezio Connors. Hello, Ezio. Hi. How are you doing? Hope you're enjoying yourself.
Big Assassin's Creed fan there.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm assuming so. Ezio Connors, yeah. And Filter is saying that Battlefield is better than Call of Duty.
That was always a fun debate. I was actually between those two. I was always Call of Duty. I liked the Call of Duty felt tighter to me. It felt like a more arcadey, tighter, punchier experience. Whereas Battlefield, I don't know how you guys feel, but Battlefield always had this weird kind of sluggish sway to everything. Like it was trying to feel realistic in how the movement was.
It's trash. Just say it's trash, James.
Well, I'll say it took a lot of getting used to because I played a ton of Battlefront, so EA's Battlefront, and they carried over that feeling because the same developers, and it was just like, oh god, it is so weird when you're dealing with blaster rifles. But yeah, I would have preferred an Infinity Ward or a Treyarch take over the Battlefront over those devs. That's for sure.
Yeah, they would have felt more like the old Battlefront.
I agree. Yeah. So that's always a fun debate, though, is the Battlefield. Call of Duty, and if I had to pick, I'd be Call of Duty.
Yeah, especially back then. I'm still Battlefield over Call of Duty, just because the memories. I mean, they had the screen cheats that you could do without technically cheating, where you just grab a one of the markers that you can, like a highlighter pretty much, and when you had your CRT computer, you would just zoom in for the middle of where your gun was. You would mark that dot on your screen, so when you would run, you would just, if you can have the mark on that character, you're already hitting him. So you would never technically have to zoom in. You'd always technically be zoomed in. So you'd just be running and just making sure that dot was over.
It sounds like what I do whenever I do the lasso runs on Halo.
Mm-hmm.
I will fight you, Carl. We get those sumo thongs on, and it's on.
Just because I like sumos doesn't mean I'm going to be a sumo.
Hey, that takes a lot of commitment. I'd be proud of you.
Listen,
you
I've
up to that weight.
It's just me and my wife have been obsessed with watching sumo wrestling ever since I had that really bad toothache, and that was like the only thing on at 2:00 in the morning that kept me sane. So we've become super obsessed with it. Like, there's another grand tournament going on, and every day we watch the highlights.
You know what's crazy about sumo wrestling, and this is totally on topic. No, it's not. Is that they're like sex symbols in Japan? Like, if you look over
they
at
are.
the sumo wrestlers,
What?
like the women are
Yes.
like, woo!
They're
and,
good
like,
luck charms.
Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
women are like sweating, and I've seen footage like they'll zoom into the girls and they get to sit next to the sumo guy that's just like nom, and they're like, oh my god, that's a man, and I'm just like,
They're the only
I just
acceptable
have to be
fatness
morbidly
in
obese in
Japan.
Japan, and I'm in. So
Yes.
What was that, dude?
They're the only acceptable amount of type of fat in Japan.
you either have to be really funny, and you'll probably die early because the funniest fat guys die early for some reason, or you be a sumo wrestler. That's your two picks in life.
Yes.
So,
And
last
apparently Mongolians are the best at sumo wrestling right now.
Sorry,
I'm not joking about that.
No, I just love how the conversation is on sumo wrestling.
Hey, it's not a top 5 if we don't go somewhere.
Top 5 sumo wrestlers.
Dang it, I missed my calling to be a sumo.
Oh, I know. There's still time.
Yeah, the oldest sumo wrestler was 52, so you got
Wow.
time.
So,
Wow.
last thing before I move on to my number 4. I don't remember if it was Modern Warfare 1 or Modern Warfare 2. I'm gonna guess it was Modern Warfare 2 because that's the one that of the few Call of Duties I played, that's the one I played online the most. But I got a message from someone on Xbox Live like a year or two ago, being like, "Hey, I saw you in this video," and I'm like, "What the heck are you talking about?" And he sent me a link to this YouTube video from some random YouTuber put a video out like 12 years ago, and in like one frame of this video, you see my gamer tag in the bottom left corner. I was like,
Really?
That is
Wow.
very random. I don't know if I saved it, if I could ever even find it again. But yeah, I was just like, that is very weird that you found me. And it's like, yeah, I saw a video with your name in it from 12 years ago.
Oh, that'd be funny. It would be even more funny if I caught you saying a slur.
No, it was just like my name showed up in the kill log. But yeah,
That'd be funny. A younger, more edgy Neo caught on for it in like 720p.
Let's just say my edginess was mainly just something that Neo doesn't want on his channel, but just to be fun, most of it would still be fun on YouTube.
We don't
I
know.
don't
Dirty
think I
Neil on
ever had
Xbox
edgy
Live,
phase.
he might be going off on all these kiddies. You
See,
know.
you gotta understand, Neo was more mature than us, so he was more refined.
I did. That was actually a Modern Warfare memory I had, and it was so funny. And it was these two guys arguing. One of them was an American of African descent, and the other one was was British. And they were going off hard, and it was amazing to watch. And it was all in the lobby. And I just remember, like, the British guy had the most British of British accents. Like, his blood was
like the
blue.
super posh accent.
Yes, there was true pop culture.
Oh,
playing on
good
Xbox
heavens.
Live. And yeah, it was just like the words coming out of his mouth were hysterical coming from the most British man you have ever heard. It like made it sound so silly and dumb and hilarious. And that is my memory of Modern Warfare. Is
So he
that
wasn't
one.
like Michael Bisping, like spouting off in the chat.
Well, no. So yeah, it's because there's very different British people. You have the Warhammer 40K orc British people, but no, this was the exact opposite of British. This was the prim and proper. He could be the Queen of
teetotalers.
England. Yes, exactly. You could hear the teeth and the tea and the sips and everything in between those words that I cannot repeat.
You could hear the disdain in his voice for
Yeah.
lower life forms who are not British.
Yes. You
Yeah, he hated
traitors,
everybody.
yes.
Oh, it was amazing. God, I miss those lobbies.
Oh, that's great. All right, so moving on. I will round out our number 4s as well, apparently. And this is one that James mentioned a few minutes ago, and I will be very surprised if it's not on his list somewhere. But we just played this on Paul's channel this last weekend? No, weekend before. We burned through the whole game in one stream, and that was Halo 3. I thought that this was going to be higher on my list, and
So did I.
The ones that are higher on my list, I thought they were going to be lower. But I love this game, but these the next ones on my list is like, if you were to ask me which one of these I want to play the most, it is almost part of recency bias since we literally just played it, and I'm like, okay, I've had my fill of Halo 3 for a while, so that might have been a little bit of why this one is a little bit lower on my list when my other ones I haven't played in longer. But I still love it. It's my favorite Halo. It's probably the game I played online multiplayer more than any other game ever because I'm not big on PvP stuff, but I just had so much fun playing Halo 3 online. I think I mentioned this on Town Square a couple weeks ago. I discovered that when you go through the teleporters in Halo 3, you maintain your momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So and Forge was, Halo 3 was the introduction of Forge, which was a game changer. And so I made what I called the telecoaster. And so you started off like I had this teleporter as high as you could go, and you fell straight into another one. And then the one that comes out of was at an angle, just like launched you all the way across Valhalla. And then I had another receiving teleporter that launched you somewhere else. So you'd basically go through this like loop of teleporters. You'd be flying all over the place. That was one of my favorite memories. I built it because I wanted to make it like a shooting gallery. So you had people just flying all over the map, and you had other people with sniper rifles trying to shoot them. But unfortunately, due to lag, it only worked for the host. So it didn't turn out, but I just remember making that and having a lot of fun just messing around with it with Forge mode. That was fun. I'm bummed that I'm not going to be able to make it to Dude's custom game night on Tuesday because custom games were my literal favorite things to do in literally
and we will be
Halo.
having some teleporter madness with momentum on a couple of them.
I wish
I've shown James a couple of them.
Yeah, I got a sneak peek. It's good stuff.
The number one thing I wish Halo 3 had was a custom game search browser, because I love custom games more than anything. And the only way you could play custom games was with other people. You couldn't just go and search for custom games.
You know what? You want to know something that's funny? Guess what the first Halo game was that had that feature?
Oh, that had the custom game search feature? I think it's Infinite.
No, it was 5.
It was 5?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was one of the
5, then Master Chief Collection got it, then Infinite got it.
Oh, I did not know Master Chief Collection had it, but I've barely.
Yeah, it does have a custom games browser you can look through.
But yeah, excellent Halo game. It was a great way to finish off one of the, if not the best shooter trilogy on consoles. Yeah, and it was probably the first game I actually played on Xbox Live, like multiplayer as well, because I didn't have Xbox Live until 360, so I never played Halo 2 online. I only played Halo 2 in System Link.
Yeah, same. But I'll be talking about it later.
So
I had Halo 2 online.
So, but yeah, Halo 3, great game, great shooter. Had a lot of fun playing through it again. Just this last, about a week and a half, almost about a week and a half ago, playing a 4-player co-op. That's right. It was the first Halo that had 4-player co-op as well. Yeah, so many good memories with Halo.
The main reason why I don't like going back to Halo 2 is because I don't like fighting game combos in my shooters.
BXR.
Exactly.
Yeah, so good. I think everyone's biting their tongue because I think most people will probably
Have
talk about
this
this
on their
later.
list somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes, this is our top fives are going to start looking like a Alabama family tree soon.
Oh, I can't wait! And what better family than this one? But yeah, Halo 3 is okay. I mean, I've never really praised it that much or anything. It's an okay game.
Yeah, I know. It's not like I've never said anything about it
Yeah,
either, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So with that'll finish off our number 4s. Does anyone have it in their number 3 and want to dovetail off of that?
It's not my number 3.
It ain't my
Alright.
number 3.
Number 3 for me either.
Let's just continue the rotation of this blunt, shall we? I'll go.
Alrighty, that works.
All right, so my number 3 is probably one that I don't think a lot of people will see coming, but it's good old Forza Horizon.
I can
The
see that from
original.
you.
The original one. That is correct.
Okay.
Wasn't 2 released on 360 as well?
It was.
Forza Horizons 1, 2, and I think 3 were on 360.
No, 3 was an
there's
Xbox
no way
One.
3 was on 360.
It wasn't okay. I never played
No.
any of the Horizon.
I
games.
literally
was
just
only-
I literally just checked to see if Forza Horizon 3 is playable on disc only
okay.
on my Xbox One.
I
and
know
it is.
one of
It,
them.
you can
is
you
being
can get
delisted soon
you
if
can
it's
get
not
into
already.
the
Yeah, 4.
racing.
4 is being delisted too.
4. Okay.
You can get into 3's racing with just the disc and no online. So
Okay. Yeah, I never played the Horizon ones. I was only a Forza Motorsport guy, so
Honestly,
I
I
love Horizon.
I
I
love
know I
this-
would have liked it.
I love this game so much. I have a buddy who's a real big racing fan, kind of like you were, Neo, but he still continues it to this day.
Mhm.
And I
I
remember
had a bad experience.
and
What happened? Oh,
and I remember I just went over to his house and he was like, "Hey, you should try this new game. It kind of reminds me of Need for Speed Underground." And I was like, "Okay, well, now you got my attention." That's to that point in time, Need for Speed Underground and Underground 2 were still my 2 favorite racing games of all time. And then I played this one, and just the overall presentation of it is just like from the word go, and you have to do a quick speed run into the festival grounds to try to get into the racing thing. And it takes place in Colorado, good old Colorado, US of A. And I just remember that soundtrack, Mod Step, Show Me Your Sign is the first song that you kind of play to hear that whole crazy intro into it, and it just had me hooked from the point on there. The funny part about it is you could call this game a car PG. You see what I did there?
Isn't that what they called it?
I think it is, yes.
That's part of the
But-
marketing, at least. If I remember.
But like it really showed you the development chops of both Playground Games and Turn 10, because they were able to make probably some of the most over-the-top racing games from this little franchise that could. Going around, finding the little collectible signs, going to barns and restoring old cars, like vintage cars that you find in barns out there, really gave this game a lot of like life. Like, a normal racing game is kind of like, here's the track, race on the track, or you're in a small open city, go to point A, point B. That's really about it. This was probably like the first racing game I ever played. It could have been others, but the first game I ever played where it was like so much more to do in a racing world than just like go to track A, go to track B, circle around, you win, good job.
Mhm.
It is just nice. The Colorado Rockies, everything in there is like done really well, and the soundtrack, all the music stations of that just gave it so much life. Like it like, as a person who's also a big EDM fan and who used to go to raves when I was a little younger with my wife, it just gave me a lot of fun times and put a lot of big smiles on my face. And this is the only racing game I still play to this day. If you haven't checked them out before, they all keep getting delisted.
Yeah.
But they also have some really great DLC. And the new one, Forza Horizon 5, that takes place in Mexico, is probably one of the sexiest looking games on PC and Xbox that you can play, and has some really awesome DLC. But
yeah, isn't Forza like Xbox's most consistent game?
I would say so, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, it's definitely really Forza Horizon in particular has always been very highly rated. I think a lot of them get high 80s to low 90s. And this was the one that started it all for me. It still holds up pretty well. The racing is still very
tight. The controls are great, and I do believe it's also backwards compatible. I'm not 100% sure about that one.
I can check that for
I
you.
think
Yeah.
so.
But you just can't buy them digitally, but you can buy them physically. And because I'm also a Steelbook collector, it does have a really nice Steelbook as well.
Okay. Forza Horizon 1 is backwards compatible.
But sadly, it has 25 discontinued achievements.
Yeah. And Forza Horizon 2.
It has the Xbox One port, so it's fine.
Oh, that's probably why. I was like, it doesn't say. Oh, I have to click on the 360 one. Yeah. Is not backwards compatible. Interesting. Probably because it has the Xbox One version. I hate it when they do that.
What did you think of the Forza Horizon 2 presents Fast and Furious?
I don't like Forza Horizon 2 that much, comparatively speaking. Now,
well, he's talking about the Fast and Furious, which was like this small standalone game.
oh, that one. Oh, I never played that one, so I didn't get the joke.
I have played.
I did hear it was a really quick completion, so I've downloaded them, but I just haven't played them.
And the Xbox One version, they're about 2 to 3 hours. Although the 360 version, are they both? They've both been delisted. So if you didn't get them while they were available, they were free as well. And you can't get them anymore.
Does anyone know if you can play as Paul Walker in the Fast and Furious DLC?
I mean, you can. You just got to hit that tree.
I was literally gonna say I have a really funny idea. Really terrible idea. But yeah, no, I think Forza's a great pick. I have a friend that all he does is play racing games and simulation racing games. Andy, who was on our Melee Mario Party. That's all he does. He lives vicariously through these games, particularly Forza. And one thing I always appreciated about Forza, even though I don't play them, they're not really for me, is that more than any game I can think of, similar to Gran Turismo on the PS1, these are the games that really push the graphical fidelity of the system to next level. Great. Yeah, if you want to see the peak visuals of any console at any point, just look at Forza, and it's just stunning. Absolutely stunning. Even if it's not for you, I recommend looking up Forza games, and they're just like they look so clean and so just absolutely gorgeous. And I can never get over that. I wish I did like them just because they're so freaking pretty.
If you're not a big racing fan, Forza Horizon is for the non-racing fan.
Just gonna say, because the Forza Motorsport are the simulation racing games. Forza Horizon are the open world arcade like racing games.
Yeah,
so they're more approachable.
You will literally have challenges where you have to race airplanes, giant trains, hovercrafts, cargo planes,
one of the
monster
DLC,
trucks.
I think you race a Pelican from Halo.
Sold. If you want to do that, you gotta get it quick because it's only on the 4th one, and that's getting delisted soon.
It's got a physical version though, but if you want it digitally, I'm assuming the DLC is going to be delisted.
Yes,
so I gotta buy that DLC. Damn.
But you also get to drive around in a Warthog, and they got the fun horns where you can play like the Sea of Thieves anthem on your little Warthog. They're just fun games. This is like I said, I'm not a big sim racing kind of guy like Neo was, but I love the arcadiness, and this is probably like the closest to like an over the top like kart racer I can think of, but with like a Bugatti taking on like the Warthog.
I just wish that you could complete the games and still there's all the online being turned off and all the DLC being delisted.
Yeah, the DLC one hurts me the most.
It's like, this is a freaking first party Microsoft title. Why are you delisting and shutting down the services for these games?
I mean, I get some of it because it's licensing for the cars, but the music.
That's where one thing, like, I disagree. I mean, Carl just had Extra Zero on his show recently, and they're talking about Game Pass, and Extra Zero is not a fan of Game Pass, but I am, obviously, but I am definitely with him when it comes to stupid licensing. But when you license something for a game, it should be in perpetuity. You don't license something for a movie and then be like, oh, we need to take this out and delist this movie because the license expired. No, that should extend to video games as well forever. Unless you do a 100%. Remaster or a new version of the game. You don't get to take stuff out of a game later on just because, a certain amount of time, arbitrary amount of time has passed. That's garbage and BS, and that should not be allowed.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
100%. It's the worst. And obviously this hits music more than anything, and stripping away music in games is just criminal. my opinion.
So,
So I'm
I
right there
guess
with
there
you.
is one movie example, and James was the one who even told me about it, and so I sent him the pre-removed music version of the movie.
Yeah, Expendables. That's right. Oh my god,
I
and
didn't
that
even
was
know
like
about that until you told me.
so weird. And I feel like that's a way to like save money or something for Sylvester Stallone. It's such a weird case where it's just like I'm gonna get rid of this song and put in the one song the whole way through. It's so freaking weird, man.
There's a lot of weird stuff that they have proposed with movies in the past, and even now that they've talked about changing advertising in older movies. So like, I know that they were talking about having like white soda cans that could change the label depending on who was sponsoring the movie studio at that time.
Oh my gosh!
So like, imagine you're watching Back to the Future, and they just change up like the entire like scene where he's ordering a drink from Ronald Reagan at that cafe.
Oh my god, George Lucas, I blame you for this. Someone that's like constantly was the pioneer of changing movies constantly and being like, nope, it's this way now. It's like, look at the future you chose here, buddy. Oh my god, that sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, the flavor of the week.
But yeah, that's my number 3.
So yeah, I'm sure I would have liked the Forza Horizon games if Forza hadn't burned me so bad.
Come on, join us. Come back to us.
And there's like dude said, now there's so many of them are delisted, and there's so many unattainable achievements. It's like, nah.
Just start at 5. Just start at 5, bro. Join us. The water's
If it
nice.
wasn't such a massive like 200-hour game, I would consider it. I've got so.
I just looked it up, and the newest motorsport game even already has a discontinued achievement, but it's because of a glitch.
This came out.
It's a glitch.
Okay, that's different.
So you don't understand, Nerdy Neo, is Carl here treats every game he's a fan of like a cult. And so now he will not stop you, and he is going to stalk you until you play this game and enjoy it. So it's going to happen. You're going to play Forza, and you will.
I have his address. I will ship him a copy.
What you don't know is Carl is that guy that found you in that 12-year-old Xbox Live video.
that was Carl.
That was him being like, I see you, Neo.
It was me, Austin.
Carl, you probably don't have to send it to me. I already have it.
That's great. So,
wait, you have Game Pass. Just download it. Quit being a coward.
This is all he's going to focus on. Just play it so we can move on. Play it right now.
So many other games that I want to play first. But before we move on to our next one, we got another new face in the chat. Xavier Brown. What's up, Xavier? Made it in alive. Does anybody know Xavier?
I know.
I enjoyed his dad's work.
So, hello, Xavier. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying us as we rank our top 5 Xbox 360 games. So, all right. So, Carl started off our number 3s. Anybody want to jump in and go next?
I can keep the circle going if
we're
you
gonna
want.
just keep it going.
I'm so confused.
It makes it
by
easy.
that.
All right.
Yes.
I'm so
Rotation.
confused by that joke about enjoying his dad's work, though. I don't know what you were doing with his dad.
James Brown? You don't know who James Brown is?
Oh,
I've heard the name.
There's so many Brown last names. I didn't know that's who you're referencing. I thought you were like referencing Charles Xavier or something, like for the like what Xavier there, because that's way less common than Brown. Anyway, okay, that I don't understand jokes. I'm a horrible person. Anyway, for my top 3 or number 3 here, we have, I think, the game that got people excited for the first time on the 360, and it has one of the peak trailers of all time. That is, of course, all around me are familiar faces. That is right. That is Gears of War 1, specifically 1, is what I'm a fan of. And man, this game just took everyone, all my peers, by storm here. God, I hate this case. I'm not going to open it up. But yeah, this was the game that made people 360s fans, at least in my circles here. We love this game to death. To me, Gears of War at the time, it felt like, wow, now Xbox is truly a brand. Of course, you have Halo leading the charge, like their Mario, and it felt like the next in line was Marcus Phoenix with Gears of War. And it was just incredible. It was very in line with the Xbox brand. Violent, but instead of Halo being like badass and steroids and balls to the wall, it was dark and it was bleak and it was gorier and it was more intense.
Still had steroids.
And it still had, everything about the Xbox was steroids, and I loved it. No impulse control here. We were just balls to the wall here. And
here's the main question: do you have seriously 1.0?
seriously 1 point. Oh no, I don't care.
He's
about
not an
achievements.
achievement guy.
I don't think any, even in my honorable mentions, maybe one of my honorable mentions, I have 1,000 gamer score. But apart from that, I'm just like, I beat a game and I'm like, done. Next game, give me another game. But no, I love Gears of War so much. Gears of War 1. And it was just so brutal, and it was so raw and so violent. And yeah, that opening trailer, I can't overstate how much that got everyone hyped. And that was what was the 360 game for a long, long time. That's what everyone was looking forward to. Great campaign, awesome characters, awesome story. Having Bender as the main character was great. It felt like a brand new world. And I love Unreal. Of course, this is a very Unreal game. This is like Unreal's twisted sister. And it feels like the M-rated, super brutal Unreal. But the multiplayer, man, it was really the multiplayer of Gears of War that really got everyone hooked. There was something so brutal and so raw about chainsawing your enemies. And I love that it was round-based and you had one life and then you were out. So like you had to be careful. There was no respawning. Loved it. And so it set the stakes up so high. When someone got the sniper, everyone was like, you got to get down. There's a sniper. I always remember this one point playing with all my peers because everyone was playing Gears of War, man. Everyone was playing this game. And I remember this one time where like everyone erupted and they were talking about it for like a week where it was final round. It was down to me and one other guy. And of course, when your other people died, it cut their mics. And so I'm in silence.
Right.
And the other guy had the rocket launcher, the boomer, and I had the shotgun because most people played Gears of War with the shotgun running around. And so I remember just like we had this standoff and we we're down to like 1 minute, just me and this other guy. And I find him and I start running at him. I do the sprint at him. He shoots his rocket. I roll out of the way. He's reloading, run up, shotgun, blow him off. We get back to the lobby and everyone is just screaming, just absolutely screaming. And man, I just have memories in Gears of War, like so many memories with people that have like passed away since, and I associate them most with Gears of War. Like I love this game and I love its multiplayer. A lot of people love 2. I actually felt like 2 kind of like some of the charm went away. I don't know if it was just a different time and everything, because a lot of people say 2 is just an overall improvement over 1. But for me, 1 was so charming. It was so fresh, so unique, and so hype. And it really felt like a special time, and it felt like a special game. So Gears of War 1, that is always going to be my favorite Gears of War. And that is my number 3 360 game. And man, I love Gears of War 1 to death. Absolutely love it.
And I know that there were games before it, but I'd say that was really what kicked off the third-person shooters.
The cover shooter.
The cover shooter. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And every game after that was the cover shooter. It was the era of cover shooters. And I remember people
there weren't a whole lot of third-person shooters before Gears of War.
And then everything was like, oh, you need to make a video game? Who cares about the cover shooter? Just throw it in a cover shooter. And it became tiresome. And now I miss cover shooters. I really miss them because it was like, at least I could play them. Even if it got tiresome, it was just like, I'll always take a good cover shooter. Why not?
Gears of War spawned so many crappy clones in the 360 PS3 era, but they also had some really cool ones. Especially Space Marine was like one of my favorite Gears of War clones that they.
Oh yeah.
I never even knew that existed until recently.
There is a new game coming out that is a cover shooter. It's called Star Wars Outlaws.
Even better, bros.
I'm going to play it and hate myself. I don't know when, but I will.
How much do I have to pay you not to do that?
Get me into the Lucas Ranch, then I won't play it. There you
go. All right, sold.
But yeah,
I mean, those explosions look flatter than Brie Larson's ass.
I'm taking a Star Wars break right now. I know I have to consume all Star Wars, but the Acolyte broke me. I'm in the middle of playing through Jedi Survivor, and I'm like, I can't. It's just like I'm in the middle of watching Bad Batch as well, and I'm just like, I can't consume Star Wars right now. It's so
You're drowning yourself in
there's too much
Disney.
You're drowning yourself in filth.
Thank you, Mark Hamill, for ruining my love of Star Wars.
At least Survivor's probably at least halfway decent.
I think I'm gonna like Survivor more than, I think I'm gonna like Outlaws more than Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor personally.
Wow.
But I'm not saying I'm gonna like it. I'm just
like the lesser of two evils.
Yeah. But it's just like I know I really need a break or else I'm gonna hate it. So I won't be playing it on launch most likely. I'm gonna buy it used in the Suicide Squad bin. So yeah. it's brutal. Anyway, but Gears of War is good. It's not Star Wars. It's better than modern Star Wars.
It was
So
a
much
great couch co-op game.
better.
Yes.
It
Very
is.
good.
It did
Oh,
have
it
two-player.
also innovated the active reload, which a lot of games ripped off as well.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, and that was again that tight multiplayer. Like the reload made things just so intense and just so crazy. And yeah, it just so many memories, so many wonderful times. Man.
Yes. Very dark, gritty tone game too. One of the other reasons why I liked it so much as a teenager, because I was an edgy boy, you know.
Mhm.
And also, I really loved the last boss fight of Gears of War 1 the most as well. General Rom.
Yes.
Rom.
And in
He was
fact,
tough.
I don't know if you guys will ever do it, but if you guys ever do a top 5 worst boss fights, Gears of War 2, I think might be my most hated boss fight.
Wait,
final
boss fight or final boss fights? That could be two
Either.
different ones.
I good question, but
Or
yeah.
toughest. Yeah, that could also be on there as well.
Ram was tough, yeah, but yeah, the Gears of War 2
Unless you
final boss.
went into this one specific cover, which was very easy to do.
Mhm.
There
Look
was
at
one
Mr.
particular-
MLG Pro over here telling us
No.
we're scrubs.
No, there was one particular cover you could go to, and it was like pretty obvious too, and it like totally breaks Ram's like AI, and he just like stands there and you just mow him down.
I think I remember that exploit.
But which I think I discovered on Action because it's very easy to do, which was really cathartic because I remember banging my head against the wall trying to beat him on Insanity, and him on Insanity like normally is very difficult.
Gears of War 1 is one of those games where every difficulty you really feel it. Every difficulty is a huge jump, and that final difficulty is such a pain. It's crazy. I used to be such a big fan of Gears of War. I went to the Gears of War 3 launch party, and it was so fun. One of my favorite launch parties. And yeah, I made friends there. It was great stuff. They served bugs. You could eat the bugs because locusts, so they had crickets. Yeah, they had deep fried crickets there, which was funny. But yeah, I never played Gears of War 4 or 5 because I got about 15 minutes into 4 and the writing was so terrible that I turned it off and uninstalled it immediately. But now E-Day looks actually good and promising.
I was gonna ask what you guys thought about E-Day.
Yeah, the trailer
I'm
looked
excited.
promising. Yeah, I don't want to get too hopeful, but it's made it so I was like damn, I have to now go play Gears of War 4 and 5. But man, it's
You don't really
don't
need
have
to.
to.
It's the prequel.
I know, but I'm not like an achievement completionist like you guys, but I'm like a story completionist.
Yeah, you're an insane person if you go for Gears completions.
Yeah, very true.
Gears is basically the achievements is why I stopped playing Gears games.
They
By the way,
are.
I've got 3 Gears completions.
1, 2.
If you
and 3
need a
were
buddy
fantastic.
to co-op with you, James, to make it go faster, I would play 4 and 5 with you because
I might have to bug you on that. Yeah.
I like 5. I think 5 is actually my second favorite Gears game.
Really? Okay.
Yes,
Cool. I
but-
like 1 and 3, but yeah.
But
okay.
4 is incredibly sluggish. There's like
Yeah, I could
2
feel it.
good parts about that one. They really had to set up a new story and try to make it work, and they kind of pull it off towards the end. But like that's 1/5 of the game, so you have to make it through the other 4 fifths.
Yeah,
But-
I could feel it in 4. It felt painful, and I just scratched the surface of it. Oh God.
And one more thing before we move on from Gears. One of the other reasons why it was so fun, fighting broombacks and corpsers, the grand scale of like the enemies you were fighting. It wasn't always just like
Man,
these big muscle creatures that are just demons. It's like, no, you actually fight like real hell demons, like this giant spider snake looking thing and this giant thing with like a missile launcher and like Gatling guns for hands. Like those were like also why Gears was. It's just the over the top like brutal nature of even the enemies you're fighting. Like everything the locusts throw at you is like an organic nightmare.
and you reminded me, Gears of War could almost be considered a horror game. Like there's parts of that game that are freaking terrifying. I remember the first time I fought. I don't remember what the enemy is called, but the
Berserker.
the Berserker.
Oh,
Berserker,
yes.
That's right.
Do you remember like playing against a Berserker for the first time and your entire
Yes.
squad is like, don't make a sound, and it's like, why? This whole game's been badass, and
That
now
was
it's
a
like
great
we're
boss fight.
sneaking.
The introduction of the Hammer of Dawn.
Yeah, when you see that one
Yeah.
guy just get bodied by the berserker, you're like, and you just hear Dom go, "We're fucked."
And that's a good. You brought up the Hammer of Dawn. That's kind of the lasting legacy for me and Gears of War. Playing Helldivers, it has a Hammer of Dawn in it, and I'm like, I don't care what it's called in Helldivers. I don't care. And I know everyone loves Helldivers now and then hates it and then loves it again. But to me, it's just like I'm using the Hammer of Dawn. I see a giant god beam coming down from the sky. That's the Hammer of Dawn, baby, and it always will be.
What's
Yeah.
funny is one of the Warframes in Warframe, they did a rework for one of the characters, and he has a Hammer of Dawn ability, and it ends up being after the rework, it's his worst ability.
Oh no! You have to make the God Beam the Hammer of Dawn the coolest thing
I'll
ever.
flip that on its head then. The third DLC for Just Cause gives you the Eden Spark gun, and it is the Hammer of Dawn on steroids. It's
Really?
amazing.
I still need to play those games. I've always wanted to play Just Cause. I know I'll
They're
love it.
great. Shoot, I was going to say something about Gears, but I don't remember what I was going to say. But I did look at my list of topics for top fives, and I did have bosses on there, but I
probably
split
good
it
bosses.
into best boss fights and worst boss fights now. So that'll
okay.
be two separate topics on my potential list for an episode somewhere down the line.
Perfect.
I can't wait.
So, Gears. Oh, that's what I was going to say about Gears. Is I've only. Oh no, I have done Gears 3 in 2-player co-op, but there's an achievement for beating it in 4-player co-op, so I do need to do that at some point. So need to get a group
Well,
together.
since I don't need to
and
do
that.
anything more in that game, I wouldn't mind doing it with you.
Okay.
There you go. Oh damn.
So, all right. Well, I think
Last thing I'll say about Gears is that it did start the Horde mode
it did.
craze.
Oh yeah, Gears 2 started Horde mode.
Right.
Yep.
And I used to play. The only thing I used to do in Grand Theft Auto was I would put the cheat in to give me all the weapons, and I'd go to the police precinct and start having them just start attacking me because it was a survival mode. I created my own survival mode in Grand Theft Auto, and that was the only fun I really had in old Grand Theft Auto when I was a kid. So
I haven't
the
played
fact
much.
that Horde modes became popular during the next generation was made that generation pretty awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, I wasn't big on GTA. Though I think the only one I really played a lot of was 4, and I was not a huge fan of it. But trying to giving yourself a bunch of stuff and trying to stay alive, that was a little fun.
You should
But
try
yeah.
5, Neo. 5 is, I know, overhyped, but I love the story of GTA 5. Super fun.
Too bad they just canned all the DLC because of the online.
Don't get me started.
I did start it, and I was just like, this just feels more like just more of GTA 4 in a new place. I was like, I'm not.
Michael
GTA 4 was peak. Let's all be honest here.
I identify with
Ooh.
Michael so much. He's literally.
I thought you were gonna say Gay Tony.
I thought I was going to say
on
Trevor.
on the weekends. Yeah, everyone thinks Trevor, but if you play the game, man, Michael is my boy. But yeah, Gay Tony on the weekends. That's me.
I identify with Roman.
Hey, Roman, let's go to the bar.
Let's go bowling.
Nico, my cousin.
All right. Well, I guess we'll continue on the counterclockwise, and that'll bring us to Dude for his number 3.
Gotcha. My number 3 is going to be, hopefully, is somewhere on someone else's list. BioShock.
Ooh, nice.
And I have the limited collector's edition. And it has soundtrack and making of DVD.
Oh, I didn't even know they had one of those. That's pretty cool. I'll have to look for that.
But
Oh, and Horny Alpha's here. What's up, Horny Alpha?
and
Yeah,
it is
good to
backwards
see you.
compatible, but you also have the remaster that does a good job of upgrading the visuals. But
Yeah,
a
the
side note.
BioShock Remastered Collection goes on sale for like $10 sometimes.
yeah,
So you can
I was going to ask you, dude, did you get the collector's edition for the remaster?
I did not.
That's actually one of my favorite ones because it came with a Big Daddy statue.
Gotcha.
Oh, nice.
But when it comes to BioShock, I just love the world. I love the mechanics and how dystopian it is, but also the idea of the world down there is kind of my political ideal, but I can see the problems with it because I just like
All
the idea
meth
that
heads running around.
I just like the idea that the guy who created the series or created the Rapture. He was like, I don't like how everyone else decides they want what you work for, and that's why I created Rapture. And like that's the beginning thing. Like, and in Washington, they say that it belongs to them, and Russia belongs to the people, what was the third one? But there was a third one,
And to the furries, it belongs to the My Little Pony fans.
something like that.
You know.
Yeah.
But
No, says the furry. It belongs to the hairy ones.
exactly. But I love the designs of the enemies, like the Big Daddy, and how you don't even have to fight most of the Big Daddies. That's just you can just let them be. But of course, there are achievements for beating each Big Daddy and actually saving each little sister. There is no achievement for killing all the little sisters, so you can't. There is no achievement for being the bad guy. But
Great.
everything about the powers and the way the weapons work and all the characters in it, and it's just fun, it's just a fun world to go through.
And then it's a great kind of like M. Night Shyamalan twist at the end too.
Yeah, would you kindly?
twists in
Well, actually,
games
that's not even the
are
end
not
twist.
the
That's a
best.
mid twist.
Well, I mean, like, but again, it's like one of those things. Like, how many times did he say that? And then you're like, okay, I gotta play this again. And like, son of a
Yeah.
bitch, he did say that every damn time on that stupid com.
It's mind blowing. Yeah, and if anyone in chat has not somehow played BioShock, try to play it.
And then
blind.
whenever you do the opening cutscene, it's that phrase is even on the
Mhm.
on the gift.
So yeah, anybody in chat has not played it, would you kindly please play the game? That's
Yeah.
pretty much what we're gonna
Exactly.
Yeah, BioShock is insane because it came out in the peak year of gaming for me in 2007. And here's my admittance, if you will, is it was we were so packed and so spoiled in 2007 with games, and BioShock came out right before Halo 3, which was my most anticipated game ever. And I wanted to play this game and I didn't want it spoiled for me. This is the only time I've done it. I bought the game and I'm like, I don't want to keep playing this while Halo 3 comes out. So I'm going to blast through it on easy. And so I beat the game on easy just because I didn't want to like get stuck or go slow or anything. So I was just like, I need to beat this before I beat Halo 3. And so I just beat it on easy, mass murdering those little sisters. I purged all of them, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever. It tries to make you feel bad and sad and all that stuff. I'm like, no, I'm killing all the little girls. Don't care. Let's get through this, baby. I need to finish that fight. And so I love BioShock because to me it was a hilarious time of just blasting through the game on easy difficulty, mass murdering everybody in sight. So it was a very unique experience on my end.
Yeah. No, I like I said, this was a really tough game because like I played it twice on PC and the 360, and I mean I enjoyed every bit of it and the powers and stuff like that, and I was super excited for when 2 came out, but 2 is okay, in my opinion.
I actually really like 2.
There is people that say 2 is the best, and it's because
Yeah.
2 has like the best. It feels the most like a shooter. It's the most FPS like, and so
Actually, I'd say Infinite has the most shooter mechanics.
that's funny because I did have the most fun playing Infinite. So
yeah, and I think that's where like again where it comes back to where like I'm not the shooter guy. The more it got into that shooter part, I was like, okay, like I want to go back to one where it's more, you know, it feels like everything's like not a choice, but like there's more. You can shoot everything you want. You can sneak around stuff and all that. So
2 felt like an extension of what 1 was.
In a way,
that makes sense because it was in the same setting.
Mhm.
And I actually like how they go with a completely different political ideology as the villain this time, where it was more of a communist cult.
God, I barely remember the story of 2, but I remember enjoying the gameplay more personally.
And actually, I really liked BioShock 2's multiplayer.
I never played it. I heard it was really good.
Yeah, I think you can still play it on 360, but of course, I think the PS3 was under GameSpy, so you can't play it on PS3.
Okay, yeah. I've always wanted to go back and play BioShock 2 again, and
You need to have at least 6 people to play that game online. But I'm pretty sure with how dead it is, you could just get six you and 5 friends and play it.
Right
that way.
Now, just assuming you have 5 friends.
Yeah,
good point.
But it was a fun game, and I did have to end up boosting the achievements for the last few.
What do you guys think of the DLC for Infinite?
Oh, I thought I was.
Oh, sorry. Well, the Infinite DLC, it takes place during BioShock 1, and I actually didn't like it because I liked the gameplay the most in Infinite, and whereas the DLC makes it play more like BioShock 1, which is more survival-y, and so I was like, oh god, for me personally.
I enjoyed it.
But Yeah, it's a lot tougher than the base game.
It was nice seeing Rapture before the fall.
Hmm.
What I was going to ask is about the BioShock 2 Minerva's Den DLC. I heard that's a really good DLC.
Oh yeah, I never played that.
That was a good
I've-
DLC as well.
I've only played BioShock 1, so I don't know much about 2 or Infinite.
You definitely play through them on the collection.
Yeah, it's
'Cause-
worth playing all through.
Because the problem with the 360 and the PS3 version of BioShock 2 is they have online multiplayer achievements, and they're kind of dead. They're either dead
Oh.
or no servers.
The collection doesn't have the multiplayer achievements?
No.
Ooh, that definitely.
Which is sad because the multiplayer was actually fun.
That actually bumps up my interest in it in a little bit because I was never a huge fan of BioShock. I thought it was okay. It is one of those great, like one of the best plot twist games ever. That was one of those one times where it's like, oh my god, this blew my mind. But I was never a huge fan of BioShock. I did, and it was slightly tainted because I got 100% in it. I rented it through GameFly a month or two after it came out. And I completed it and I sent it back. And literally like 2 days later, they added one more achievement for beating the game on hardest difficulty without dying. And
Yeah, no
because
Vita
of
Chambers.
no Vita Chambers. That game sat uncompleted on my tag for like 13 years. And I finally got a copy of it and finished it off like 2 years ago. And went back and did that one.
Luckily, I
achievement.
didn't play it until after that achievement was there.
And another thing that I was not happy about is there's an achievement for collecting all the audio logs, and there's one audio log in the one tiny section of the game that you can't ever go back to, and I missed that one, so I had to play through the entire game again. So I was not happy about that.
You should play through the whole trilogy. What interests me so much about BioShock is that all 3 games are so starkly different that I have met people that only like 1 and that's it. And then I've met people that only like 2. And I met people that like 3 the best. I'm in the Infinite camp. I loved Infinite so much that as soon as I beat it, I started playing it again. I did a playthrough back to back because I was just like, I love this world and this universe and the characters and everything. So I played it back to back. But
Thing
yeah,
is, though, if you're going for achievements, you will hate one of Infinite's DLCs.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
The 1999 mode?
No, not that one. I'm talking about the Horde mode, because you have
Oh,
on each
I don't even know
wave
about
there is
that
a
one.
challenge to complete.
Oh yeah, I actually played the multiplayer in Infinite because I liked it that much, and I liked the gunplay.
There was
It
no
felt
multiplayer in
super tight.
Infinite.
Wasn't it? Was the Horde mode not multiplayer?
No, it was solo.
Oh, I was talking about the friends in my head. Maybe that's why.
yeah.
But yeah,
Or the
no,
one right behind you, right?
Yeah. Oh, this
Gengar.
guy. Yeah. this
Gengar behind you!
Yeah, Gengar behind me right here. But yeah, so Neo, you totally should play through the whole trilogy. I'd be curious what your personal favorite is. And yeah, Jason, it sounds like 1 is the king for you. Dude, is it 1 for you?
Yeah, it's 1 for me.
Okay. Carl,
That's
what
when I
about
pulled
you?
up.
Can I just say I think BioShock is very mid.
Yeah, that's fair.
How dare you?
100% fair.
Yeah, it was okay.
I think I said the story before. I went to Best Buy with a Christmas gift card. Everyone was telling me that BioShock was great. And there was also a little game that came out around the same time. And I bought it too that day called Mass Effect. And one of them left me very whelmed. And the other one left me very overwhelmed. And you could kind of guess which one was the
which?
one I thought was just okay.
Hey, at least it whelmed you.
Yeah, it had me until the end. I'm not gonna lie.
You don't like beating in meth heads with a crowbar? It's
I
so
think
fun.
it's a
Just like,
wrench.
or
That's
wrench,
what I
whatever.
did the last when I went through it again and did the achievement for beating it without dying. I did basically a wrench playthrough because I heard that you can get the wrench like super overpowered in that game.
Yeah, you can.
It's
I-
really
I-
satisfying when you think of it in that way. Bad math head. And you just like back them away.
Bad math head.
Math head. Yeah, they're all.
That's
math
how you say
head.
math in
He switches his
Canadian.
A's for E's, his E's for A's, and
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
eh?
it's. Don't
And
worry about
math
my
instead of-
dialect. I look. I got my head bashed in with a wrench too. I lived in Rapture for a while. I had to do.
Hey, you know what they say? In for a loony or in for a toonie. Am I right?
You don't look
No.
like a seal.
He goes to see Walter.
I got flipper surgery. Same one that Penguin got.
Listen,
Walter-
the clubbing
Walter-
is different in Canada. All right.
Yeah.
Walter White is his math dealer.
There you go. He's the one that knocks.
So, and we got Static coming in saying, "Yo, what's up, Static? Good to see you tonight, buddy."
Superhero Static Shock.
I like that show. I didn't know that was a DC character for a really long time until someone.
One of
said
these days, I'll
something about-
eventually find that on.
You were
DVD and I'll
confused
get-
why
pick it up.
Batman was hanging out with Static?
I only saw a few episodes of it. I never saw Batman in the show, but I liked the show. And then like years later, someone said something about like Static Shock being like part of the Justice League or something. I'm like, wait, what? Those are the same universe? I had no
Yeah.
idea.
That's fair. That's
Kind of
fair.
like I didn't know until a couple years ago that Blade was Marvel. I was like, wait, what? I had no idea.
I didn't know for my whole childhood that Pokemon was owned by Nintendo. I thought it was just an anime.
It's
and
only
they happen to
partially
have
owned by
games.
Nintendo.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was like a Nintendo property or at all for some reason. It didn't click in my head. I just thought it was and weird anime stuff that I loved.
Yeah, Sam, I would say BioShock is good. A lot of people love it. A lot of people say it's their favorite game of all time that I know personally.
Oh yeah, it
For-
won a lot
for-
of Game of Year awards for sure.
Yeah, for me, I just said like, I didn't hate it. I just feel like after I went back and replayed it on the remaster, I disliked it.
I think I'm actually more excited for BioShock 4 than Ken Levine's BioShock 4, the Judas Effect or whatever it's called.
The Judas Priest.
Judas, yeah. Well, hey, if they get Judas Priest, I'm in. But yeah, nothing on the Ken Levine's like the real BioShock 4, as I would call it. Whatever. But yeah, nothing from his game like looks
Didn't he want to
amazing.
leave? Didn't want to leave the studio because he didn't want to make another BioShock?
He's pulling a Bungie. He's doing the whole, I'm gonna leave and make not Halo, and then it's not as good Halo. But yeah,
With flapjacks and hookers.
yeah. So
Well, didn't
I have more
didn't
hope
Rapture
for
have-
BioShock 4 personally.
Blackjack and hookers?
Oh,
No, the communist one did. They were all starving because they had no flapjacks.
Oh my God, BioShock.
Well, that means that the libertarian one did.
So I did not know that on Xbox, BioShock has 4 stacks and BioShock 2 has 5. Have you done all those stacks, dude?
No, I have not. I've only done 2. I've only done 2 stacks of BioShock 1 and 2 stacks of BioShock 2.
So on BioShock 1, there's the regular version. There's Denmark, Japan, and Korea.
Oh my God.
I don't know. It says KR, so I'm assuming it's Korea. I'm not even sure. And then
Yeah, I don't
BioShock,
I don't go for language stacks.
language stacks. BioShock 2 is BioShock 2, the games for Windows Live Japan, Korea, and the games for Windows Live Russian version. I did not know that. Interesting.
I've just
But
done the
yeah,
360 and the Xbox One versions.
I will look into the remastered versions.
I've done the
really
I've done the
taken a good
PS3
look at
version
them
of
yet.
BioShock 1.
So, okay. All right. So anything else about BioShock before we move on to Jason's number 3?
Not that I can think of.
Would you kindly move on?
Jesus
All
loves
right.
me, this I know, because the Bible tells
Not
me
anymore.
so.
Well, we will. Since you asked so nicely, James, we will. So, Jason, what is your number 3?
All right. So because this is half of my show, I made up a new rule for this number for me.
Here's the hot take.
So this is
He's bending the rules.
I'm bending the rules and then I'm breaking them. So for my number 3, I'm calling it. Obviously, again, we all know who I am. If we watch all top 5s, we know my favorite style of games are. So my number 3, I'm calling it the resurrection of fighting games. I couldn't choose. I couldn't choose just one. During the 360 time, we had Street Fighter 4 come out. We had Mortal Kombat 9 come out. We had a little game called Virtual Fighter 5 come out. That's still the most recent Virtual Fighter, technically. We had Marvel vs. Capcom come out. We had Street Fighter 3 Third Strike come out. We had MVC 2. We had MVC. Yeah, I don't care. We had MVC 2. We had Origins. We had 3. We had Ultimate. I mean, all these fighting games were.
There's even a new version of Street Fighter 2.
Yeah.
That some people think is the best version, don't they?
It's they kind of do. There's some interesting things about it. It's not like a competitive one, but it's really, really fun. There's a lot of interesting, and the artwork in the game is absolutely amazing. So, but yeah, like we had all these games on the system, and besides like the tech and the Virtual Fighter, everything said that we should go 3D. But when the 360 came out, we're like, let's try this 2.5D, and that's when Street Fighter 4 came out. And then when that succeeded, and everybody was like, cool, we don't need to make 3D games anymore. We can make our beloved franchises the way that they should be on a 2D plane, but just make these games just look absolutely gorgeous with the models. It took off, and now that's where we are at today's aspect. Yes, there are 3D fighters, but the games that should have stayed on a 2D plane stood on there, and then they took off, and it's been the best. So If we go back, like I would like to, I would probably have to say Street Fighter 4 then might be the number 3 if I had to take one of them, because it was them who started it. And if you go back and you see what Street Fighter 4 was to what it became, the artwork and everything like that, it's great. But again, if it wasn't for that game, I don't know where MK9 would have gone towards. I don't know where, I don't think Street Fighter 3 Online Edition, which is one of the best versions to play the game. But yeah, so the Resurrection of Fighters is what I'm calling my number 3. I mean, I absolutely, this would be my number 1 if I could figured out which one I wanted to put on there, but because there's so many games and it was just me with my Hori EX2 fighting stick, I was literally just playing all these games on my 360 during the time.
So you're gonna have to figure out an actual number ordered for them when you do top 5 fighting games.
Man, these were just 360 ones. Fighting games in general, there's so many even out there that I would even be insane to do that. So, but yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing seeing behind the scenes of him like trying to narrow down all his favorite fighters down to 5 for that one.
Yeah, no, it would be tough. It would be tough. But yeah,
I still remember the trailer for Marvel vs. Capcom 3 where it actually introduced Deadpool and Dante at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Those two are the perfect foil for each other.
Yep. Yeah, there was just like everything. Like there was money towards fighting games finally, and granted, some of it was interesting how they put it towards it in trailers, and then where there was some. I should say it's weird too because it was the resurrection and the death of fighting games all in the same time, because they were like, "Oh, cool, we can charge the same game 8 months later for $60 again," kind of like what we did back in the Super Nintendo time. But let's just put DLC on the disc, so when people figure out that there is on there, they didn't know that was going to be there, and that was our plan all along. So there's some very interesting takes when it comes to the 316 fighting games. But I mean,
I can understand if like they were cut characters and they just had the models but didn't have complete movesets. But when they had completed movesets, it kind of course, you could have also say that maybe they didn't have them balanced out right.
Well, I mean, but they came out eventually down the line. So yeah, it was just don't put them on the disc. That's the only thing.
I mean, if you put them on the disc, just put the model, because then at least you don't have to download as much.
Yeah, but yeah, it was but yeah, that would be my number 3. Again, I'm probably gonna be the only one who has fighting games, so I don't care that it's this far up. But yeah, I can just remember my EX2 fighting stick just falling apart, and that was like when I started learning how to put arcade sticks back together, is because of how much I played.
Yeah, with how many versions there are, you could probably do a top 5 of just Street Fighter 2 versions.
Oh yeah,
true. I could have totally had a fighting game on here if I didn't have my exclusive on 360 handicap that I gave myself. But no, it's a good pick, because as a Mortal Kombat fan, Mortal Kombat 9 is absolutely the peak. What's funny for me is
you could have chosen Dead or Alive 4.
Yeah, no, and it's great. It's great. I'm sure Kay would pick it because she's on a big Dead or Alive rampage right now. But for me, it's always been about Mortal Kombat. And what's funny, if you ever do a top 5 Mortal Kombats, have me on, because my top 3 are all from the 3 different eras for sure. I love the 2D ones. I even love the 3D ones. But Mortal Kombat 9 is the peak. It is absolutely the best, and in my opinion. And I predict that Mortal Kombat will never ever be as good as Mortal Kombat 9. It's such a perfect, flawless game, to the point where they some of the things that make it perfect they've now apologized for, which is infuriating. So absolutely love it, and I agree with you. It just felt so special, and I remember playing it for the first time, being like, "Oh my god, Mortal Kombat is so back! It's so good. Character design, the fighting feels tight. It still feels the tightest fighting to me, and just great roster of characters, great visuals. And if you look up Mortal Kombat, like for wallpapers and fan wallpapers and stuff, it's still like the prominent Mortal Kombat that people go to is 9. Like people just love those characters and how they look. So. No, I agree with you. And of course, I'm not a Street Fighter guy, but man, I remember the hype and excitement over Street Fighter 4. And that really felt like, if I had to pick one, without my bias of Mortal Kombat, it really feels like Street Fighter 4 really brought fighting games back and revolutionized it. That felt like the flag of that revolution you're talking about, for sure.
Thing is, though, I think I played Soul Calibur 4 the most when it came to fighting games.
Yeah, no, I love Soul Calibur.
And 4 and 5 still look pretty good today. And
I'd actually
say 5 has the best the best best universal guest character, because the character actually made sense. It was Ezio from Assassin's Creed, because Soul Calibur is set during that time period that Ezio was there, so it made sense to have him as a playable character in Soul Calibur.
On the 360, I actually hated the the guest character. I'm a Spawn
Oh,
simp.
yeah, Yoda.
That's my favorite one. Yeah, and again, that's another thing that I was like, oh, damn PlayStation, because they got Vader, and I was stuck
And then they
here with
eventually
the
made
little
it so you
green
could buy
man.
the other character on the platforms.
And I hated that even more because I liked
Like,
the
keep it
exclusivity.
exclusive.
Yeah, I liked that because that was part of the fun of Soul Calibur 2. And someone was like, you can just get Darth Vader for $10. And I'm like,
What's funny is whenever you looked at the
less
competitive
fun.
scene, the
Yoda's the worst.
Starkiller was actually the best out of the three whenever it came to competitive.
And I never even played the game or looked at it competitively, and you could feel it. Starkiller is broken in that
He's
game.
not actually that broken in competitive scene, but he's still actually a pretty good character.
He can force pull you towards him and break your block. And that's all what you had to do is spam, pull, and
Thing is, though, you had a force meter, so you couldn't spam it too much.
Yeah,
I
but
say Zestimo was the worst in that game because he could do the same thing, but he had his little scythe and he could just keep doing that too. So.
Yeah, I preferred Zastimo in Soul Calibur 3, to be honest.
Yeah, I had a friend that was really good with him, and then I had to make him pick new characters.
I was more of a Cervantes main in 4.
And there's more PlayStation spite from me because I loved Soul Calibur 2, and then Soul Calibur 3 was a PlayStation 2 exclusive, and I'm like, why we got 2? Why?
And
why
sadly,
don't we
the
get
guest
3?
character didn't pan out for that one. That would have been interesting to have Dante in there.
Did 3 have a guest character?
Nope.
Didn't have any. It was the exclusivity. It was just like no guest characters, but screw every other platform. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Also, this generation, you also had the crossover fighters too, with Mortal Kombat versus DC, and obviously
We don't talk about that.
Street Fighter versus Tekken.
I still say that now that the almost kind of fixed itself, at least gameplay wise, they could try Mortal Kombat versus DC again.
Please don't.
Especially since Injustice is allowed to be violent.
I like Injustice. I don't like Mortal Kombat anymore. I keep them segregated. Gotta keep.
Yeah, I like Mortal Kombat. I don't like Injustice, so just.
Also, one of
I would
the
just say
funnier things
try it,
too.
see what happens.
Also, one of the funny things too for that gen, Xbox players didn't get Persona 4 or Persona 4 Golden, but they got 2 Persona 4 fighting games.
Yep.
Yeah, Persona 4 Arena
and Arena Ultimax.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then that's when like kind of the Japan or the anime fighters kind of took off too. Was during I guess the PS3 / Xbox 360. You saw a lot more jump on over here too, and that's kind of where the scene
Guilty
kind of
Gear.
started hitting up there. Well, Guilty Gear was big before then, but like this is where like the Grand Blue stuff, like all that style, like started showing up, and you're like, oh, there is more fighting games out there than just the big four or what's out there. Like they can make something that's a little bit more
Let's consider the
accessible
big
to
four:
whatever your
Street
tastes
Fighter,
are.
Mortal Kombat, Tekken, and Smash.
I mean, sure. For them back then, Virtual Fighter is one of the most popular fighting games of all time. It's in Japan, at least.
Oh, okay. So, all right. Before we move on to me on the last one, I bet Dude would probably be the best one to answer this question. But Sam was wondering about Dark Souls. He wants to do a playthrough.
I'll talk about that later.
Ah, okay.
There you go.
I was like, I think out of all of us, I think you're the only one who's even played a Dark Souls game.
Probably. And that's how I got my streaming start.
Unless
Okay.
you count the horrible Jedi games, I played those.
Those are
If you
Souls-like.
if you like Souls game, they're actually fun.
So,
All right. They give me such pain.
we'll leave that topic for.
Sounds like you need to get
slightly
good,
later.
James.
I need to go over there and rewrite the game with better characters. I don't care about the gameplay. The story and the characters are so insufferable. I want Cal Kestis to jump off a bridge. Anyway. How do I get good at that? I need to be a writer at Disney, apparently.
So I realized that I've got a bunch of all my favorite 360 games right here behind me. So I pulled them off my shelf. And so let's see here. I started off with Skyrim. So I've got just the standard edition. But did someone have the collector's edition with the Alduin statue? That statue is pretty cool.
No, but I have the Steelbook.
Okay. And then the Halo 3, this is a Legendary Edition. I don't know where my actual Halo helmet is, but it's somewhere. I've got the Legendary Edition.
I showed my helmet on
Case
the
here.
town square, so I'm not
You
going to show it
did.
off tonight.
You did have to censor it, but he did show his helmet, ladies and gentlemen.
Ayo.
So yeah, I need to go look through my storage and freaking figure out where it is, because that is I'm sure when I find it, it's going to also be with my Gen 1 Megazord as well.
Nice.
And a couple other things that are going to go back there once I can figure out where the heck they are. So, all right, on to my number 3 is my favorite puzzle game of all time.
Hell yeah.
Portal
Great
2.
Great
Nice.
pick.
I'm about to say,
love
Catherine.
puzzle games. I love puzzle games, and Portal was like, I know I've used this term a lot tonight, but it's like a game changer for puzzle games. Like, it was probably the first person like physics-based puzzler I played, and the first one was
thinking with
basically
portals.
the first one was basically a tech demo, because you can beat it in like an hour once you know everything, and then they expanded on it in every way possible. And Portal 2 is one of the best puzzle games ever, and it's got a fantastic co-op mode, which I've said on a few streams before. If anyone wants to do the co-op, I've got 100%. All the games so far, all the games in my top 5, I have 100% of the achievements, but I love this game so much. I'm happy to play through the co-op again. I've got a bunch of people on my Xbox friends list who have like all but the last achievement, because the rarest achievement in the game is for beating the last set of test chambers in co-op with neither you or your partner dying, which isn't that difficult. You just got to make sure you plan out your moves correctly. So I'm happy to help people go through that, because I just
So it sounds like after I help
you.
you with Gears of War 3, you should help me with Portal 2.
Absolutely. I'm happy to. I love this game. We've talked about it on an episode of Party Chat. It has one of the best video game antagonists ever. GLaDOS is just such a great character. You have such a frenemy relationship with her. It's great. Stephen Merchant as Wheatley is just fantastic, and him finding out that he's really a moron and he doesn't want to come to terms with it. Just the story in the game is fantastic. The puzzles are just great. I can't say enough great things about Portal 2. I freaking love this game. It is fantastic, and arguably one of the best puzzle games ever.
Was the cake a lie?
No, because you do get a cake in the credits.
Spoilers. But yeah, you know what's funny is I hate puzzle games. I downright hate them, unless you count point and clicks. Then I love them. But outside of point and click adventures, I hate puzzle games. And Portal 2, by far, in my opinion, is the best puzzle game of all time. Absolutely love it. It's the peak. It's peak, and it's just absolute perfection. I love Portal 1 and 2. I love the story that they both tell, so I don't recommend people skip Portal 1. And you can beat it in you can beat it in one sitting. So
easy.
Go play both of them. And Portal 1 still so holds up. It's so good. But yeah, 2 is just, it improves on everything 1 starts with. A greater story, greater world and everything. And the characters are hilarious. And it doesn't matter really how long it takes you to get through a room. People will get through rooms, quicker than others, but that feeling you get where you're like, oh, and it all comes together.
Light bulb. It's like, oh, now I finally figured out how to solve this chamber. That's a great feeling.
You will feel dumb playing it, especially if you stream it and you have a chat. But I recommend not looking at chat. Like you can do it. You absolutely can do every puzzle, and you can beat the game. It's not hard, but they're just so exceptionally crafted rooms that you will, in that game, find a room that you're like, I am never beating this. And then after 5-10 minutes, you'll be like, there it is. And then you'll get it. So it's such a achievement filled feeling, such a relief feeling. And it's great game, great feeling. I absolutely love both Portals. Best puzzle games ever.
The first Portal is, if you're speed running it, you could probably do it in like 45 minutes. I'd say it's probably more like an hour on average if you've done it before. But even if you haven't done it, it's not long. The Portal 2 story is probably about 12-ish hours, so it's much longer, and it is just fantastically written. The sad thing is, like everything else Valve does, they can't count to 3. If there was going to be a Valve number 3 game, I would pick Portal 3 over any of their other games. I love Half-Life, but I will take Portal 3 over Half-Life 3.
Could you imagine a Portal game with VR?
No,
that would be awesome.
It would be
that's
awesome, but I
probably
wouldn't
the-
be able to do it.
That's probably the most likely because they did Half-Life Alex, right? So I could see them doing like Portal Shell or however you say her name, and then that's the VR one.
I was super excited because they were going to release a DLC that added a map maker so people could build their own test chambers and share them. I literally would have played this game forever, and they scrapped it. It may exist on PC. I don't know. I did buy it on Steam. I have not played it on Steam yet. I'm sure there probably is like endless test chambers on PC version, but they were going to add it to the Xbox version as well, and they never did. But while we're on the topic of Portal, there is a free game called Portal Revolution, which takes this and does even more with it. I have not played it yet, but it is free on Steam from what I remember. And I'm very much looking forward to playing that because they add even more mechanics, and it's just more Portal. So I'm very much looking forward to playing that.
Thank you. I added that to my library. Yeah, my 3 pick is, of course, I want TF3, but I would love 3s for anything. Another important thing is the co-op is excellent. It is great. Don't make the mistake I did, though, because I started off playing the co-op before the single player. Yeah, and it's I thought it was just going to be the single player in co-op, but it's not. It takes place, I think, after the game, and also puzzles are the puzzles are way harder. So you definitely want to do this
rather than 2, so it's much more complicated.
Yeah, it's not just the single player and co-op. It's new
it's
stuff.
Its own separate campaign.
So definitely play Portal 2 and then do the co-op. Don't make the mistake I did.
Yes. So, and Static was saying, your what Zord? My Gen 1 Megazord from Power Rangers. I had the first generation. It's in storage somewhere. I don't know where it is, but
Go Power Rangers.
That was my thing as a kid. I love the Power Rangers.
Oh my god, were you the Red Ranger as like a kid?
The one time I did a Ranger for Halloween, I think I was Red Ranger.
Are you judging him right now? Is that what?
No, I'm pretty sure it was Red Ranger.
No, I'm not judging him. I just imagine young lad Neo with the like Ranger pajamas with like the feety socks.
No, the only time
and being annoying to his mom.
I had the toys. I didn't have any like Power Ranger clothes or anything, but I was a Power Ranger for Halloween one time.
You didn't even have a shirt?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's sad.
If you had to guess what Ranger I had to be by looking at that, you could tell which one I had to be.
You were also
the
Red
black
Ranger.
one.
Greenie.
You were the Asian one, right?
Pretty.
Yeah.
She died.
Yeah, no, he was definitely Zordon. He was a big blue head.
Oh,
what was the robot's name?
Alpha.
Alpha. Yeah.
Alpha. Yeah.
Alpha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the same voice of Raz. I didn't know that.
Oh,
I didn't know that either. Oh my god.
I think Christian might have said something about that way earlier in the chat. Unrelated, or not unrelated, related to Power Rangers, and I'm not going to. I don't remember the gist of it, but I remember being funny. I think it was a College Humor sketch way back in the day where Zordon is a racist.
Oh yeah,
that video is hilarious. Go check out
kidding.
Zordon is a racist. It's really funny.
There was a one video edit where I don't remember it, but they replaced the Red Ranger as Jose Canseco for some reason, and it's been stuck in my head every time I see the Red Ranger. I'm just like, Jose Canseco. I don't know why. It was something I watched probably when I was on drugs, so that's why it made me laugh probably more than it should have.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
All right. Well, we are going to move on to our number 2s. Oh my goodness, I can't believe how long number 3s went. That's a new record for a single round of picks. So
a new record.
My bad. Don't bring me on. I talk too much.
No, as long as you guys are good with it, I'm fine with it. I love these. These are so much fun.
If Fractured was on, this would go to like 3 a.m.
And I would love every second of it. So, all right. Well, I guess we'll just keep the same order. That would mean that you'd be starting off our number 2s, Carl.
I think it's pretty obvious. We're going to go with Halo 3 here as my number 2 Xbox 360 game of all time. What can I say? I think we've talked about this many times with the 360 episode and just, from Melee Games Town Square about Halo. I
have argued many times that Halo 3 is still, to me, what I consider like the perfect game of all time. It just changed the whole world perspective of like a multiplayer game, online gaming to me as a kid. Obviously, we could talk about like just how much cultural impact Halo had, but Halo 3, something about it just like really took off. I mean, you couldn't even go on early YouTube and you could just watch all the crappy MLG clips playing either some sort of like Linkin Park song or obviously the go-to favorite "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor" for 7,000 different badly edited Halo montages.
It's a montage.
Exactly.
Montage.
I'm glad someone else went with the joke.
Just so many different things that Halo 3 did right. From the multiplayer, the custom games, the evolution to zombies with like one of the being a main staple type, Griffball, Forge mode, just all these new dynamics that just like really changed multiplayer to me. Excuse me, especially coming from Halo 2, where it was more like just straight up put up your dukes and you had to make your own fun. It feels like Bungie really listened to their community, brought over everything that like they asked for, plus stuff that we never even knew we wanted. Obviously, you said it before, Neo, the 4-player co-op too was a really big thing for me and my buddies. Just very iconic cultural thing. Also, the only game where I ever felt like I could probably go MLG back in the day when it was like that. I was really good at Halo, and then Call of Duty came out and kind of ruined a lot of that stuff for me because I was just more of a Halo guy, as James said too earlier. You know, just that was my multiplayer. I knew how to play it. I knew just what I liked, and the gameplay and the gunplay and everything was just solid, really good. And yeah, it's probably the only game too that made me realize I hated French people very much too.
wait, who's French in it, and why do you hate them?
So, as
connection.
So this is why when we were talking about party lobbies, I wanted to save this story for that reason.
Okay.
So I specifically remember before I would go to high school in the mornings, it would be like the French people would be getting off of work and they're just looking to have fun, and I'm just looking to play a few games before I have to go be locked into the school prison, as it was. And every time I played with French people, I felt like I was literally being dragged down by the entire country of France, because every time I played with them, they were all terrible. They were all terrible. I understand why you guys lose wars, because you're all terrible shots.
Hey,
all right.
If you ever want to make them, if you ever want to make a good insult to them, just tell them that they're just mad that Japan stole their flag. Just put a red dot on it.
No, I just yell at them in their own language because I understand a little French, and that's also another reason why the animosity is. But
there's more French than James.
There is a reason for this animosity where I finally just like lost it, and it was because right before I went to high school, one day I played just a quick game of like Team Slayer, and we won the match 50-47 with a combined total of me having 45 kills. My teammates had the combined score of 3, 2, and 0, and they were all French.
Wow.
And this is why like this one like just sticks in my head, because the entire time I was just fuming at these guys. I'm like, why are you even bothering? Why are you even here? I could do this by myself without you at this point. You're just dragging me down. And I kept saying to this one guy, I'm like, you have no kills. You have no kills. I like this was just like the most pure rage I ever had. And I just kept saying like, this is why the Germans own you. This is why the Germans own you. I was so upset. So very upset. And to this very day, I harbor a grudge against France, mostly because of Halo 3.
And are these like French people you happen to know, or just random people who
they were random?
They were just from France.
Random, and that's why it made it even worse.
France or something.
Wait, what did you say, James? I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Someone trolled you and set your servers to exclusively French or something. Like, what the hell? How
no,
do you get only French people?
I don't know. This was only at my buddy's house too, so I know he didn't do it.
but all three of them were French, and they were just speaking in French to each other, and I just kept getting more and more upset. I kept calling them "fuck you, Pepe Le Pew." That's what I kept saying to them as well. I'm sorry, Neil. I should swear. I know, but I'm just getting so upset thinking about those
We're
French
almost
people.
3 hours into the session, into the
I
night.
know.
Oh my god.
It's like 15 years later. He's like, God, I still hate them.
It's because it's burned into my mind. I said to him, I was like, "There's no way I should have 45 kills, and you guys have 5. This is impossible. There's 3 of you. This math does not compute."
If Halo took place in France instead of New Mombasa, we would have lost that war.
Exactly.
Yeah, one thing I on a happier note, one thing I forgot to mention earlier when we were talking about when I was talking about Halo 3, but I did mention it on Town Square recently, was like my favorite game type was Griffball. I actually played in like the first official Griffball league, and I think my team made it to like the semifinals. That was so much fun. I love that game type.
Yes. Griffball was amazing. Like I said, all the custom games were fun. Fat Kid, obviously, those weird ones that you would find where they would like launch a explosive coil at you, and you're on like a little platform. It was like Last Man Standing. There was so many interesting, unique, and innovative game types that people could come up with. A lot of mongoose racing, which another thing too, the mongoose. I know a lot of people hate it. I love the mongoose. And that's
I love
still
getting a kill with it in any game it's in.
Splattering
Oh, yes.
someone.
And on top of that too, one of my favorite levels too is when you're all driving around a mongoose is fighting that scarab. It's still one of my
Yeah.
still
yeah,
one
we
of the
fucked it
better
up on
ones.
our run.
I was that the one that I took out? Yeah, I think that's one that I took out. I was able to
Yeah, it
afford
ended
it.
up being that my guy decides to kill you guys and myself and an ally out from me.
I was like, don't worry, guys, I got this. And I was able to take it down. I was like, yeah. But yeah, that is a great level.
And just another thing too, this photo right here, as I have right now, I obviously this is more a rendering, I think,
Yeah.
than an actual cutscene. But this was so like just badass when you were just a teenager, and especially because it was me and my buddy, and we like did the whole campaign on Legendary. Shout out to Game Fuel because we went right to the 7-Eleven and bought all the Game Fuel we could too.
Hell yeah.
I loved Game Fuel. Everyone
No.
hated it, but I'm like, God, this is great.
I loved
I
it.
loved
Who
it. I
hated
loved
it?
I heard nothing like online. I
PlayStation
heard
fans.
nothing but
Never
good-
had it, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Jason, did you just raise your hand?
Oh, I did what?
Oh, no.
Don't believe your lying eyes. But yeah, everything I heard from everyone was like they hated Game Fuel. It's like it wasn't my favorite Mountain Dew, but I did love it.
The
I don't
original
care how
flavor
bad
was the
it
best.
It was Halo Mountain Dew.
Yes,
I was
it
gonna
was.
consume it. They could have made it taste like the worst thing in the world, and I was going to consume that. But Carl, you're right on like just that amazing, gorgeous shot of Chief and Arby together. I was saying this when I played through it with Kay recently, that Halo 3 is one of those amazing games. You see this sometimes in film, see it rarely, even rarer in games, but it's like you can pause like any cutscene and it looks like something that could be framed. It's like they knew they were making art, and so like they're constantly putting everyone in these great epic poses, and everything just looks so wonderful and so beautiful throughout the entire game. I also appreciate that apparently 360 brings out the racism in everybody. Now you hate French people through Halo 3. I'm pointing out every minority in Crackdown. And of course, we mentioned the Call of Duty lobbies. So 360, the most racist console confirmed. Just brings it out.
Well, it's 360. It means we hate everybody.
Exactly.
We hate the whole world.
Going back to Skyrim, those damn red cards.
Hey, see there it is. It's
Skyrim is for the Nords.
Yeah. Free game on the system.
Oh, but one more thing before I pass it on over to James. One other thing too. Halo 3 soundtrack I still think is the best soundtrack out of all the Halos I've played. And I don't know why. It's just something about Marty when he starts mixing in the piano into like all the classic Halo themes.
The menu theme, man, is just chills every single
Yeah.
time.
I-
Never
It
never
just
get
hits
sick of
me.
it.
I
Still doesn't have the
did-
best Cortana though.
No.
Yeah, I listened
That's the
through
one thing 4
the-
does right.
all the Halo soundtracks in preparation for the soundtrack episode 6 of Top 5. My favorite was Halo 2 because they had
Molnir mix.
Well, because they had some of my favorite new metal bands in it as well.
Breaking Benjamin.
Blow Me
Jinx.
Away.
Benjamin.
It was the guitar solo that opened it for.
By the way,
Neo.
that
But
song
they're all
still
great soundtracks.
that song
though.
is still in the Master Chief Collection. You just have to be at that part in the old graphics.
You have to, switch back to the old guys. Which, you discovered that when you were playing with Paul.
Well, I knew about it before, so
Oh, okay.
because I remember someone saying that that you couldn't that it wasn't in the
it.
Master Chief Collection. I was like,
If you're in the modern.
I'm gonna go look and see if it is, and then that's when I figured that out.
But yeah, all the Halo games have great soundtracks. Halo 2 is my favorite, but yeah, they all are great.
Yeah, the one level when you have all the Pelicans and the humans and the Covenant all like landing on those platforms, and just the piano starts playing. It just gets you hyped. You know, the only thing that could get you more hyped is if it was like an American song, like the Star Spangled Banner's playing while you're doing that.
Or America, F yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I could gush on Halo, and I've done it with so many other places, but you know there are other guests. So James, take it away.
Okay. Well, I'm not talking about Halo 3, believe it or not. You know, that might be a shock, but I am talking about a game that came out the same year as Halo 3.
So many games from that year.
The peak was 2007, baby, and this was the birth of a great franchise. And so my number 2, and it was a 360 exclusive, is Mass Effect 1. Love Mass Effect.
Oh, yes.
Mass Effect 2 is my favorite, but that was not a 360 exclusive. And Mass Effect was, and I bought this on a whim, not knowing what I was getting into. I pretty much bought Mass Effect because I was a KOTOR fan, and so I'm like, well, this looks like KOTOR without the Star Wars, and it really is. It felt like the next-gen leap, and it felt like the leap over into the next gen for KOTOR fans. And man, I just love Mass Effect 1. And there's still things about Mass Effect 1 that are my favorite in the series. I love the ambiance of Mass Effect 1. I think it's got the best music, best soundtrack in Mass Effect 1 for me. I love how alien and sci-fi it feels. It feels like as the series went on, they tried to go not realistic, but more gamey, whereas Mass Effect 1 has so much weirdness, and I find that charming, like the Mako, and I like the energy-based weapons.
Let's go, Mako.
And just everything about this game is wonderful. The Batarians absolutely deserved it. I
was like, they weren't even they were in the Bringing Down the Sky.
They were in the DLC, and Shepard rightfully mass murdered them all. And it's like, I love that meme where Anderson's like, look, I know you had to do that to stop the Reapers, and Shepard's like, Reapers?
That was Mass Effect 2's DLC.
Oh yeah, when he says that, but you kill them.
What do you mean, Reapers?
Yeah, what do you mean Reapers? I just wanted to kill some Batarians. But yeah, the characters are so iconic, so memorable. Everybody has a waifu from this game. For me, it is Team Ashley. Love Ashley. Of course, Caden, who is literally Karth the Cuck from KOTOR 1. Of course.
So he's a Canadian. Got it.
Literally, yes. So, of course, Caden has to die. My headaches all the time.
Oh, God, yes.
Just so annoying. Yeah, I would have killed you anyway. Rex is such a bro. Garrus is such a bro. Amazing characters, amazing storytelling. If somehow you haven't played Mass Effect 1, I don't care about your complaints about the Mako or the Citadel. The Citadel is the bomb. I love exploring the Citadel. I love Shepard dancing all the way through it. So Mass Effect 1 is such a lovely, wonderful experience. It's probably my most replayed Mass Effect. And it's just such a wonderful sci-fi adventure. And I really miss loving Mass Effect. And I absolutely fell in love with this game. This barely wasn't my game of the year. I remember playing this and being like, man, is this going to be my game of the year? Because it's so good, so perfect. I remember everyone gushing about BioShock, but it's 2007. And 2007 was the peak of gaming. And this was a very, 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 very close second behind my game of the year. And love it to death, as I'm sure a lot of you guys do.
So it's funny that you mentioned that about Caden, because I just looked it up, and there's no 100% certainty, but there is a strong inference that he is Canadian.
He acts like it. Constantly crying, oh, my headaches. I
thought he talked about that he was from Vancouver.
Oh, really?
I forget, I feel like there was some dialogue that he mentioned, but I know he also said that his parents had waterfront property in Arizona or something. That's
now
another line.
I'm curious because I kill Caden every single time without
Wait, how do you
regret.
have waterfront property in Arizona?
Because California fell off.
Oh, good.
But now I'm curious because I killed Caden every single time without any remorse. But Mass Effect 3 opens up in Vancouver, so I wonder if you kill him if he comments on that or anything like, "Oh, my home got invaded" or something. That'd be interesting.
Canadian looks like Canadian.
Leafland.
Give me a second to recall. Caden looks just like one of those weird greasers. I hated his hairstyle so much, and he always wanted to complain.
Well, yeah, I hated him. I appreciated that they brought Karth back almost as an homage, because if you guys don't know, it's the same voice actor of the pilot from KOTOR.
I like Karth way more than Caden.
No, I'm a dark side user. If you play dark side, Karth is the most insufferable character in the world.
It's even funnier then, especially if you're a woman.
Oh, doesn't he like hit on you or something?
Oh yeah, it's funny.
God, I'm always dark side male, and then in Mass Effect, I'm always Chad Shepard. I never go Fad.
Because it's a big stupid jellyfish. Do you remember that line, James?
No, what? No,
So-
would I have had to play female or something?
No, so when you play Renegade Shepard and you're on a Citadel and you have the Hanar preaching about his religion,
Yeah.
and like you talk to the CSEC guard, he's like, "Why don't these Hanar understand?" He goes, "Because it's a big stupid jellyfish."
Oh my God, I need to replay Mass Effect.
So like
you can do that like basically at the very beginning of your first visit to the Citadel.
you could just be like the most genocidal madman in Mass Effect if you wish.
I love it.
And even James was even too Canadian to do that.
You know what's funny? What I love about Mass Effect is I played it so many times at different points in my life that I always like with KOTOR, I played Dark Side and I stick to it. But Mass Effect I always thought was interesting because I don't play Paragon or Renegade. I just do what I think every single time. So my playthroughs are all mostly the same, but some things will differ. Like my waifus went from Ashley to oh God, what's her name? Liara, and then Ashley. So I circled back around. I went Ashley, Liara, then I went back to Ashley. Now I'm deadline back on Ashley here.
Hello?
I've always hated Tally. But yeah, no, I'd be curious to play Mass Effect 1 again and just see maybe what I missed, because I probably haven't done every single dialogue or everything like that. I've never played the N's, whatever it's called, the remaster of them, the N7 edition or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious what's changed, what's different. But yeah, I hate the Hanar. You're right.
Honestly,
Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost him.
Uh-oh.
oh, hello.
Oh, yeah,
Hi.
you put out there for a second.
Yeah, you guys cut out on my end too, so that was also very weird. Like everyone just froze in it. And I was
That
talking.
sounds like a you issue.
It's you. Restream usually hates me. What's going on?
Yeah, like that was weird. So can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. So like when Neo was talking about doing LAN parties for Halo back in the day or something like that, me and my cousin were huge Mass Effect fans, and we would go to other people's houses and set up like a little LAN party in someone's living room of all of us just playing Mass Effect 1 single players.
Wow, really?
Yes. And I just remember this. Like we went like this is a funny story. We went over to one of his buddy's house, and his buddy wasn't even there. His buddy was in college. And it was him, another one of his friends, and me just hanging out in some random dude's living room that wasn't even there. And I was like, this is like the weirdest thing. And I was like, and I
Did
guess
you all
it's
think up your sex scenes or something? It's like,
No.
all right, everyone, romance now.
no, we should have. That would have been funny. But we were like obsessed with
That
trying
would have
to
been fucking.
True.
Eh.
Yes, Carl.
I just had to let the laugh go through first.
Oh no.
But no, like Mass Effect to me was like I said, went into that Best Buy, walked out with 2 games.
Yeah.
Mass Effect was the other game that just blew me away. I still get nostalgia for it every time I hear the Sovereign scene. You know, when I see it, and you just listen to Sovereign talking about like how organics are just completely useless and stupid, and they could never comprehend why they are useless and stupid.
Yeah.
I thought all the characters had a lot of charm. Garrus Vakarian going through his phase of trying to be a cop that wants to kind of just bend the rules, and then depending on how you encourage him, either he goes down that dark path more, or he kind of just like goes like, "You're right, Shepard." You know, learning about like the Quarians and how like I relate to the Quarians because they're the space gypsies, as I like to call them.
You're not wrong.
I'm
Yeah.
not, and as a gypsy, I understand their culture too.
I was talking because Elvis is a huge Mass Effect fan as well, and we're trying to figure it out. And what's amazing about Mass Effect is it's really its own thing, and it's so well made, and it feels so polished and perfect in its story and world building and characters. And what I talking with him, because he was a big Star Trek fan and I'm a big Star Wars fan, and it really feels like Mass Effect is the perfect marriage of Star Trek and Star Wars, because it's got like the politics and the moral dilemmas down that Star Trek does, and it does it so well. Because especially for me in Mass Effect 1 and 2, there's things that it presents to the user that are like, oh, you can absolutely see both sides, and you can see why there's a debate on this. Like with, Garrus's race, the Krogan, and then, having...
Turian.
Garrus isn't Krogan, he's Turian.
Oh, yeah,
Correct.
sorry. Rex and the Krogans, and then having to do the genophage on them. And it's just like, well, if you didn't do that, then they would have overrun the entire galaxy. So it's the big moral dilemma and all that stuff. And what side do you fall on? I think it's just brilliant. And then, but it also has the adventure and the spectacle of Star Wars that sometimes Star Trek doesn't have. And so it's got this wonderful marriage of these two great sci-fi franchises, and does it like just in a perfect mix. And I love it so much.
No, you're not wrong there, James. Especially when you see your first Thresher Maul and just pops out of the ground.
Yeah,
You're like, what is that thing?
yeah, terrifying
Yeah.
in the best way, especially in the wacky Mako, which I love and will defend to this day. I love that Mako.
No, I'm with you. We're
Yeah.
Mako bros, bro.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I got a question for everyone on the panel. If you like Mass Effect, did you ever read the books?
I did not.
Yep,
Oh,
I got
those
him right there.
You got to read at least the first book at least one time, James.
And they were written by Drew Kapierson,
Yes.
whatever.
Karpyshyn.
That's it.
There's 4 books. The first 3 were Drew Karpyshyn. They are great. The 4th one was by another author, and the 4th one was terrible. Don't read that
Yes,
one.
I'm not
we
shocked.
don't talk about that fourth one.
Yeah, Drew's amazing, and of course he also wrote KOTOR, and he wrote the Darth Bane trilogy, which is I think mine and Nerdy Neo's favorite Star Wars novels.
It's because of Mass Effect I discovered Darth Bane, because I read the Mass Effect book, and on the cover after I was done reading it said other books by Drew Karpyshyn, said Star Wars Darth Bane. I'm like, what is this? So I read it. I'm like, oh my god, this is like the favorite Star Wars thing ever.
It's incredible. That man is just so incredible with his games and his books. I'm very curious. Like, has he done any games? Because he didn't do Mass Effect 3. He did Mass Effect 2. I'm very curious if he's written any other
What he's done
games.
since then, I don't know.
He did come back for SWTOR, but I do not care. He will not get me to play SWTOR. And he came back for like some of the DLC, and so it's like bits and pieces of that game post launch are written by him.
On them.
Yeah, don't care. I want to know like single player story games that Drew has done, because I will absolutely play those. But yeah, he
liked one of my tweets one time too. I was like, oh my god, Drew Karpyshyn liked my tweet.
Oh wow, okay.
I think I screenshotted it too.
Do you have it framed?
He
I
did
did not
Jade
print it
Empire.
Okay, that's one of those like underrated ones from BioWare that I always heard was good, but I never played it. Carl, you played it, right?
Jade Empire?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You were
Jade
talking
Empire is
about
a
it
great
recently.
game.
That's what I thought. I remember you saying.
I got to go back and play it. It's been a very, very long time since I played it, but it was very unique.
Yeah, from everyone I've heard who's played it, they said it's a good game. I just never got around to it.
And then the only other game is Neverwinter Nights, which I have not played.
I did not know that.
Yes, but I'll say this right now. If you haven't read the first Mass Effect book, please do. It is a prequel,
Revelation.
And it is so good. It gives you much more story of Saren and Captain Anderson, and it just adds so much to the first game. Like legitimately, like after I read this book, I went back and replayed Mass Effect 1, and I was like, oh, this just adds so much more to the story.
And it's not one of those weird cases where it's like a different writer or something. It's literally the same writer. So it's very pure and very authentic. I really got to read it.
Yeah, that all flows together. I think this is probably my single most read book. I think I've read this book 4 or 5 times. It's great.
And I do love Saren. So I
Oh,
should read it.
Saren is so much more like brutal in that
badass.
book. Like you have to. If you love Saren now, wait till you read that book. You'll become like Saren did nothing wrong.
Yeah, I'm almost there already. But yeah, I loved, and that's another thing is like the game having the choices matter and how you spec mattering is so cool. It took me, I think, until I didn't know until like my third run through of the game, like years later after it came out. Like I had no idea, spoiler, I guess, that you can make Saren just shoot himself, and I'm like, what?
Oh yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
you didn't
yeah.
know that?
That's so wild.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that. Wait, Carl, did you not know that?
No, I knew that like as the first thing I did. That's why
No,
I'm more shocked.
I have
Okay.
always played soldier. And so I only play soldier, and all my talenting went into all the weapons and beefing up my guy. So my shepherd is a big dumb idiot that murders everything. So
Yeah.
it wasn't until like my third playthrough that my shepherd finally got a little articulate. And so he
Yeah.
finally was able to convince Saren to kill himself, and I had no idea.
If you either have to have your intimidate or your charm maxed out in order to do that.
Yeah, and they're the last things I did. Absolutely.
Oh God, I can't wait for November, guys.
What's November?
I always play Mass Effect in November, and it's just
Oh, okay. No
And
Mass
we're gonna be
Effect
doing
November.
a Mass Effect stream, I believe.
Yeah.
Like discussion, that is. So we'll probably be playing some Mass Effect as well. So these are the three Mass Effect novels, because the fourth, like I said, the fourth one is terrible. I literally don't remember the second one at all. But I remember
the second
third
one's so
one.
great, man.
I remember the third one had to do with heavily went into like the whole like Reaper indoctrination and the
I'd love to
Elusive
read that.
Man's research into it. And I remember that being great. But I need to read the cover on this one because I don't.
The second one dealt with Cerberus and when they attacked the Quarian fleet.
Okay. Yeah, and Jillian. At least that's what I said. And yeah. So yeah, all three of them are great. So. Yes.
I really got to read those other ones too, because for me, more so than Saren, Elusive Man did nothing wrong. Cerberus did nothing wrong. Elusive Man's absolutely the good guy too. So yeah, I want to drink whiskey with him for sure. So yeah, I got to read those.
All right. I guess that brings it to Dude.
Gotcha.
For number
Actually, this is my most recent game I've played.
Okay.
So it's actually it doesn't have nostalgia attached to it, but it is.
So is it like you played it for the first time recently, or you just replayed it recently?
Like a couple of years ago, I just recently played it, like for the first time.
Okay.
So
interesting.
And it's how I started my streaming journey, and it is Dark Souls.
Ah, there it is.
It's still my favorite Souls game, and it's because it has the Metroidvania aspect to it. The world feels interconnected, so each time you play it, you can remap your way around the world, so you don't have to do the same exact path every single time. Even though you probably, if you're the first playthrough, you should probably go in the specific path,
the intended path.
Yeah, because there are some bosses that are just too difficult to beat if you don't know their patterns, and you can't just face tank their hits. They'll just kill you in like one or two hits. But I just love the way the world is interconnected, and I love how different the bosses are. And it just started me on the Souls journey that I played through all the way into Elden Ring when it released.
Okay.
Just a lot of fun.
So I've got a lot more experience in 2D Souls-like games than 3D ones. I played Fallen Order. I am going to be playing Jedi Survivor at some point. But of the actual Souls games, I've played like an hour of Dark Souls Remastered. Is there much difference between that version and the remastered version? Is it just like upscaled, or did they add stuff to the remastered version?
I mean, I think the remastered version does have the DLC on disc, but the DLC, it doesn't have achievements, and for some stupid reason, From Software doesn't add achievements to their DLC, so that's why I haven't touched the Elden Ring DLC. But
does Erdtree not have achievements?
Nope.
Oh, I did not know that. I assumed it would because that
From
basically
Software
all
doesn't care
DLC
about that
does.
stuff.
Yeah,
And
sadly.
I remember someone saying that they didn't think there was going to be, but I don't remember. I never followed up on whether
But
there actually was or not.
the only time that DLC has ever been required for achievements was when they did the Dark Souls 2 on Xbox One, and that's because they added in the DLCs they add magic, because there's an achievement for getting all the magics, each style of magic, and in DLCs they tend to add magic. Well, they don't usually add them to the achievements whenever it's just DLC, but in the Xbox One version, since the DLC was put on the disc, they added those magics into the achievement. So you had to go and find the magics that were light about.
Okay, so illusion, destruction,
Yeah,
restoration,
stuff like that. Yeah, but that was the only one that actually ended up doing that. But sadly, the Xbox One version of the Dark Souls 2 is the worst version. I actually think the 360 version of the Dark Souls 2 is better. But that's because they mess up the spawns. They put way too many more enemies. They make it feel like a full-blown gauntlet instead of just like an actual dungeon.
I've heard that Dark Souls 2 is most people's least favorite of the Dark Souls. Is that?
Yeah, and if you play the Sins of the First Scholar versions, that's the version that has the messed up the upgraded spawns. So the 360 version is a time capsule to before that.
Okay.
But this version of Dark Souls is actually backwards compatible, even though they have the remaster. So
yeah, I love it when they do that. It's like,
yeah,
I hate it when they're like, no, there's an Xbox One version, so we're not going to make the old one backwards compatible.
But the remastered version mainly just upgrades the visuals, puts that DLC on disc, and makes it 60 frames per second.
Okay.
What's kind of funny is some of the quality of life things actually introduces new bugs that allows you to skip things, especially the 60 frames per second, because a lot of the animations were not designed for 60 frames.
Oh, it's okay. And I know we've briefly talked about it before, probably on Achievement Chasers, but maybe when I get around to doing Dark Souls Remastered, maybe you could be my coach.
Yeah, definitely. It's not as intimidating as you think it is, as long as you don't go in the wrong direction at the beginning. Okay. Let's just say my very first stream, I spent an hour trying to go through the graveyard first. If anyone's played Dark Souls, no, they know about that. They ain't the direction you're supposed to go in first.
Yeah, I've heard that Dark Souls has a easy to go the wrong way, and now you're in an area where you're way outclassed.
Especially this one, because like I said, it's more like a Metroidvania. So, but instead of the abilities, it uses keys and stronger enemies to keep you from going in certain directions. But of course, if you know how to get around those locks and know those enemies' patterns, you can just go anywhere you want.
I'm gonna skip some things.
Which is why I actually argue that it's partly a Metroidvania, but it's the only one that can be treated that way, because all the other ones are very linear.
Okay. So
maybe there's 3 exits in an area, but usually that exit's a fork, and that fork ends up going in a dead end.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't think any of us have really played much of the Souls-like, so I don't have a whole lot to input on.
Funnily enough, the only one that's interested me that I want to play is the one that is not on an Xbox system. That's Bloodborne. I always loved the aesthetic and look of Bloodborne. So, I play the Jedi games out of obligation to consume all Star Wars product out of spite. But Bloodborne is the one I'm actually interested in. That I just love the art style. It looks like Hot Topic blew up and made a video game. So I got.
Now that you told me how to record for my PS3, I was going to start playing through the Souls games on PS3 or on PlayStation, but then GameCube got supported on retro achievements. So I'm like, okay, I'm on GameCube for now. Once that event's over with, though, I'll probably go back to doing the Souls games on PS3, because there are technically 3 games I didn't play through yet. And that was the 2 Demon Souls games and Bloodborne. Because I actually go through the remastered versions as well whenever I do that. Because I pretty much when I first started streaming, I went through Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, 3, Sekiro, and then Elden Ring.
Oh, I forgot about Sekiro. That's right. Yeah.
Actually, no way. I might have gone through Sekiro after 2.
Sekiro, the game that ruined every game. I hear.
Oh, what? I didn't know this.
How that?
I just get annoyed with online conversation where if there's a parry system, everyone's like, "It's like Sekiro."
Oh, what? There's
Lots
games
of
older
games
that have parry.
parry systems.
I did
Well,
not know
well-
this argument.
Well, to some people, Sekiro was the first and only game to ever have a parry system.
Uh-oh.
It has a good one though, at the very least.
That's funny. But yeah, James is when it comes to Star Wars, consume product and get excited for next product.
It's not. I'm not doing the red letter media thing. For me, it's get full of hate and just work
It's
through it out of
consumed-
spite.
It's consume product and then despair for that the
Hate
next product's
yourself
coming.
and
Yeah.
play next product.
Yeah, I do not have fun. It's just full disclosure, as I always said, Star Wars is always my thing. So I've always said I will try to do everything Star Wars, no matter how bad it gets. But man, is it getting tough.
Luckily for me, it's only Halo games, so they haven't gotten, even with 5, it's still
So
not
you didn't
that
co-
as
you didn't
bad as
commit
Star
to
Wars.
all Halo media, like
Yeah.
I did for Star Wars. So you don't have to watch that TV show that's
Nope.
now currently canceled.
By the
but
way,
you can come back.
The moment I
Let's
saw
go.
that Halo was in
Exactly.
its own timeline, I instantly replied, "That means that the money that I'm spending on this isn't also in another timeline."
I like the way you think.
Yeah.
Ah, good old Master Cheeks.
Exactly.
Big booty.
Speaking of Halo, yeah.
I thought you were going to say about speaking of booty.
That too.
Well, Paul
He is a big
Dukin's
booty
here,
respecter.
and we are doing tomorrow night on his channel. We are doing book club of the Fall of Reach.
Yeah, boy.
I got to finish it tonight. I've got a little bit left, but looking forward to that. So, what's up, Paul? Good to see you, buddy.
Sorry, I'm starting my Metroid Prime hard mode for retro achievements tomorrow night. Also, I don't know how to talk about books or music that well, or movies. I only really know how to talk about games.
I'm too much of a music snob. I can't do a music show, or else everyone will hate me for my musical taste.
And I don't know
made-
how to read, so
I made Paul very sad when I just said like
That's
I'm
what-
not a big album guy.
It's like that's what Paul said, Jason. He's like, I can't read, and that's why he loves audiobooks.
Like the most you'll
Sure.
get out of me for music is like, I like the guitar.
Oh, I can talk about music, but I've gotten into so many fights over like people that share my opinions. Like I've gone to concerts and at metal shows, and people have been like, "Dio sucks," and I'm like, "You take that back!" And it's just like, "Oh,
Take that back.
oh I will fight over Ronnie James Dio."
There's
Don't make
only
me-
3
don't
good
make me
albums.
make you
Man.
see a rainbow in the
Good
dark.
man.
My
He's the
favorite
man of Silver
album.
Mountain. That's what he is.
I'll show you
Oh.
a rainbow in the dark.
I get to see one of Dio's last concerts.
I'm so jealous. I never got to
Nice.
see Dio live.
I saw the original singer for Drowning Pool last week.
Before he
Oh.
drowned in a pool.
Pretty
No.
much.
That would have
Yeah.
been ironic.
It was an OD.
Yeah, back of the van OD. I used to love Drowning Pool.
It was literally on the way to the next concert after the one I saw him at.
Wow, really?
Literally the last
Wow.
concert.
Holy, that's nuts, man.
Yeah.
I was like 10 at the time.
Welcome to top 5 singers before we saw them die.
Yeah,
I guess
for
I
the
could
longest
add to that
time-
story. I saw Motorhead before Lemmy died.
Oh yeah, I got to do that. I got Lemmy's autograph on my wall. I love Lemmy so much. That's one of the reasons that anyway. No, it's not music. Gotta get out of it. I was about to go on a
For
whole
the-
rant.
For the longest time, the only thing I knew about Deadpool was the Body song. And then I actually listened to it. I was
mean
like,
Drowning
God,
Pool?
all their. What did I say?
Deadpool.
Deadpool?
Is a comic book character.
Very different.
I
Hey.
meant Drowning Pool. Thank you.
At least there's a good movie coming out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that. First time I've been looking forward to seeing a movie in like over a year. But
Yes.
yeah, for the longest time, the only thing I knew about Drowning Pool was Bodies, and then I actually listened to all their albums. I'm like, God, they're really great. I like all their stuff.
Tearaway, so good.
I like Soldiers.
It's been a long time since I listened to them, but I do like their albums. So, all right. Well, music is for another top 5. Jason, we're on to your number 2.
My number 2 is going to be a quick one, just because we've already mentioned it on the list. But my number 2 is the original BioShock as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when I first got that,
High
I
five. Oh, wait, other way.
There we go. There we go.
You did it. Through the scene it.
Yep. So yeah, no, I absolutely love that it was a first person shooter that really wasn't. They had these really cool enemies called the Big Daddies. The atmosphere was awesome, and that's before I even knew that there was that crazy plot twist or whatever you want to call that happens in the game. But yeah, no, I absolutely loved how the game looked, played, felt. I was like, man, this is the coolest looking water ever. Then you can shock the water and you can do all this crazy stuff. I'm like, what's going on? And then I could play it so many different ways.
Best looking water. You didn't play Hydrophobia then.
Or
You haven't played Sea of
Horizon
Thieves yet.
Zero Dawn.
We're
Yeah,
talking
but
about
Sea of
Xbox
Thieves yet.
360 games.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because my Hydrophobia was on 360.
I don't remember that one, to be honest with you. I
It
might
was an
have
arcade
played
game.
that.
It was all about water and fluid dynamics, and it was pretty good, but it didn't look very good.
Fluid
Yeah.
dynamics.
But yeah, no. And then again, when the plot happens and you're just like, okay, this is cool. Then I already mentioned it when dude said it. I was like, wait, now I have to go back and replay this game just to see how many times he actually said it. I'm like, that son of a bitch. He did. And then it became like, and when my brother didn't play it yet because I finished it first, that became like a household meme kind of thing. Be like, hey, would you kindly go do this for me? And then when he beat the game, he's like,
No,
you
I
son of a gun. You were spoiling the game for me without spoiling the game. I'm like, yeah, I got you. But yeah.
That's great. So, okay, slight
Did
track.
anyone else kill all the little sisters? Am I the only mass killing little sister person?
I
here?
saved them all first time, and then I killed them all the second time.
Oh,
Same.
nice. I've only killed them all.
Oh no, I saved them. all
Of
first.
course.
Well, it kind of hurts us achievement hunters because there's an achievement for actually saving all of them.
Yeah.
Is there not an achievement for harvesting all of them too?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a one for each, but I guess not.
James was like, "Be gone, she demons."
Oh, I thought it was just hilarious. It was because it tries to make you feel bad, and I'm like, this is the funniest thing ever in a video game.
You know what's funny? They actually end up giving you more stuff whenever you save them than the direct pull.
Oh, okay. Oh well, maybe I'll play it properly one day. But it's just so tempting, looking in their sad little eyes to just kill them. It's hilarious.
Because after you save a certain amount, they actually leave a gift at the next little sister shop.
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like Jedi versus Sith. Giving into your passion and not passion, but like more instant gratification, because by harvesting them you get more reward instantly. But if you save them, you end up getting more in the long run, just not as fast. But yeah, Adam, the resource that they're collecting. So, all right. Sidetracking back to music just real briefly.
Oh no.
Paul said that on his last book club, he listened to I'm assuming he's talking about Rainbow in the Dark for the first time.
No, Rainbow was Dio's band before he joined Black Sabbath and then went solo.
Okay, I was gonna say, Paul being a music guy and never having listened to Rainbow in the Dark until this last music book club was gonna about blow my mind. Okay,
Dio jumps around a lot.
Girl.
Yeah, he started in Elf, which Elf is so good. They're very like jazzy and classic. Love it. And then Rainbow sounds more like Deep Purple. Yeah, sorry, Elf.
Like,
yeah,
Dio wasn't in Elf.
Yeah, Dio and Will Ferrell got together, made a band. So yeah, no, it went Elf, which is super good and jazzy.
I mean, that's not the craziest
crossover.
band.
That's true. Then I went Rainbow, which is it's got Deep Purple connections and sounds kind of Deep Purple-y. And then Black Sabbath, which peak Black Sabbath in my opinion. Then Dio. So yeah, I recommend.
And then Heaven and Hell.
Yeah, which is Black Sabbath, but Ozzy was like, "You can't use that name." It's like, I hate you.
I mean, I think one of the crazier crossovers was the lead singer for System of a Down joined the guy who made the God of War soundtrack, the modern God of War soundtrack, to do a remake of Godzilla.
And it's so good too.
is.
I love that rendition of Godzilla. I listen to that all the time. Yeah,
I gotta look that up. I love Godzilla.
They made
That
it
was
for
for
the second Godzilla movie from Legendary Pictures.
which most people consider the worst in the legendary Godzillas. It's actually the only one I can stand watching. So I always find that weird because I hate all of them except for that movie. And yeah, it ends on that song and it's so good.
So, all right.
Definitely.
Well, thank you for clarifying that for me, James, because I was about to have my mind blown that Paul had never listened to Rainbow in the Dark, the music guy. I was like, are you kidding me? So thank you.
Maybe he hasn't heard. I don't know. Paul, have you listened to the Holy Diver album? That's what Rainbow of the Dark is on. Let us know.
I remember because I have, I got the CD of Holy Diver way back, and
Nice.
my whoever it was that got it for me, because it was on like my birthday list. I remember getting it for my birthday one year. They went into I think Best Buy or something. And they like gave them this list of CDs that I was asking for, and the guy who was there to help her didn't even know what the CD was. I was like,
really?
and this was like
Wow.
15, maybe more years ago. It's like,
That is the
How do
peak
you
Dio album, like start to
not
finish.
know
Every
Dio?
I
song
just
on
realized
that
my
is
dad
so
doesn't have that
wonderful.
Dio album. Maybe I'll pick it up for him for Christmas.
Oh my god! And I have gifted this. So apparently everyone needs to gift or get gifted Holy Diver.
It's a
My
great
favorite
album. I'm probably gonna listen to it now after the stream because it's been so long since I've listened to it. It's such a good album.
My
And the reason
favorite
why I
high
know that is
school
because
teacher,
before I
gifted
left my
to.
dad's house or left my parents' house, I ripped all of his CDs and put them on a hard drive.
Nice.
Nice. So
He has over 300,
all
Ooh.
right.
so that
All
took a
right.
while.
And I will finish our rounds for number 2 with another game that's already been mentioned by Jason as his number 5, and that was Shadow Complex. I
Wow.
freaking love this game. It was my number 3 on top 5 Metroidvanias. Like I said earlier, it was basically what I consider the catalyst for the resurgence of the or the catalyst for a renaissance period of Metroidvanias, because there wasn't a lot before that other than like the actual Metroid games. And since then, we've just gotten a ton of them, which I'm very thankful for, because it is, like my favorite genre. And I look, like I said earlier, it's got good graphics, not pixel graphics. It looks great. It's fun. I will never say no to playing this game. It's not terribly long, so it's not a huge time commitment. There are achievements for which I've completed the Xbox Live Arcade version and the remastered version. The remastered version is much more difficult because there's an achievement for beating the game with 100% on any difficulty in 2.5 hours, I want to say, with 100% item collection. And then there was one for 100% item collection on the hardest difficulty in like 3.5 hours. I might be getting the numbers wrong, but it's a pretty short time frame, so it's not a long game. It was written by Orson Scott Card, so it's got a great story. It's I just love this game. It's got great guns in it, great abilities. It was basically the spiritual successor to Super Metroid, because we had what's the time gap between Super Metroid and Metroid Dread? A really freaking long time.
Well, I was about to say we had Metroid Fusion
Metroid
and
Fusion.
Zero Mission in between.
Yeah, but Zero Mission was a precursor.
Was a remake, or
yeah,
well, we also had Fusion.
A remake.
Yeah, Fusion was the sequel.
Fusion was the next sequel.
Yeah, and that's my favorite. I love Fusion.
Oh,
So pretty much between Fusion and Dread.
Yeah, but there's a long period of drought of Metroid games, much less just Metroidvania games in general, and this one just knocked it out of the park. I love this game so much. The upgrades are great. Once you have the full suit assembled, you're basically invincible. It's got Nolan North. I mean, he's in freaking everything, but he voices your character Jason. I just love this
Doesn't
game
he voice
so much.
Deadpool in the game?
He does. In the 360 Deadpool game, yes, he's voiced by Nolan North as well.
There was a while where Nolan North was just everywhere. I don't hear him as much anymore.
Assassin's Creed, he was Desmond.
Yeah,
that's where I first learned who he was.
Maybe now he's just on retirement because he's had so many roles.
Yeah, he's freaking rich. I'm
He's
sure.
been
I think he was
replaced by
Nathan
Troy
Drake,
Baker.
wasn't he? Like,
I haven't
think
played
that was
any of the
Nathan Fillion.
Uncharted games, so I don't know.
I think that was
He
Nathan
was.
Fillion.
Nathan, I don't think
No, it
Nathan
should have
Fillion
been
did voice
Nathan
acting.
Fillion. But
Nathan
no,
Fillion should have been the live action version of him, but
Yes,
that's technically Nolan North's biggest role.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
is him.
Uncharted.
In that movie, they should have had the guy who played Sully be Nathan at the very least.
we don't talk about that movie. I don't know how people even stomach watching that movie. My God.
Yeah, Nolan North is Nathan Drake. So
Mhm.
Okay.
That's his
but-
big moneymaker for sure.
yeah, I love it. It's one of my favorite Metroidvanias. I love this game. I can't say enough great things about it. If you haven't played Shadow Complex, I highly recommend it. If you like Metroidvanias in the slightest, it is a great game.
Pick it up before. Well, actually, no, wait, it's backwards compatible,
It's
so you don't
backwards
have to worry
compatible.
about it.
Yeah, and it's on
leaving.
Steam.
Yeah, you guys have gotten me
And it's
super
remastered.
interested on this remastered edition, so I'm very curious to see how much it drops on stale on Steam, because I've never even really heard of this game until today.
Yeah, I need to pick this up too.
Yeah,
It drops to $5 Canadian on sales. So if you
I
wait for
love
the
it
next
so
Steam
much,
sale-
I might buy it on Steam just to get the achievements again for it because I love this game.
I'm pretty sure it's also on
one-stop
PlayStation
support.
4.
I'm gonna put it on my wish list and keep an eye on it for next time it goes on sale. Now that
Yeah,
I'm
for
talking
you
about it.
Americans, that's going to be like $3.50, $4 or something. So yeah, do it up.
You'll be at $350.
No, goddamn, I said no $3.50.
So, all right. Well, that will wrap up our number 2s and bring us into our honorable mentions. 44. So, I think I'm going to go first on this one. As I mentioned earlier at the beginning of the stream, my number 2, 3, 4, and 5, and my number 1 honorable mention. It was so hard to knock this one off my top 5 list because I love it so much. And another thing I didn't say is all the games in my list, basically each one is my favorite of a different genre. I don't think any of my games are from the same genre. And it's just another genre. It's my favorite in the genre. It's a great genre. And that was the music games, Rock Band 3. All the Rock Band games, but Rock Band 3 is my favorite because you can port your songs from your previous games and all your previous DLC into it, and it has more instruments. It's the one game, all my top 5 did. This one almost made the list, but I don't have 100% in the achievements because you have to do expert pro guitar and keys and stuff, and I don't have those instruments to even be able to play those modes. But
I wish I could play them still.
I love the Rock Band games. I have spent so much time on them. And like I was saying earlier, probably the main reason why I knocked it off the list is because I went 12 plus years without playing it just because it's a hassle to get the equipment out and play it. But I love the game so much. And every time I mention it, I'm like, I got to pull my equipment out again and play the game because I just love it.
I'd probably need to go through surgery to be able to play the guitar anymore.
Drums are my thing. That's my favorite instrument. But yeah, I freaking love Rock Band. I have 100% in Rock Band 2. The only achievement I don't have in Rock Band 1 is completing the expert drums tour, and that's because of Run to the Hills by Iron Maiden. That song is very
I
difficult.
think the only one I'm missing in Rock Band 2 is the
Bladder
one where you
Steel.
go through the endless set list without failing. Because
Yeah.
I ended up doing it on expert and I failed at the second to last song.
I didn't do it on expert, but I did fail on the second to last song, I think twice. So it took me 3 attempts to get that one.
Well, wasn't there an achievement for getting it on expert?
The endless set list on expert? No.
No.
Just beating the endless set list without pausing or failing on any difficulty.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so that's my number 1 honorable mention. It was very hard to knock it off my top 5, but yeah. So a couple other of my honorable mentions. I mention this all the time. Ninja Gaiden. Black is my favorite, but Ninja Gaiden 2 is also a phenomenal game. We don't talk about Ninja Gaiden 3 because it pooped the bed, but Ninja Gaiden 2 is a phenomenal game. My one main reason why I like Black more is because of the interconnected Metroidvania-like map, whereas Ninja Gaiden 2 is entirely linear, just like Dark Souls. And probably my favorite racing game of all time. I mentioned it earlier because it's the very first game I got an achievement in ever, even though I had Perfect Dark before I got a 360. Project Gotham Racing 3. I love this game. I only played 3 and 4. I never played 1 and 2 because those were original Xbox games, but I played a heck of a lot of PGR3, and I love this game. It's also one of my proudest 100% completions because it's got some very difficult achievements. And that is it for the ones that I have physically, at least handy. The rest of them are either digital only or ones that I don't have handy. But one that I've been mentioning to James for months, if not over a year now, that he needs to play because it is a spectacle shooter. And it does not get the recognition it deserves. It was a great game. Platinum, Vanquish.
Oh,
I
yeah.
used to play that.
fantastic
Yeah.
game. It's short. You can burn through it in an afternoon. It's a great shooter. It is a really cool concept. Going in slow motion and jetting around everywhere. You got cool guns.
It's actually a
recommend
pretty easy
vanquishing enough.
950, but that last achievement is the one that's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, beating the challenge mode is very difficult. Everything
I
else
ended
in
up
the
getting
game
that finally.
is pretty easy. Yeah, I finished getting the 100% in both the 360 and the 10-year anniversary edition for Xbox One last March, I want to say, and that was a pain in the butt. But that was a proud completion. My single most played game of all time, although I ended up playing more hours on the Xbox One version than the 360, but it did launch on 360, and that was Destiny. I did love Destiny a lot. And then a couple of underrated Xbox Live Arcade games. One of my other, probably my favorite puzzle platformer. Assuming you wouldn't consider Portal puzzle platformer, right? That would be more like a physics puzzler. I just want to make sure that there's delineation. But so, like, probably my favorite puzzle platformer, Braid, with a great time mechanic. Basically, the entire game's puzzle mechanics are all based on time powers, and it's great. And then Limbo came along, and everyone's like praising Limbo, and Braid is better in every way. And it still annoys me to this day that like people were like all slobbering all over Limbo's knob when Braid was better in every way. And then a stealth game, because I know how much James loves stealth games.
I love it.
Mark of the Ninja. That was a great one. I love that one. I love ninja stuff. I love stealth games.
James loves it when stealth is optional.
Yeah, there you go. One of my honorable mentions is a stealth game, so don't worry.
Okay, nice. But yeah, Mark the Ninja, I recommend that one. That one's a lot of fun. And then Gone Too Soon, rest in peace. We'll never see you again, because it is a game that you can't play today, even if you wanted to. 1 versus 100 was such a great concept, and I hated that they ended it. Like, everyone was like clamoring for them to bring it back, because it was a game show that everyone got to participate in, and it was it sucked that it only lasted a couple months and we never got anything like it again.
I forgot about that game.
So
it was an Avatar game.
It was fun.
Yeah, you put your avatars.
It was very
in.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will never have the completion. I missed the achievement for, I think it was getting like 10 correct answers in a row, and I got to like 8, and then I whiffed it, and I never got close again. And I will never have that game completed.
Oof.
Paul's saying, "Hell yeah, Shadow Complex, yes, better than Salt and Sanctuary." I don't know. I probably will like it more, but I haven't played it yet. But I'm just
the Salt and
teasing
Sanctuary
Paul.
one of the Salt and Sanctuary devs finally played Legend of Zelda.
because I know how much he loves Salt and Sanctuary. I will play it. I just it'll be a while. So, and he's saying he wants to stream Shadow Complex. Do it.
Do it now.
Yes, it was. Yes. Well, it was Epic. It was. I think it was published by Epic, but it was developed by Chair. So yes, there was some sort of Cliffy B involvement.
Good Cliffy B, not cuck shirt Cliffy B. That's
yes.
Sure. There's pre and post cuck shirt Cliffy B. So
I wonder how much different of a world it would be if Battleborn actually was successful.
Yeah, he may be sane still. Maybe Cliffy B will keep his head on right for sure.
So
what's he even doing now? What's Cliffy B up to? Like, is he doing anything?
I don't know. Since Battleborn whiffed it, I think did he retire?
Cliffy, if you want to win me back, make a new Jazz Jackrabbit. There you go.
So,
or just make a better Overwatch.
Yeah, do something. Stop wearing the cuck shirt.
Sam, I didn't know this existed, but Sam is asking about the red Wii, asking if it's rare.
There's a couple of different red Wiis. There's the regular model, and then there's the Wii Mini.
I did not know a red Wii even existed. So I don't
think
know.
if you go to a shop, you can find a red Wii. I see them every now and
then. No, red Wiis are not rare.
I thought he was talking about Red Steel, but no, yeah, the red Wii, the console itself. Yeah.
Oh, Red Steel?
Yeah.
I had that game. So, yep, those are my honorable mentions.
Who's next?
All right. My honorable mention.
I'll go in reverse.
Not joking. If you like Gradius, you would like this game.
But no, yeah.
I actually have it.
Wait, what game is that?
One.
It's Odonomus.
I've never even heard of that one.
I actually need that.
Yeah, it's
Good.
I don't have that version.
Oh yeah, this is the one that comes with the pillowcases and everything.
Nice.
But no, anyway, it's just one of those random Gradius games that are just really fun. But no, I had to break
It's one of the
mine up.
cute ones, but it's instead of cute, it's anime girls.
Yeah, and you can fly a paper airplane and all that stuff. But no, I had to break my honorable mentions up because again, during the 360 time, obviously a lot of games I played on the PC as well as PlayStation 3. So like some of the games that were 360 is what my 5 was, but like on the PS3 that were both on both systems, like Asura's Wrath and Metal Gear Revengeance. I love both of those games. I only played them on the PS3 though, so I didn't want to put them on my 360 list because that's how I incorporate that. And then for PC, Orange Box and Borderlands 2, those could easily been on my 360 list, but again, I didn't play them there. I played them more again on, I played them on the PC, so I wasn't going to put them on this one. But the one game that was very hard for me not to put on there was the very first Dead Space.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking about putting that in my
Nice.
honorable mentions.
Yeah, I enjoyed the plasma cutter is one of my favorite weapons in all video games, and
Why would you use any other gun?
you don't have exactly. Yeah, that's the one weapon you can just make. And I was happy when I learned when I played the first time I played. I was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna use this thing because this thing's amazing.
And if you only use it, it's actually an achievement.
Mhm. Yep. But yeah, Dead Space is great. So yeah, that was the one game that was hard for me to put on my 5.
Dead Space Classic or Dead Space Remastered? Which one do you prefer?
They're both really good, in my opinion. I would probably say the new one, just because the lighting in the new one on the newer systems is silly. But like that's about it. Like the atmosphere on the newer one is just a little bit more scarier than it was back on the 360. But yeah, it's tough to choose the two. The only thing I hate about Dead Space, and again when I played the remastered, was the missions where you're going without the oxygen and you're jetpacking through each of the tunnels or the open areas and all that stuff. I'm like, man, this isn't going to be fun to replay these sections again. And I was right, because it's just more of I felt like the game slowed down a little too much. And it was like, okay, you have a time limit to do this, which is good because again, you're in space and you can't just hold your breath forever. So that was kind of a nice way to have the scary of outer space in a way.
That's all your honorable mentions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess I'll go through mine. Fallout New Vegas, my favorite Bethesda game.
Yeah.
And what's funny is it's not even developed by Bethesda, it's developed by Obsidian.
Todd
Yeah,
Howard.
By the way,
people make you
favorite
forget it.
Fallout.
This did come out on PS3, yes, but do not play this on the PS3.
It's
It
legit
is
busted.
terrible.
Yeah.
Also gets FPS boost on the Series X and S.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, if you play vanilla, I think the Series X playing this version on the Series X is probably the best way to play it. If you're just playing vanilla, but of
Okay.
course, if you want mods, you definitely need to go to PC.
It's very crashy on PC as well. I have a friend that's his favorite game, and he plays it like every month, and he says it's literally impossible for you to mod out every single crash. You can get it pretty darn stable, but it's impossible. So I legit, whenever I do play it, I'm probably going to play the 360 version.
This is the second game that Obsidian had that they had like less than 2 years to make a game, and they end up doing it better than the original.
KOTOR 2.
2.
Yep.
KOTOR 2 and Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas with Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Obsidian was amazing.
Yeah. Next game. Now, Warriors Orochi 3. I think the Xbox One version is better because it has more characters and content, but it got start here. I don't think it ever physically released on PS3. But great. I think it's my favorite Warriors game. And Neo, it has Ryu from Ninja Gaiden in it. So
Really?
yes. So, and he actually unlocks the story, so you don't have to do anything crazy. Just complete the story. But at the time that this game released, it had the most characters in any game, like 150 characters.
Wow.
But you play as 3 characters at a time, so it's not. So it doesn't seem as daunting as it would in other Warriors games. Like, remember how long it took me to play through Dynasty Warriors 4 with only like 40 characters.
Yep.
So, then another honorable mention is, I love this game.
Oh, it's good.
It is. I even love playing the multiplayer, and I would actually go on the multiplayer and play as the Marine because the way the game works in multiplayer is that it has a rock paper scissors type melee system where quick attacks beat the strong attacks, but block beats the quick attack, and then blocks get beaten by the charge attack. Well, Marines still have block and the quick strike. They just don't have the charge attack. But if you have a sniper rifle or a shotgun, that just counts as a strong attack right there. And I end up getting so good at using the Marine that aliens would just try and swarm me, and I would just put up my block, and they would just always try to quick strike me because I was a Marine. Well, because of that, they get stunned, and I have a sniper, and their heads are so big. It's so easy to get that one single headshot.
Nice.
So, and I ended up getting pretty good at finding predators, but I did have to end up boosting the last of the achievements for that game.
Yeah, I liked it. I don't think I ever did the nightmare difficulty on the Marine campaign, and I didn't do a lot of the multiplayer, so I basically have almost all the multiplayer tunes. The
multiplayer is still available on the 360 version, so you can still get a group together.
Yeah,
and I think you just need 5 people.
I don't think I'm going to, but I did enjoy the Predator and the Alien campaigns. But my favorite Alien versus Predator was Alien versus Predator 2 back on. I played it on PC back in the 90s.
Gotcha.
But that one was great. I love.
I want to see a sequel to this game.
Mm-hmm.
But and the last honorable mention I'll put, and Kay will be happy with this one, and I played this one recently, Devil May Cry 4.
Nice.
Oh, is that the one that most people hate? No,
DMC.
That's DMC.
It's 2 and technically the reboot, but I think with 5 coming out, reboot has gotten some gotten some of that flack taken off of it because it didn't kill the franchise, and now people are just like, it's actually a good game. But when it comes to the 360 version, 4 is definitely a better game. I'd have to play the Xbox One version of both of them to see which one is better with the upgraded FPS. Because I know the reboot, it only went to like 30 frames per second on a spectacle fighter. That kind of doesn't feel right.
I love the colors in DMC4. Like, it's got very striking visual colors, like the red comparing against the blue is always just, I love that combination. I don't know why. I'm like a moth to a flame. If you have striking red versus blue colors, I'm just like, I love it. And that DMC4 is full of that.
I think outside of the S ranking, there's the S ranks in this game. The only problem I have with it is that you have to find all the red orbs around the map. So that's my only complaint about that one's S ranks. But unlike 5, it's not encouraging you to skip fights. It actually encourages you to go and find the smaller fights so you can actually boost up your points a little bit.
Yep. What's up, Kay? Kay's there with you, dude. Let's freaking go.
Yeah, Devil May Cry 4 was the first Devil May Cry game I ever played, and made me fall in love with the franchise.
Nice.
I'd play through it in order because I had the HD collection.
I think that'll bring it to James for his honorable mentions.
All right. Okay. Let's do this. So, as I said, of course, I had the 360 exclusivity handicap for my top 5, but I removed that for my honorable mentions. So my honorable mentions are full of games that have some sort of association with me with the 360, whether exclusive or not. I have something to say with them in relation to the 360. I've got a ton of them. So buckle up. I'm going to go really, really, really fast here. And I have most of them here in front of me. So let's do it real quick here. I want to do an honorable mention to Dead Rising. And the reason I want to do Dead Rising is because this is the game that made me realize I need an HD TV. And so that was the era, is like you had to go to HD. Dead Rising has infamously small text, and I played it on a CRT, and I thought I was going blind. So I got an HD.
That is an Xbox exclusive when it came out, though.
And yes, you're right. It is. It's got the little, I got my French little. Oh no, it's actually the American version. So there you go.
It didn't become a multi-plat until the re-release.
That's right. And then shout out to one of my favorite squad shooters of all time, Graw 2, because that's the first game I ever played in HD. So played Dead Rising. That made me get the HD TV. And then Graw 2, I was blown away by the visuals solely because I was like, oh my God, it's in HD.
Some of those leaderboard achievements are brutal.
Were they on Graw 2? Because they were on Graw 1.
I can't remember which one it was on.
It was
but
Graw
there was
1 has the number 1 in the world on 3 different leaderboards.
Yeah.
I
One of
hated the
reasons why I
multiplayer
hated
because the
that
multiplayer played different than the single player. They removed some mechanics and it just didn't feel right. So I was like, screw that. And I only played the single player. I'm going to shout out Small Arms because if it was a better game, it could have turned me into a furry. Really cool game, but it sucked. And it was a 360 exclusive.
You sure you're not a furry with the thing behind you?
Oh, no, I'm a ghosty. I want to shout out Shrek and Roll because it's an exclusive 360 Shrek game, everybody. It's still on 360. So Shrek and Roll, everyone. You got to shout out Shrek, especially when he's exclusive. Right here, I'm going to shout out Peter Jackson's King Kong on the 360 because this game is actually the first game where I thought visuals looked next gen and peak. I remember looking at the hair follicles on this big monkey on King Kong and being like, whoa, all the hair looks amazing. So that's my memory of this game.
It's a surprisingly decent game.
I love it. Honestly.
But I did have a glitch happen to me in my playthrough, and I ended up having to restart the game.
Oh, it sucks. Yeah, that one often gets mentioned in at least decent movie-based games.
Oh, I love it. I plan on streaming through the whole thing. Call of Duty 2, already mentioned. I'm shouting out because it got me to pre-order my 360. So that's technically the first 360 game I ever played before it was even out. I'm going to shout out, believe it or not, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary because it made me use the Kinect and scream constantly. Scan! Constantly had to play through it all just to get all those scans in there. Of course, I need to shout out Halo Wars for having the balls to be an RTS exclusive on the 360 after StarCraft 64. They had the balls to do it, everybody. And
hey, don't forget about Tom Clancy's End War.
I did forget about that. But
which you could play without a controller. You could do it all through voice commands.
Oh, that was cool. I remember. Okay,
I don't think it worked very well, but you could do it if you wanted to.
I want to shout out Guitar Hero 2 on the 360, and not because it's exclusive, it is not, but it exclusively had, in my opinion, the best Guitar Hero guitar of all time across Guitar Hero and Rock Band. Guitar Hero 2 had the Explorer. It is still, you can see it on the cover right there.
Yep,
that is still the guitar that I use to this day to play Guitar Hero and Rock Band. My favorite guitar feels. There it is.
Yep.
Jason has it.
I've got mine as well.
I prefer the Rock Band to guitar.
Oh, for me, it's that Explorer, and it's still what I use. And you had to get this.
I just prefer the way the strum bar feels on the Rock Band guitar.
I love the Explorer. I've still got mine. The only thing is that my whammy bar, the spring inside it broke, so it doesn't spring back.
That's probably easy to fix, though.
Myself.
God.
That's easy to fix.
I love the Explorer.
Hell yeah, Jason. Yeah, no, I love that's the only guitar I'll play. Shout out to Seen It. The game
right behind us.
Yeah, Scenic box office smash for being the only game I can tolerate with avatars here. I do love Scenic. I love movie trivia. So
well, you didn't like Doritos Crash Course?
I love Doritos. Let's see here. I'm gonna shout out Oblivion for getting us through the boring summer of 360 before Gears of War. There was no games on the 360, and it was all about Oblivion. I spent all summer playing Oblivion. This was like the only game. Yeah, it was like this was the game. If you were. Yeah, if you were an early 360 fan, all you were playing was Oblivion. Oh my God, this stack's gonna fall like Jenga. Let's see. Oh God, do I have this? Where is it? Yes, of course we have to shout out the Xbox Live Arcade, as Jason mentioned way at the start. So I'm gonna shout out Xbox Live Arcade, the collection, because for multiple reasons. Feeding Frenzy on this collection is amazing. I mentioned Crackdown getting me through sick times. There was one time I was dying sick. All I could do is play Feeding Frenzy, and I was just like, fish, go eat bigger fish.
What other games were on that collection?
Feeding Frenzy, Luxor 2, Pac-Man Championship Edition, Boom Boom Rocket, and I'm also going to shout out, finally, Uno! You have Uno if you own the Xbox Live Arcade collection.
Or the Vision camera.
I
actually have one of those.
I do too.
And we already mentioned it at the start, but the real Uno isn't Uno. You own Hexic, so everyone owns Hexic here.
And then I was looking at that's my first achievement back in 2007.
Was Hexic?
Oh.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I want to shout out my favorite boxing game of all time, one of my most aggressive drunk games. If you get me drunk and you remind me this game exists, I will fight you in it. And that is Fight Night Round 3. Absolutely love this game. And it's not exclusive, but it is the first 10 out of 10 that official Xbox magazine gave to a 360 game. And I thought that was really cool. That's actually what sold me on the game, is I had no interest, don't care about EA Sports, but the fact that they were like, this is the first perfect game on the 360, I was like, oh my God, love it. My favorite boxing game to this day. I think it's perfect. I'll fight people on it. I lent someone this game.
The only boxing game I played, but it was a good one.
It's so good. I don't like the ones that followed it because I love the cinematic feel and the dual analog fights and Fight Night Round 3. I lent this game to somebody in school and he sold it for drug money. And I was so mad. So I had to buy it again. Let's see here. Oh, yes. This would have been in my top 5. It almost counts. I want to shout out Shadowrun, one of my favorite multiplayer games of all time. It is not exclusive. It was on the Vista, but the Vista version was broken. So it was effectively a 360 exclusive because it was broken on PC, but it wasn't.
Wasn't there crossplay with that game?
It was.
Yes.
The first crossplay game.
It was the first crossplay game, and it was broken. So it was funny because I remember back then PC gamers were always talking shit and everything, and they were like, "Oh yeah, PC supremacy," but the game was broken. So if they went in, 360 players are running laps around them. But love this game to death. Absolutely love Shadowrun. I will defend it forever. Of course, I have to mention Star Wars Connect for being the last LucasArts game, which is crazy because I love LucasArts so much. So I'm pretty sure this is the last game for that has a LucasArts logo on it.
That's not a great way to go out,
isn't it? And of course, it's a big meme. This game is a meme, but I love LucasArts so much, and they died on.
Are you
I'm
Han Solo?
I'm Han Solo. And last but not least, my final shout out is the best stealth game of all time. This would have been my top 5, but it includes the 360 and original Xbox version. It works on both systems, believe it or not. You can put it in your 360 or you can put it in the
exactly what
Xbox.
it is. Burger King.
It's sneaking.
I never played that, but I always wanted to try those Burger King games.
I have all 3 of the Burger King games.
The best stealth game of all time. You are the monster giving people their Whoppers. Doesn't matter if you're working construction, if you're a lady walking down the street, you are going to get a Whopper and you're going to enjoy it. I'm going to be hiding in your garbage cans. I'm going to be hiding in your porta potties. I'm going to give you a Whopper and you will enjoy it. So that's my final honorable mention. This would have been in my top 5, but it includes it. You can put this in your original Xbox or in your 360 and it will work. But
I did not know there was a game that could do that.
Yeah, all the Burger King games do it, and it's by far the best one.
That's why on their spine they just have Xbox on it.
Oh yeah. Look at that right there. It just says Xbox, not 360, just Xbox. But it's so weird. Yeah, love Sneak King. Love it. And that's my honorable mentions.
All right, Carl.
I got a few that I'll just kind of keep it straight to the point. First game I want to bring up is one made by Bethesda Soft, Wet, if anyone has heard of that game.
Wet. Yeah.
I played the demo for
I heard
that.
it.
Another one which I'm surprised James did not bring up, Enslaved Odyssey to the West.
If that was an exclusive, it would have been in my top 5 for sure. I love that game. I have so many memories of that game.
Why wasn't it in your honorable mentions?
Because I don't really, there's nothing about it that I associate. Like all my honorable mentions have some association with the 360. That Enslaved, there's nothing exclusively 360 about it or any stories about it, but I do love it. I do have stories about it, but we're already going forever, so I won't bore you. Love that game though.
Did you play Enslaved on Xbox or was it on a different platform?
I played it.
Was on a different platform.
I did play it on 360.
Okay.
It was my primary system of that generation, so I mostly played on the 360.
Another game I like to point out too is a game called Tornado Outbreak, made by Konami.
Mentioned that recently.
Was that a digital game?
No, it's physical.
Never
But
heard
it
of
is
that.
on sale right now for $5.99. So if you want to grab it before the store closes, I would do that.
So,
I'd rather
it had
get
a
the physical.
digital release. It wasn't digital only.
I'd rather get physical.
Another game too that I mentioned that I'm excited for the sequel coming out later this year. Warhammer 40K Space Marine.
Love it.
Space Marine
Love
2
that
looks
game.
pretty cool.
Arguably better than Gears of War. So good.
Another game I think everyone loves too. X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Oh, how did I forget about that one?
I was thinking about putting that one on there.
Great game.
Peak movie game. One of my favorites.
One of my favorite cult classics that's getting a remaster later this year, Lollipop Chainsaw.
I had a feeling that's what you were about to say.
Uh,
No, and Kay is with you. Says Tornado Outbreak is an awesome shout out. I'd never even heard of it till you mentioned it to me a couple weeks ago.
Yes, check that out. You'll love it. Trust me. The two best multiplayer co-op games that were exclusive to Xbox, Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2.
Exclusive?
Yes, they never came to the PS3.
Oh, it was
okay.
on PC.
Yeah,
Console exclusive.
console
Gotcha.
exclusive. There you go.
Okay.
Last
I did not know
but
that.
last of the non-JRPGs, Mirror's Edge.
Ooh, yeah, good one. Paul will be happy to hear that one. I'm surprised I didn't even think about that one. I would have put that in my honorable mentions.
And then I got 4 JRPGs, and now I'll close it up for me. Number 1 I'd like to throw in is Eternal Sonata.
I have that. I've been thinking about playing that, but then again, it's JRPG. That's going to take a while.
Great game. Another one that I mentioned recently, but also got a PS4 port, and I've been telling people to play it. Check it out. Resonance of Fate.
Got
Sega
that one.
published JRPG. A more obscure JRPG, Record of the August War. That also did get ports, so it's not just on the.
I think I have that
PS3
one.
and Xbox.
Is that in the same franchise as Record of Lodos War?
No,
Oh. Okay.
not at all. Not even the same thing. And then I mentioned this at the beginning. I'll mention it one more time. Xbox 360 exclusive, tactical JRPG published by Atlas, Operation Darkness.
Oh. And yep, there it is. Paul's like, heck yeah. I'm
Actually,
here
kind of
for
amazed
it.
you didn't mention Lost Odyssey.
I was thinking he was going to mention that as well.
I was thinking about Lost Odyssey and Blue Dragon, but
I was gonna mention Blue Dragon, yeah, because that was the 360 exclusive to try to appeal to the East. Yeah.
I figured that everyone kind of knows about those ones. I went with more
Obscure.
other JRPGs. That
Okay.
I mean,
think of.
I did enjoy my Blue Dragon playthrough, but it's nothing too crazy.
I love Blue Dragon, but I'm also.
I think the craziest thing is that apparently the Deep Purple singer did the singing for the boss theme.
He did.
So, yep, you got Kay on your side for that one. Eternal Sonata, one of the best JRPGs ever.
Yes, I've been meaning to go back and play it. Very interesting concept. You play as Edward Chopin as he's dying.
Oh, I remember you talking about that one on one of your RNG episodes.
Yes. And I just wanted to shout out those ones because I think they're more obscure JRPGs that I think people should play because they're all unique and they have something different to add to it.
All right. Excellent. All right. Well, that will bring us into the final stretch for our number ones. I'm just going to go first because no one is going to be surprised by it because it is my single favorite game of all time. Big surprise, Mass Effect 3. I love this game. I talk
Called
about it literally like almost every stream. So I'm not going to talk about it much because everyone knows how I feel about how much I love this game. My second most played game of all time behind Destiny.
And Ed, I already threw shade at it earlier this stream.
What's the Connect exclusives in it? I don't remember that.
Oh, it had voice commands in it, so you could issue your squad mates commands by doing voices.
That's right.
It's quicker to hold the shoulder button on your controller and do it with your joystick, but you could do it with voice commands if you wanted to. I never really did.
I totally forgot
I
about that.
tried it out, and I was like, it's fast to do with the controller, so I never really bothered. But, yep. Everyone knows how much I love this game. I'm happy to play the multiplayer literally anytime ever because I love the multiplayer. I love Mass Effect 3.
And if anyone is playing the multiplayer on PC, hit me up because you have to do some wacky modding if you want to play with a controller. But I got it to work, and I streamed it with Nerdy Neo, and I was on the controller, and it plays pretty darn great. So it's a lot of steps, very tedious, but I think it's worth it if you're a fan of the Mass Effect multiplayer. And of course, also a reminder, no multiplayer in the N7 edition. You have to get good old-fashioned Mass Effect 3.
Yeah, Legendary Edition does not have the multiplayer, but I do have it on I do have Mass Effect 3 on 360 and on Steam, so I'm happy to play on either platform anytime because I freaking love it. So, yeah. What do we want to go, clockwise or counterclockwise? Let's go counterclockwise and finish off with Jason. So that'll go to you, Carl. Very
pretty
close.
obvious. It's another Mass Effect game. Mass Effect 2 for me though.
Yeah,
Mass Effect is dominating the charts for sure.
Honestly, I could have went with Mass Effect 1. I could have went with Mass Effect 3, but Mass Effect 2 is where the home is for me. Best squad cast of all time, biggest squad cast compared to the other two games.
Yep, it's probably as big as 1 and 2 squads combined.
It only had one boring character, which was Jacob.
I hate him so much.
Love the options that they had. A very diverse cast of characters from the Drell with Thane, a Geth, Grunt, the new Krogan, obviously some crazy biotic users in Jack and Miranda. Garrus came back, Tally came back. It's just such a great game. And I'm going to keep this short because I've gushed so much about Mass Effect. It's had a huge impact on my life. The book for this one is also really good. I highly recommend reading that because it adds more to this game as well. And on top of that, too,
was that Ascension or Retribution?
Ascension.
This one.
Ascension. Yeah.
Okay.
And just like one thing I would say is like the duality of the first two games is just so interesting and unique because, and how I like to always say is like this: Mass Effect 1, a lot of soft tones, a lot of I think it's xylophone or some type of xylophone that they use a lot for their music. And on top of that, too, everything is clean, sterile. Like everything's whites and purples and very nice. Versus Mass Effect 2, everything's like darker, heavier, and more gritty. And I think it really does like show the duality of the universe. Whereas like in the first one, you're kind of like exploring and everything's kind of safe. Feels like it's nice and clean, prim and proper. And then the second one is just everything's just like the dark underbelly and just disgusting side of the universe. So that's why I love Mass Effect 2. Tally is my waifu, and I have a body pillow of her because I got it as a Christmas gift.
I think it's pretty cool that three of us have had all three different Mass Effects in this list and for different reasons. So I think that's really a testament to Mass Effect and how good it was. And there's something like really for everybody. And it was such a great time. All of it on the 360. We don't talk about Andromeda. I do. Oh God, I refuse. To me, that's like the equivalent of the Halo TV show. But Halo.
No, that's way worse.
I mean, at least I can watch the Halo TV show on mute and enjoy Booty Chief.
Master Cheeks, bro.
Yeah,
with Cortana watching.
Yeah, but I can't really mute Andromeda. I have to stare at Pootie or whatever her name is. I don't remember her name. That insufferable.
At least the action in the Halo show was actually decent.
Yeah. Geez, okay. Anyway, we're talking about good games here. So yeah, Mass Effect 2. It's my favorite of the series. It's probably in my top 10 games of all time. I would have to make that list, but it would be a contender for sure. Absolutely love this game. It's a flawless game in my opinion. It's pretty much a 10. I would have to nitpick and really think about what the flaws are in this game. So if anyone out there has not played Mass Effect 2, oh my God, we'll play the whole trilogy.
Play the whole trilogy.
I can't wait to do retrospective episodes on Halo and Mass Effect. These are like my two that I really want, and open invites because they're both going to be in November. Spoiler alert.
Also, James, I'm happy that you think it's cool that there's been a Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, but as the the keeper of the points and the keeper of the list, I don't think it's pretty cool because I have no idea how I'm gonna rate this.
That's true. Well, like none of them win. That's pretty or maybe they do. I don't know. You have
that's hilarious.
Crazy rank.
Well, I think we all know which game is going to win.
Oh yeah, so it's 3 and 2 are tied.
No, I'm talking about the whole list.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, I think Tally was the first one I romanced in my entire Mass Effect playthrough as well. But I'm not sure if she's my favorite. But I do like her.
I love that, again, everyone can have different takes on this and everyone plays differently because I absolutely hated Tally. I bullied her with a vengeance, and everyone's favorite is Tally, and I'm like, no, I can't.
Why are you going to bully my girl?
She is, I don't know. I always found her insufferable. I was always Team Ashley, but I always love that. I love the waifu fights that you can get out of Mass Effect, where there's a girl you hate and a girl you love, and so for me, it was Ashley.
My main Mass Effect waifu is Miranda.
I couldn't date Miranda because I have a cousin named Miranda, and I always thought that was weird.
Miranda is an easy smash for me. She is the smash while Ashley is not around, but I could not commit to Miranda because it feels like Jacob was there first, and he's a constant reminder being on the ship. So I'm just like, and you know what? I will smash. You're super hot, but you're not wife material.
James, when are we going to do a ranking list episode? Been waiting.
I'm game of ranking of what all the
Mass
waifus?
Effect companions.
Although I've got that
I'm
on my
down.
top.
I'm down.
I'm in for that.
Yeah, of course, I'm down. I will bully. I will make so many enemies because I have strong opinions on all of them. So
But yeah,
We already
Case-
know who all the F tiers are.
yes. Oh
Yep.
God.
Okay, it seems hard to pick. Mass Effect 1 and 2 are both excellent. And 3 is also an excellent game. Have to put that in there.
This is your
Yeah.
show. I'm not gonna
Flame
say
Mage, Mass Effect
anything.
2 is so good. Yes, they're all great in their own.
Perfect.
And she also loves stock photo tally.
Oh
That was
yes.
the best.
That's funny.
Stock photo.
Shout out
tally.
the Indian girl that was used as the photo for Tally.
All right, James.
Ah,
Are you
oh,
going
yeah.
to surprise me with your number one?
Nobody knows what this game is. Nobody can guess it.
It hasn't been talked about at all tonight.
No. It's sneak. No, I'm just kidding. It is, of course. I should have. I should.
I think this is the game that dude was just referring to a minute
Yeah,
ago.
it is. Look, I've talked about 2007, and I've talked about this nonstop over on our channel at Melee Games here. To me, 2007 is a peak of gaming, and it's more about the excitement and the atmosphere and the time. And to me, there is one peak of 2007, the best year in gaming. This is the best game of all time. It is absolutely perfect, and it is Mass Effect 3. I've
Yes,
talked about
Mass
this.
Effect 3.
It is Mass Effect 3, everybody. No, it is Halo 3. It is
We might as
Halo
well
3.
we might as well combine ours because ours both is number one.
All right, let's just gush. Hell yeah, hell yeah. And it's both, we
Let's all
both have
pull
the
up-
kitty editions.
Oh,
We got the legendary edition.
Yeah.
wait. Why is my Legendary Edition different?
You've got the essentials. That's the DVD.
oh,
That's
okay.
the bonus DVD.
He doesn't even
Oh,
have
no.
the game. Fake fan.
I have that as well in the other room here, but yeah.
No, it's probably with my Master Chief helmet, which I have no idea where it is.
There you go. And then of course Carl is holding up his bro pick. But yeah, I love I keep saying Mass Effect. I'm tired.
Mass Effect
I-
3.
I-
The
Mass
joke
Effect
is
3.
done.
Yeah, you've assumed direct control here, Nerdinho.
Assuming control.
I love Halo 3 so much. It is the peak of gaming for me. It is a perfect game, a flawless game. I've talked about it so much. It's got perfect music. It's got just perfect story, and it's got perfect multiplayer. I usually say, I love the Halo trilogy. If I stopped at Halo 3, Halo would be a perfect series. For me, Halo 1 had the best single player. Halo 2 had the best multiplayer, and Halo 3 just combined it all into a perfect package. There's really nothing bad I can say about this game, and the excitement I felt at the time was just incredible. It was a special energy in the air for Halo 3, and I don't think we will ever get it again. I would be happy
Sadly, I
to be
agree.
surprised if we ever get something like this back. But I've told this story before, but I waited in line for, I want to say, 7 hours while someone was jackhammering a cement floor next to me in line. I was about 10th in line for Halo 3, so there was people lining up even over 7 hours for no reason, and it was just the excitement and the hype, and I loved it. And I was sad. I was sad when I beat Halo 3 for the first time because it felt like that was the end of an era, and to me it was. And we really hit that peak. So I absolutely love this game so much. I cherish it more than a video game. I cherish it for the time it represents, because it was a special time in video games, and I'd love to be proven wrong, and I would love for something to come along and top that feeling and that energy that Halo 3 captured the gaming world with. I don't think it's going to happen. If you were there, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
The one thing that comes close
Exactly.
nowadays is Smash Brothers, and that can only do so much because it's a fighting game.
Yeah,
Halo 3
I
probably-
It can bring the
defense of
hype,
that.
but it can't bring the type of completeness.
It's just it was I don't know, it was just such a special time, and it felt like the whole world, it felt the closest. I made this comparison to Star Wars. It felt like everyone's eyes were on Star Wars in 1977 and for Empire, and then again for Phantom Menace, and that's kind of what Halo 3's energy felt like for gaming. I've never felt that level since.
Yep.
Where everyone is talking about this game and the news is talking about it, and they're confused, and we all get it and they don't get it. And it was a very, very, very special time that I miss dearly.
Not
We also-
necessarily sales wise, but one of the biggest cultural phenomenon video game launches ever.
Yes. Absolutely. And of course, the marketing campaign. We've all talked about it before. The marketing campaign is incredible. Probably the best marketing campaign for a game ever. I remember seeing those trailers. The trailers make you emotional. It's incredible. And the dioramas they built are just amazing. From that revealed trailer where Master Chief is walking in the desert and he sees it, and you have Cortana doing the commentary over it, all the way to the Believe campaign. It's just, oh my god, it was a special time.
Could you imagine if Halo 5 actually delivered on its promotional stuff and actually was a good
God.
game?
I
It could have been the Halo 3 of that generation.
I really, it's hard. It's so bittersweet because I look at what Halo is now, and it's just like Star Wars. You fumbled a ball. You had the pinnacle and the peak of gaming and the peak of gaming energy, and it has fallen so low now to the point where Master Chief is delegated to Adobe commercial, where 343 is no longer allowed to develop Halo games. They can only be involved in the concept stages, which is insane. I have no hope or faith in the future of Halo, but I guess we will see what that future looks like, if there is a future. I have no idea, but yeah, Halo was the king of the hill for a long time, and it was the best of times.
For me, it was my first online game like that, and I played that game to death so much that I ended up getting into the mid 40s in almost every playlist out of 50, and I even got to 50 in SWAT. So I actually got to the highest rank in a playlist.
Nice.
So, and that requires you to keep on winning over and over again.
Yeah,
I just remember how difficult that was.
So, Carl, I know you've been trying to get the word in here.
I was just letting them talk. I think absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say, and I think it's time for Master Chief to rest a little bit. And if 343 is just in the concept phases and another dev can get a crack at it, well, maybe it's time.
Yeah, that's actually, I've said it a few times, but that's what I want from Halo. So my future of Halo at this point is no more Master Chief, no more Halos as in the actual planets. But I just want a game to have a completely different story. It can even take place like 100 years before or after. I don't really care. Still call it Halo, but I just want it to play like Halo 3. I want it to have the locomotion, the gameplay, the gunplay, and all that stuff. Similar to what ODST did, right? Like ODST was a very separate story, took place during the events of Halo 3, but followed different stuff. But it played like Halo 3. So I think that's what Halo's future can be. Is I want them to make it feel like I'm playing Halo, but with a completely separate story. You don't, just like with Star Wars, we don't have to have Han, Luke, and Leia there constantly, and we don't need Master Chief and RV.
Yeah, I think I've said this before. We could have play as the elites in certain different parts.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
We could play as elites hunting down the last of the prophets. We could play as elites hunting down the banished. We could play as the elites during the Human War.
There's an infinite number of stories you can do, and it's just plug in that story into this amazing game.
It doesn't have to be Chief.
Yeah. Look at Reach. A lot of people, that's their favorite Halo, and Reach did really well. I mean, Master Chief is basically
ODST and Reach were well received.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised nobody listed Reach. To be fair,
ODST wasn't as big as Reach because there was no, technically there was no multiplayer for it. But yeah, ODST.
For ODST it was billed as a campaign expansion to 3, so but it still felt like its own thing.
Speaking of, we will be playing ODST on Paul's channel on Sunday.
There you go.
Yep.
Nice.
So
maybe we'll be able to beat it in 3 hours again.
We should. I've done it. I've got that 3-hour achievement on ODST before, and we weren't really even trying a long time ago. So we shouldn't have much difficulty getting through it in that time limit, getting that time achievement. So, dude, anything else on Halo 3 before Jason wraps us up?
No, just love playing that multiplayer.
All right, Jason, you got a hot take for your number 1?
I guess. I mean, I was just going through everything. I mean, I have a number 3 for my number 1, but it's not any number 3 that we've had talk about today. Nerdy Neo, you kind of mentioned as your honorable mention, but this is the reason why I still own an Xbox today. Granted, it's an Xbox One, but I probably have the most money spent in this game out of any game probably ever. just because I have about 600 downloadable content items, and that has to do with this guy right here.
Oh,
Wow.
And this guy
Guitar
right
Hero
here.
3. Okay.
No, it's Rock Band 3.
Oh, Rock Band
Ah,
3.
right.
Okay.
Wow.
And this guy right here. And then I don't want to feel like grabbing my drums because I was gonna grab all that stuff too. That's why I left.
I
But
need to
yes.
get my drums fixed because they have battery corrosion on it.
Oh, do they? Yeah. No, I have the symbols and everything. Like I was gonna grab everything out there. I was like, you know what? That's a little too much to put together right away. But yeah, no, Rock Band is like the one game that I've played besides the fighting games that played the most of out of anything. I mean, it was during the time like when I was in college. So I mean, screaming at like 3-4 o'clock in the morning after I beat Green Grass and High Tides in the first one to getting the second one day one just to do the, like, you know, play that way. And then obviously third, getting that one first on the 360, then getting it for the Xbox One, and then just to be up at 2-3 in the morning when new songs were about to get released and be like, okay, I gotta buy this, and this, and then do that whenever they had the releases. So I mean, I think I have like 600 songs on my Xbox One, something around there. I have a stupid playlist for my system on that, but yeah, that's probably out of any game that I've played besides the fighting games on my Xbox 360. Yeah, Rock Band is the #1 game I've played the most.
Nice. I love it. Yeah, I got
It would
the
probably be higher up on my list if I could still play it.
yeah, that'd definitely be a little difficult. But yeah, I love the
Yeah.
drums. That's so much.
It's
I
the
got
same. It's the
Ion
same reason
Drum
why I
Rocker.
can't use keyboard and mouse.
Yeah, no, that would like, I can't play as I used to, but yeah, no.
Is
like,
guitar your
Yeah,
main instrument?
If I use if I use these two fingers too much, they just lock up like this, and
yeah, I see that.
they get completely numb.
Oh, but
So-
yeah, I got the Ion Drum Rocker, which is awesome because you can swap out the brain for like an actual electronic drum brain, which I plan to do, but I never actually did it. But yeah, I freaking love Rock Band. So it was very, very, very painful to knock it off my top 5 list.
Yeah. No, my friend learned actually how to play the drums through Rock Band because, like I said, it's pretty close, and he ended up getting an electric drum kit and learned how to play the drums. So he was our drummer.
And then Rock Band 3 pretty much made it so that you could use like an electric drum set on it. So
Yep. And then like I said, it was me and my other friend. We would switch between bass and guitar. I played bass like when I played music, you know, in college anyway, every once in a while. And then obviously I played guitar as well because, you know, all bassists just want to become a guitar player anyway, unless you're just really, really good. So I mean, I play a lot of the rhythm style stuff like that. So yeah, this game just was always fun. Just to be like, oh, cool, I can play these songs. And I love rhythm-based games, and listening to music, obviously in games, as we know, is another one of my favorite things to do. So I mean, I could just nice surround sound, play a game, and just have a bunch of friends play it. It was great.
sad thing is, if I could actually play those games, I'd actually ask you guys to help me out with the Aerosmith because all the achievements I have left are co-op and online stuff.
I would help.
The only achievement I don't have in Guitar Hero Aerosmith is one for getting a certain score on.
I have that one.
One train
Kept Rolling.
song. Train Kept Rolling. I was able to
I
get
actually have that
score.
one, but I just never had anyone to play with. So because of that, I couldn't play.
And
Play the
another
co-op
one
stuff.
Another one that was a lot of fun too when I first, because again, I was like Rock Band all day, and I'm like, when they announced Lego Rock Band, I'm like, okay, we finally jumped the shark. But I'm like, when I got that one, I was like, wow, there's some really good tracks on this.
To be honest, Rock Band never really did anything wrong. It was a Guitar Hero that just kept pushing too much.
No, it was Harmonix were absolutely the king, and I feel like Harmonix actually understood the music and they understood how to implement it properly in Guitar Hero 2 and Rock Band for the rest of it. And when they sold it off to Neversoft, Activision, I felt like they were just making the games hard for the sake of being hard, and it didn't actually play properly like the music should. I remember Dragon Force looking at Through the Fire and Flames, and they're just like, this is not at all like how it's played. Like, what are you doing? And it's just like, they're just hard for the sake of being hard.
Yeah, usually people go like this on their
that
so,
song,
yeah.
most of it is on the actual instrument is on a keyboard, not on a guitar.
Yeah. But no, that's a great pick, Jason, especially with the farewell to the 360 store, because this is the 360 content that I'm looking to purchase. Is I got to make some last minute track purchases because I still play Rock Band and Guitar Hero on the 360. I never
Make sure you also
upgraded.
make sure you find a Rock Band 4 so you can also make the transfer
Oh yeah. No,
before the
I'm
store shuts
probably
down.
I'm probably just I'm sticking to the 360 no matter what, just keeping that all on the hard drive because I never wanted to upgrade and I love the Explorer, so I just want to keep using
I think
that.
you can use the Explorer on the
Yeah.
Xbox One version, can't you?
Oh
Yep.
really?
So this
thought you
is my
couldn't.
go-to guitar. This is
Yeah.
and through a lot of things.
They actually worked with Microsoft and PlayStation to make it so that the old plastic could work with the new game.
Maybe for
Especially
me.
Especially since those old ones with the cords, they're just USB ports.
Okay, yeah. I might, but really for me, it's Rock Band and Guitar Hero become my #1 drunk game. So sometimes when we're having a party and like we're all drunk and it's 2 a.m., it's just like let's bust out the Rock Band, everybody. Let's party like it's 2011 again.
Nothing wrong with
and
that at all.
yeah, it's amazing. My #1 played one is I always go back to Guitar Hero Metallica. But I think that's because they were always my favorite band, and I always love the set list because it's half Metallica songs that Metallica picked, and then the other half are songs that Metallica picked from other bands that inspired them or some way.
And some of them,
they're-
a lot of them, I think they put every Garage Inc. song on there as well from the original band.
Yeah. So yeah, you got King Diamond in there, and yeah, you've got
Whiskey in the Jar.
Turn the Page, yeah, Whiskey in the Jar, all that stuff.
I
It's
actually
so
think
good.
Whiskey in the Jar is overrated, and the
I-
radio plays it way too much. I think Turn the Page is way better than Whiskey in the Jar.
I will take that. I will take that. I love both, but yeah, Turn the Page is actually probably my #1 drunk sung song. I'm always the singing on it, so I will drunkenly sing in it.
I'll make a funny joke about this. Turn the Page is how I knew my dad was hammered.
Oh God, I'm carrying that torch.
I'm not even joking about that. It's like when I knew my dad was like incredibly plastered, he would play, I think, the original song Turn the Page by, I don't know who the original artist was, but I just remember Turn the Page would come on and I'd be like, oh yeah, my dad's just blackout right now, guys.
That is awesome. That's literally me. Your old man and me should go golfing sometime.
I hated that Guitar Hero. Well, Guitar Hero 2, I don't believe had any online capability.
No.
But Guitar Hero 3, it only had the verses. You couldn't actually do the co-op, and I never had anybody who was as good at it as I was. So I never got any of the co-op achievements above medium because no one else I knew was good enough to do it. So. But yeah, on my first, I'm pretty sure it was on the first episode of Open Mic that BD Jake came on. We talked about Rock Band and the instruments for a good chunk of time. So if you want to go check out that episode of Open Mic, that was a great one. And we talked about Rock Band and music and stuff for a bunch. So that was fun.
Nice.
But yeah,
Very
love
nice.
the Rock Band.
Love it. It very much a peak 360 era game. And yeah, still drunkenly play it to this day. So excellent pick.
I was just talking to someone because I went out and talked to people in the real world recently, and it's like, oh, we gotta get together and have a Rock Band night. They're like, yeah, let's do it. So I might actually have some people over and play some Rock Band.
Nice.
There
Sometime
you
soon.
go.
Who knows? Maybe one of these days I'll actually go and get diagnosed and see if I can actually get this fixed.
Get your hand fixed so you can play Guitar Hero again.
And apparently, I think it. I mean, I haven't get it diagnosed, but I've read up on it. Might be ulnar tunnel syndrome. Pretty
Yeah.
much the nerve around your funny bone.
Yeah, no, it's I have similar. It's this nerve gets pinched super easily because it's the closest there. Massage therapy, if you haven't had it, that's king. But that's helped a lot. Massage therapy and exercising, a certain weight machine helps.
How
me a
much?
lot.
How much for massage therapy from James?
If we get the happy endings, it's free.
No, I meant you doing the massage therapy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Well,
I know what
back to
I know what the
brings-
ladies like.
I know what.
and you know what the boys like, right?
ladies like.
Yeah.
Dude, you can always try to learn a new language and do lefty flip.
There
Which
you go.
I mean, I don't even know. Yeah, it's even for me doing this. I'm like, I have no rhythm in my left. I'm like, okay.
There was an achievement in Guitar Hero 3, I think, for beating it with the flip on. So I put a mirror behind me and I played it looking backwards in the mirror, and it was just like playing it normal.
Yeah.
One of the few achievements I've ever gone for, because it was so fun to go for, was that Rock Band play all the songs in one set. And so I invited all my friends over, and I'm like, we're staying up all night. We're doing this achievement.
Pass.
Because
Pass the guitar.
yeah,
I would
it-
probably use the Explorer controller just for that because it's plugged. It's a hardwire.
Yeah, that makes sense. We all stuck to our instruments. So yeah, the guy on drums was sweating by the end of the night. My voice was killing me because I sang all the songs, and I think the guitar player, I kept having to nudge because he was laying down. He was just like falling asleep. It was so fun.
Oh, I definitely fell asleep during the same thing.
Nice.
One of my Bladder of Steel attempts, where you have to do the entire set list in Rock Band 2 without failing or pausing. I tried it on drums, and I was like 75% of the way through, and like I could barely move my arm. 'Cause it's
So, what was everyone's band name?
I was wondering.
Snuggle surprise.
I do not remember.
Because a lot of the people that played it with me, like we actually just named the band after our band, so that's all we did.
And what was that?
For sale.
For sale. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I know I asked this question once on a stream where we were talking about Rock Band, but yeah, mine was Point of Impact.
Ooh, edgy.
Mine was Half
that's a-
Dead Zombies.
Yeah, I thought Point of
Now-
Impact would have been a cool name for an actual band.
Yeah, we just did like the random name generator, and then the second name that popped up was Snuggle Surprise. And we just started dying laughing. They're like, "Fuck it, let's just
You
go
have
with
to
it."
you have to go with it at that point.
What was yours,
And-
James?
I literally don't
remember?
remember, but I vaguely remember one of the rock bands getting a censorship warning or something. So it was probably something quite funny if I got a warning on it and had to change it. So I don't remember what I went with, but it must have been good.
I pretty much made my guitarist look like he was a biker that died from a crash
Cool.
to
Yeah,
fit
that
in with
was
the
the-
theme of Half Dead Zombies.
Yeah, that was the only weird thing about like how the characters looked in the game. That was the only like, wow, the guy is 8 foot tall and about $110 because how thin they looked, and that was the only weird thing. Or they had the broadest shoulders and the
That's one thing Guitar
Smalls
Hero I
and
think
limbs.
had better was the character models.
That
Yeah.
I do remember.
I
My
agree with
main
that. Except for
their
Guitar
jaws
Hero
were
was
so
Lars.
big.
What was that, James?
Oh, I do remember. My main Guitar Hero character was always Lars because they had the preset characters, so I always picked Lars. He was the black metal guy.
Yep.
I liked how they had the Grim Reaper in the first game.
And I loved how in
I think he was in
Guitar Hero
3 as well.
Guitar Hero Metallica, if you played a Metallica song, it would replace the band with, no matter what you picked, it would replace it with Metallica, which was really cool.
Okay.
But then you also, they had Lemmy and King Diamond, who I'm huge fans of both as characters. So it's just, that game, I'm just such a fangirl over. It's just such a love letter to all the Metallica fans that I'm a self-loathing one, but I still know all the lore and all that stuff. So it was great. And I'm sure Kay loves Guitar Hero Aerosmith as well because she's a big Aerosmith fan. But
are
no,
you
no
being
drums and
serious or
singing on that.
sarcastic?
No, she loves Aerosmith.
She does it
She's a
like
huge-
okay.
She unironically loves Aerosmith, and it's
Aerosmith's a good band. Why are we shitting on
Yeah,
Aerosmith?
they're not that.
No,
they're
yeah,
actually
I'm
pretty
not. I just because James. Sometimes I don't know whether he's being serious. or
oh
not.
yeah, you never know if I'm doing deadpan delivery.
It was just
That's true.
kind of weird that they were the first ones to have a band centered game.
Yeah.
I just wish it got the update to have singing and because I'm always a singer, so I never play guitar Aerosmith, but I want to belt some Dream On poorly. I'd love to.
I think
Yeah, this was fun too.
I actually went
I
to the
never
midnight
heard
release
Beatles.
for that one, Jason.
What's that?
I actually went to the midnight release of that
Oh, did you?
For
Yeah.
Beatles Rock Band.
I
wow.
don't care for Beatles, so I never played Beatles Rock Band.
because you're a hater and a communist.
Oh, that's something me and
I still think the most
they're
random.
I never
band-
played Guitar Hero Metallica either.
there
Well,
you
Well, that's
go.
the most-
understandable.
He hates both sides. I'm with him halfway. I'm not a Beatles guy.
No,
He's
I
like, they
didn't
took
have-
down Napster. I love Napster.
I didn't have anything against Guitar Hero Metallica. I just never got around to playing it.
Is there non-Beatles music in that, or is it all?
It's all Beatles.
All Beatles.
All
Okay.
Beatles, and it's actually pretty well done because they like reenact a lot of famous Beatles TV scenes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I will
It's
go-
actually really nice, and it came with a nice guitar too. If you got it, Paul McCartney's
bundle.
like guitar.
Yeah,
I still
will
think
agree with
the weirdest of the band centered ones is Green Day. It's
Green
like,
Day. Yeah,
why Green Day?
Because
Green
Green
Day
Day
had
was
a-
like had a resurgence around that
They-
time a little bit.
They were huge, man. Green Day was the band of my high school. Everyone, I was more basket case, but everyone I knew loved.
they're from
Green Day.
Canada,
Yes,
right?
I don't care. They're
I don't
communists.
know.
I'm pretty sure Green
American-
Day is Canadian.
American Idiot was like the album
Yes.
of my high school.
You're
That,
not
like,
wrong about that. Even for my high school, it was the same.
Everyone was obsessed with American Idiot. Like
Yeah.
obsessed.
It had some good songs though on there too. Jesus of Suburbia, Boulevard of Broken Dreams, American
Mhm.
Idiot. Like a lot of really.
I love Weird Al's
Good songs.
Canadian Idiot.
I love Weird Al. Where's my Weird Al rock band? I would
Weird Al
love
rock band,
that.
dude. That would be fantastic. Oh, I would love
I don't
that.
know why. Yeah, they need it. Someone needs to get on something like that.
Oh
Like,
my
sadly.
goodness!
Band.
Yes.
Rock
He's got
band,
so much
Weird
good
Al
music
rock
that's
band.
not even parodies that you could easily put somewhere on
That
that.
would be
It's-
All the
great.
visuals look like UHF. Like, oh my god, that'd be so good.
That
We
would be
need
a great
accordion
band.
hero just to do that.
Accordion.
Oh,
Hero.
yes.
Bring back the hero games that are all
Polka Hero. That's what we need.
Yeah,
Polka
and
Hero.
I need to play Angry White Boy Polka. I would
Oh
love
my
that.
god, that's hilarious. But mentioned earlier briefly. But yeah, Lego Rock Band was better than I expected it to be.
I want to get that. I need to find a copy of that because I
Yeah,
that's
the
one I
equivalent on
don't
the other
own.
side was Band Hero, and that was like pop.
I didn't play that one.
You guys play Guitar Smith?
I've
No.
always been Rocksmith.
Wait, Rocksmith.
That's what it is.
I was
couldn't remember
always
the
so curious of Rocksmith. Never gave it a shot. Have you played it? Is it good?
I have it
I
with
mean,
all the cables.
Yeah. I mean, if you're actually like, this is the arcade version, and then if you're actually want to learn how to play, you go to Rocksmith.
Yeah, I was always super curious about it.
Yeah, just like Guitar Hero Aerosmith, I'm missing one achievement in Rock Band, Lego Rock Band for 100% score on the guitar solo on Final Countdown on Expert.
Yeah,
And
good luck with that.
because
Yeah,
you guys are
8.6
guys,
ratio. So,
Uh,
I'm not gonna bother with it because I rented that one.
I think I told you guys before because you guys are achievement guys. Worst achievement of all time in my world was the
That's right.
Guitar Hero Metallica, where they have an achievement worth points for buying a song off the store, and it's like, oh, okay, they have one piece of DLC, which was like $20. So it's pretty much the achievement is give us $20, and it's
Yeah.
like that's actually kind of perfect for Metallica, like
That
the
makes sense,
greasiest, the greasiest achievement ever.
Here's the thing, though. At the very least, they made it so it was available to all Guitar Heroes afterwards too. So it wasn't like you were just buying it for Metallica.
That's so
Oh.
scummy.
So, oh yeah, so if you want that achievement, you have to give Metallica $20 before the.
You have
store
to do it
closes.
before next Monday.
I
Yeah.
hate you, Lars.
They're so
So.
terrible.
Yep, as dude just said, Monday the 29th is the closing of the Xbox 360 store. So go
At
and
least Death
get any
Kinetic is actually
DLC
good
or
to see.
games you want
Agreed.
before the time is up. They will be gone forever, at least on Xbox. So, all right, Jason, have you had enough time to figure out the craziness that is scoring for this episode?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
All right. So for number 5, we have Alan Wake. Number 4, we have Shadow Complex. For number 3, we have Bioshock. For number 2, because like I made up the rules for my number 3, I'm gonna make up the rules for this one. I put the whole Mass Effect franchise for number 2 because again,
Fair.
Understandable.
everybody,
That's
yeah,
fair.
everybody, 3 people had it, and they had each individual one. They had their own take on it, but they also liked the other games. So we'll just put the whole franchise there. And then with 4 out of the 5 people on this panel, I wonder who that one person that didn't have this game on their list was. We had Halo 3.
That would
with-
be you, would it?
What?
What?
What's Halo? Huh? Yeah, we had Halo 3 as our most points ever given in a top 5 so far.
Yep, that does not surprise me because
I don't think that'll change in any part twos.
I had the lowest out of all of us who actually had it on their list.
That was shocking how low
Yeah.
you put Halo 3. It's like, it's what? The pinnacle of gaming?
Yeah,
in
that
my
blew my
opinion.
I
mind.
mean, it's not a shock he's me not having it on the list.
No, I mean, for.
Well, it's you, Jason. We love
yeah,
you
wait.
for that reason.
And
To
it
be
was
honest, the
even
only
my-
shooter you
yeah.
had was Bioshock, so it kind of makes
Right.
sense.
And then again, it was even my honorable mention. So like I said, I didn't have to say anything for this episode till just now. I told you my controversial opinions of Halo 3 not being anywhere near the 360 was going to be mine. So
No, you're fine. You put every fighting game in as number 3, so we let you slide with that.
Every fighting game.
Every fighting game,
Game
just number
ever.
3.
Including Street Fighter X Tekken.
I didn't say that. No,
Said
I
everyone.
never
He's
tried
like,
that.
I believe his words were, Mortal Kombat versus
fighting game?
DC was the best one of the bunch.
well, what? I didn't even say that either. What are you guys? Now you guys are just.
He's gonna ban you off future top fives.
I
Oh,
will
no.
say I do have the Street Fighter Cross Tekken Special Edition because I'm looking at the arcade cabinet right now, and
From what I heard, Street Fighter
Ooh.
X Tekken was actually fun. It's just that the on disc DLC.
it was interesting.
I'm very curious to try it. Never played it. I gotta give it a shot. It plays like Street Fighter, right? It doesn't play like Tekken.
It plays like Street Fighter with a gem system that your gem system controls how you're played,
What?
and then it's a tag fighter. And then you, depending on how good your gems are, help you out and not help you out. But then you'll find out what the best gems is, and then it goes just to timeout all the time.
Stop! I hate it already.
And
It's
there you go.
exactly like Street Fighter.
If it
Yeah.
doesn't have Phoenix
Oh.
right in it, it's a bad fighting game.
Thank you, Carl. Literally, Carl gets me.
All right. Well, with that, we are gonna wrap it up at almost the 5-hour mark. Oh, this has been so much fun. I'm glad that you guys were all able to stay the whole time. So we'll go around the horn and give you a chance to plug your stuff. We'll start with Carl and go in counterclockwise order. What do you got going on, Carl? What do you want to plug?
Well, hi everyone. I am Carl of the RNG Gaming Podcast, and I am in high demand this week, I guess. Besides for being on tonight, I actually had 2 of these guests on last weekend. James was on last Saturday, and we talked about shooters. If you want to check out that past episode, it's over on YouTube. And we also had Jason on Sunday, and we talked about fighters. And Jason, you are not the lowest rated show, so congratulations. You were worried about that. You were actually one of the higher ones.
Yay! There are fighting game people out there.
Yes, and just going to go over a couple things. Tomorrow I'll be back on with Mr. Neo over here for our guest appearance on Paul's channel as we talk about Halo: The Fall of Reach.
Yep, mentioned that earlier. We'll be on Paul's channel tomorrow talking the book Fall of Reach. So, yep.
And then a couple more programming notes. Thursday we'll have a special show with the other half of Melee Games, Melee K, and our friend Angry Canadian as we do a spoiler cast for Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door remake.
Like, can you spoiler cast a 20-year-old game?
I mean, some people haven't played it, and this was my first time playing it.
I haven't
actually.
played it yet.
Okay.
And there's changes. There's some changes in the remake, so you can spoilery that.
Well,
Yeah.
if you don't want to play, you don't want to play it with the changes. I think.
Do they have
Yep,
an
Paper
achievement set
Mario:
yet?
Thousand Year Door is supported on retro achievements. Now,
Makes sense.
Nice.
And then on top of that too, Friday I'll be doing a gaming stream where I'm going to be playing Cult of the Lamb, one of my favorite games. And Saturday, let me double check here. 'Cause
are you
I have
playing with the Rule 34 mod or
No.
update?
No, well, the update isn't like a Rule 34 thing. It's just a normal one. They just let you have kids to indoctrinate into the cult. And then Saturday, I have one last interview, and that will be with one of my favorite Rumble streamers, a man by the name of Sophomore John, and we're going to be interviewing about his life, his love of music, and love of video games. And that will be all for this week that I'll plug because there's so much more that's already scheduled on the channel. You can look at the future events, and I'll make announcements next week.
Carl, I will say though, I am very, very disappointed in you with your model not having your championship belt around your waist or over your shoulder. I will say that.
Shovelware.
We're working on it. We're working on it. That's for when I come back and I gloat.
All right.
Oh, speaking of that, I don't know if you saw it, Jason, but I put another comment in our notes channel about that the other day. So I don't know if you went back and looked at it, but just something to take a look at. Something you can look at for future shovelware episodes. So, all right. Well, awesome that you could join us.
Okay.
I love having you on all the time. All you guys are just great. So, but thanks for joining us, Carl. Now before you get to James, what do you got going on?
Oh,
What do you
it's
wanna
me.
plug?
Hey, I'm one half of Melee Games. We're bringing back the glory of gaming, and oh my God, do we have some stuff coming at you live in the future here? We have a brand new guest appearance tomorrow, which is not revealed yet. So stay tuned to our socials over on Twitter at Melee Games. It will be announced tomorrow, but it will be at 6 p.m. PST. We're going to be talking to a new internet friend there, and that's going to be a blast. As Carl mentioned, and you can see it on screen there, this Thursday, Kay will be talking with Carl and Angry Canadian about the Paper Mario remake. I appreciate that Kay's face is on the Busty Cloud character. I don't know anything about this game, so go watch that to learn from them. And then let's see here. Friday, Kay is going to be talking to Phoenix Press once again about Top Gun. Because they constantly have to fight over movies they disagree with. They recently got into a fight on Phantom Menace, but they're trying to unify. So they're finally talking about the movie that they both like, which is Top Gun, and that will be Friday at 3 p.m. And then, of course, Friday night, Kay will also be live. It's really Kay-centric here. Kay is going to be on Beelzebub again. I think it will be a spicy one. Hopefully, it won't be a drunk one. We had to skip the last one for obvious reasons. Oh, my God. So
You drunk her under the table.
Oh, it was brutal. So this midnight, it will be
Did you have to clean out the mess?
It was I don't remember much of that stream. I'm afraid to look back at it. And we're gonna and in the future, it's not to be announced yet, but in the future, there will be a part 2. Oh God, why? Thank you. Wait. But yes, Friday midnight, it will be Beelzebub with Kay. Saturday is the Gifted Games Gallery, so we'll be looking at 5 games gifted to us by you guys. Thank you so much, and that'll be at 5 p.m. PST. Sunday is Steam Roulette, of course, and then this Tuesday is Wacky Custom Night with Wacky Dude. This man will be leading the charge in the Melee Games Custom Night, so I'm going to him. I'm giving him the wheel, and that is going to be crazy fun, wacky stuff with Halo. And I don't think we have many spots open left, but if you guys want to join, go over to the Melee Games Discord. Let us know that you want in. All you have to do is own
we will even go to Halo 4.
Yes, you have to have Halo 4 installed, and go let us know in the Melee Games Discord if you want in for Dude's Wacky Custom Night, and that is this Tuesday night, and it's going to be a blast. So lots of stuff. That's us.
And that one you mentioned about Top Gun, is that on your channel or is that going to be on someone else's?
That is going to be on Phoenix Press's channel. So Mr. Phoenix Press, 3 p.m. PST. Kay and him will be agreeing on Top Gun, but I'm sure she's going to have a reason to fight him. They always fight anytime she's over there. So she'll probably bring up some other movie that they mutually hate, or no, they disagree on and hate.
Put a ping in your Discord when you go live on that one, because I want.
We will. That is this Friday at 3 p.m. PST. And as Kay said, there is 3 spots open left in Dude's Wacky Custom Night, which is next Tuesday. So be there.
Thank you for joining me and staying the whole time. This was a lot of fun.
It was awesome, man.
And Dude, what do you got going on?
Yeah, for me, it's just my normal stuff. Tomorrow, Thursday, and Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern time, I'll be continuing my Metroid Prime achievement runs. On Saturday, I was able to do the 3.5 hour achievement on normal. So I'm gonna do a 100% run on hard this next time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm really hoping that you don't master it before I do. I had like a week head start on you.
And I'm only doing it on stream, so
yeah, that too.
I think I could do it in about 3 more streams. That's giving me two streams to do the 100% on hard. And then I might have to rerun normal mode to do some of those boss achievements.
That's what I'm doing right now. I did the Flogger one last night without letting him flip any of them back.
That one's not too bad. It's just that I kind of messed up early on in the fight when I was doing the speed run, and I was like, I'm not going back just for that. At least during the speed run.
When I was focusing on it, I got it on the first try.
Yeah.
The one that's going to be the real pain is the freaking sequence break with the space jump boots, because I have no freaking idea how you're supposed to be.
There is a video guide that they put in the.
I
achievement,
looked at
so-
it and I still couldn't.
Yeah, it's a well-known glitch. I don't know why they put it in the main set though.
Yeah, that was dumb.
That's the one I was most regretting to do, because I've actually tried that a couple times and I just can't get it.
Yeah, I even tried, because they said something about like it's much more difficult in like version 2 of the game. So I downloaded the version 1 ROM and it doesn't recognize version 1 ROM. So you
Yeah,
can't
because
do
they
it.
only have 1.2 in the European ROM.
Yeah, I was like, dang it. So, yeah, I don't know why it didn't do the whole thing where I put in the command and then it says subscribe to Dude's Rumble channel. It just posted the link to your channel, but that Rumble link is the link to
That's fine.
Dude's channel. I have it here. It says follow Dude on Rumble for his achievement hunting streams, and it has the link there, but it didn't do the whole thing. So, but it's weird because the other two, Nightbot did it, and then this one, Stream Elements did it. I have no idea what the heck the deal is, but
Modern technology, baby. It always
Yeah.
works.
Yeah.
Hey, on Rumble, I'm only 15 away from 100.
nice. So yeah, go follow Dude on Rumble where he does his achievement hunting. This man is a madman. I am achievement hunter, but he is like the achievement hunter. He goes far beyond even what I do. So
Yeah, it did take me 36 streams to do Devil May Cry 5, but those S ranks were just brutal.
Yeah, this guy's an achievement hunting master, so go check that out. Jason, what do you got going on? You got anything going on your channel that you want to?
No, not right now at the moment. Still working on the one fighting game thing, because again, it's hard to present fighting games to people. It really
Figuring
is.
out Super
Now,
Jank Fighter.
yeah, that's still being played. So I'm playing that on the back, just trying to figure out a best way to present that. So it's kind of weird playing fighting games in my house and like acting like I'm playing in front of people, and I'm going back and forth with stuff. So that's been an interesting take for me. But other than that, no, go catch up on all the episodes of Shovelware. If you like the game show aspect of games, I've had some great guests. I have a certain champion that is below me right there. So we're going to have like a tournament of champions for our next episode. That's going to be next month, where we're going to bring back the 3 people who have won and see who comes out on top as a true champion before we start asking more people to come on to the show. If you want to be part of the show, you're going to join Nerdy Neo's little Discord channel that he's going to talk about soon. So you can just message me anytime you want. And if you are interested just to be on anything like that, especially on any of the shows that we are going to be having in the near future. But other than that, yeah, I'm up to 34 or 32 subscribers on my little channel that I've been, which is, you're crazy. Thanks for doing that. I mean, 32 to some people is like, okay, that's nothing. But I'm like, I don't do anything on my show except for this show and a game show once a month. So, I mean, 3 shows a month and 32 of you guys have liked what I've done. So I appreciate that. And yeah, I don't know why you guys do it, but thank you. So yeah.
Oh, let's see. I swear I did. Where is it? Yeah. There we go. So hopefully this one works as well. But yeah, that should pop the link to Jason's channel as well here in just a second. Yeah, go give him a sub for his Jeopardy style video game show, which is great. Shovelware, as he just mentioned, it is fun. So go check that out. I'm very much looking forward to the Battle of the Champions. So is that, I believe that's Tyler, Carl, and DJ Access. Is that
It is.
right? So sweet. Yep, there we go. So go sub to Jason's channel. Yeah, so as Jason mentioned, and I mentioned it earlier briefly, I did recently start my own Discord, and I believe the link to that should be in the stream description. So if you want to go talk to me about video games, go join that Discord. And I've got channels for each of the different streams, like party chat, top 5, stuff like that, topic suggestions if you have ideas for future episodes. And there is a channel in there called Tons of Fun, which is specifically for Jason and stuff that he wants to do on his channel. So you can go into that channel and talk to Jason as well. And we just got general video game chat for each of the different platforms. But yeah, it's still pretty bare bones. But I'm going to work on getting it a little nicer, adding in, cool features and stuff. Got ideas. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So, but as for me, yeah, as Carl mentioned, I'll be on Paul Hadouken's channel tomorrow night. Again, talking Halo, The Fall of Reach. I have to finish up the book tonight, which I'm probably not going to finish it tonight, but I'll finish it tomorrow before the stream. And then let's see here. No, that's August. Thursday, I'll have another episode of Open Mic, which I've been very much slacking on lately. I had the one Open Mic, the State of the Nerd, back on June 27th, and other than that, my last two have been the combined ones that were Achievement Chasers with dudes. So I've been very much slacking on Open Mic, but I do
the last
have
one was June. Wow.
Yeah, but I've got a actual episode of Open Mic on Thursday at 8 o'clock Pacific with a buddy from my Xbox Achievement Hunting community, Wild West 08. He's one of the co-hosts on the Achievement Hunting 101 podcast. And yeah, we're just going to talk about whatever, probably be mostly an Xbox related episode, since we are both big achievement hunters. I mean, I'm at a little over 700,000 gamer score, and he has 1 million more than I do. So, but yeah, that'll be fun. Nothing on Friday. And then on Saturday is the next episode of Party Chat at the usual 11:30 a.m. Pacific, which I have two co-hosts because unfortunately one of my regular co-hosts, Ryan, which is Legion, is no longer able to join for Party Chat due to his work schedule. He is now working Saturdays, so he won't be able to join us. So Carl is going to be joining me as a guest host, as well as Winter Prince is going to be the other guest host. And like this, it is going to be not solely Xbox 360 related, but very Xbox 360 focused. I got a few Xbox related questions for our topics for Party Chat on Saturday. And then lastly, again on Paul's channel on Sunday morning, Paul, Dude, myself, and Insidious Bliss are going to be making our way through ODST on Sunday morning. So, and then I have Jason, I haven't talked about yet at all about August's episodes of Top 5. So, but he doesn't even know this. For the first few weeks of August, I will not be available. So if he's going to do one on the 6th, it'll probably have to be kind of like the comedy movies, one without me. So, but after that, I should be able to return.
That might be a good one to do the JRPGs.
That's
That
what I
would
was
be
just
perfect.
thinking.
Perfect for RPGs, because that is not something I know almost anything about, because I don't care for them. So, but
We need Fractured on.
Yeah, actually, I have a couple people that were asking me for that one. So, yeah, I will be messaging them. So message me if you're interested, and then I'll be messaging the people that have messaged me too, and then we'll get a group.
cool. So it looks like tentatively, spontaneously, August 6th most likely will be Top 5 JRPGs, since I won't be able to make that one. So I will still listen to it though. I don't know live, but yeah.
Most of my JRPG
for...
experience is with Final Fantasy and Pokemon.
So
That's not a terrible one.
I know neither of them are really that terrible. Just some random other ones like I think I've played one Ys game, and that's more of an action
Jason's
RPG.
gonna have me on. I'll be like, "Hey, you hear about this obscure PS1 one that you had to get from the back alleyway in San Francisco?"
I don't think there's many things you want to get in the back alley in San Francisco.
This was a good time when you could go to
before San Francisco went the way.
You could literally say it went to shit.
So, but yeah, that will do it for this episode here. This was episode 13 of Top 5. These have all been a blast. Again, thank you all for being on the panel for such a long time. Thank you everyone in chat for hanging out with us and talking 360 this whole time. It was a blast. You guys all have a great night. We'll see you all later. In the meantime, game on.